The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Be prepared for out-of-this-world play at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. A mostly drawn start to the event was followed up by an explosive Day 3 that shook up the standings. Alireza Firouzja was bursting with joy after MVL laid an egg in their game, repeating in a winning position, allowing his younger countrymen to remain atop the leaderboard. Once Nepomniachtchi gets hot, it's game over, with the former challenger torching his competition on his way to a victory and co-first. They're tied at the top with players locked and loaded for another stellar round. Day 4 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup, the last event of the Grand Chess Tour 2024 season. We start the day in front of the world's largest chess piece here in front of the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's been an absolutely explosive event so far. Let's go to the studio and start round 4 action.
Games are heating up and leaders are starting to emerge. More exciting chess action as Day 4 begins right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan and Svidler.
Nazi, Peter.
Hello there.
As always, a great pleasure to be with you both. It's wonderful. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. Well, the 2024 Sinquefield Cup Round 3 was a dramatic affair. At one moment, I was expecting 5 decisive results. That slipped down to 2, but the results seemed unpredictable. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after 3 dramatic rounds.
Absolutely. We had a very exciting day yesterday, and now we have 2 co-leaders, Alireza, Firouzja, and Nepomniachtchi with 2 points. And a lot of players are sharing in third with 1.5.
But that victory by Fabiano, very unexpected, brought him right back into the mix. And tell us about the format for the 2024 Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment, and players are not allowed to offer draws.
And our schedule, Nazi.
Today, players will be playing round 4, 1 more round until the rest day, and then after round 9, we may see playoffs if necessary.
Somehow I'm looking forward to that rest day. And Peter, our leaders, well, it's been hard to guess.
It has been, yeah. As we've already kind of teased, there are currently 2 leaders in front of the pack on 2 out of 3 or +1. But midway through yesterday, we would have been expecting 2 different leaders. One Frenchman was supposed to be up there, but not the Frenchman we have. Let's start, though, by mentioning Nepomniachtchi, who is, as I mentioned, on 2 out of 3. He began by drawing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, made a quiet draw against Gukesh in round... Actually, not that quiet. He was struggling against Gukesh in round 2. But his game against Anish Giri yesterday is indubitably the game of the tournament so far. He played in an extremely risky fashion, but also calculated brilliantly, and in the end managed to win that game against Anish, propelling himself into the lead. And he is tied for first with Alireza Firouzja, who, of course, won that very, very dramatic round 1 game against Fabiano Caruana, a game hugely important in the context of the GCT standings, then drew against Nodirbek in round 2, and in round 3 played himself into tremendous difficulties with the white pieces against his countryman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave straight out of the opening. And just when it looked like Maxime will put the finishing touches on a very, very convincing victory, Maxime went slightly astray, but still had a large advantage, and then somewhat inexplicably allowed a threefold because he couldn't find the cleanest way forward. And from all accounts, seemed very, very upset about it afterwards. So these are our 2 leaders of the tournament so far. But as we've seen in the current standings, there is a massive tie for second, for third actually, starting with Fabi. But Fabi did have 2 decisive games. But the 5 highlighted players on your screen have not had a single decisive game between them, which is quite unusual by round 3. But judging by yesterday's action, this is not going to last for very long. We are getting nicely to a boil here.
Exactly, including champion and challenger. Neither of those players have a win. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Christian, and you're going to tell us about some key matchups today.
Absolutely, good to see you guys, and things are definitely about to boil. And we have 2 big clashes that I'm going to cover and highlight, and I'm going to start with this one. The big clash between the world champion, Liren, and Fabiano Caruana. These 2 players have had very different trajectories up to this point, as Peter just highlighted. 3 draws for Liren, but he's definitely looking much better than in the previous tournament. And the last time they met, these 2 players in Norway, it was Liren with the white pieces. He put a lot of pressure on Fabiano Caruana and probably should have won this game. That's because Fabiano took a lot of risks in the opening with the black pieces. Will he do the same in today's round? Well, only time will tell. Another big clash that I have my eyes on is the one between the 2 youngsters, Gukesh Domaraju, the challenger for the World Championship match, only 18 years of age, and Alireza Firouzja, who at only 21 years of age is bringing more experience than Gukesh in this clash, especially in the Grand Chess Tour. Alireza knows how to win tournaments in the Grand Chess Tour, and he knows how to win the Grand Chess Tour as a whole. 2 points right now leading in the Sinquefield Cup against 1.5 points. And as you can see, we know how calm this young player is. That's how, and that's why he won the candidates. He was able to keep his nerves in place, and that's exactly what he's going to do in today's round as well. Yesterday against Praggnanandhaa, Peter, your pupil must have been quite upset about letting him go off the hook in that one. He put a lot of pressure on Gukesh, but he managed to defend accurately.
Thank you, Christian. And Nazi, do the honors and tell our viewers about all the pairings for this upcoming round 4.
Let's have a look. As Christian talked about it, Liren will be playing Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri playing Pragg, Wesley So against Nepo, Gukesh against Alireza.
That's a beautiful matchup for sure.
And MVL against Nodirbek.
The players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for the GCT points and for a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winners going to get $100,000, second place $65,000, third place $48,000. Wonderful prizes for everybody.
And as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, the players are taking their seats. They're getting ready for this round 4. And speak to those words that Christian just mentioned. Was Pragg upset? I don't think he was upset with this game against Gukesh, or was he?
He always is his own harshest critic, as I think is kind of normal for really high-achieving sportsmen in every sport. And it's not the first very promising position against Gukesh he's had even this year, and so far he's not converted any of them, so it's becoming a bit of an annoyance. But as I said yesterday after the end of the round, there's plenty of positives to be taken from this because he managed to completely outplay his opponent from a position which we assumed was borderline equal.
Right.
But yeah, at some point you kind of want to start winning them, right?
Right.
You really do want
close
to.
And close and close starts getting annoying.
This feeling of, I had him on the ropes again is, only good so far, for a while, and then at some point you need to start getting the full points from those positions.
Exactly. And he did have opportunities in that rook ending. Just that
Absolutely,
king e8 versus king e7.
The one he had earlier, maybe one move earlier, he had a win which I think was a lot easier to sort of explain to yourself over the board. The very, very study-like win he missed, as you were referring to, in the position where he went king e8 instead of king e7. On a minute, this is not obvious at all. But the one I think 1 or 2 moves earlier, that was the one he was particularly upset about, I think.
Gotcha. As you see the players going through security, getting wanded, no electronic devices of any kind. In fact, pens are even given to the players to avoid bringing in anything that might be untoward.
Usually even bags are discouraged.
Oh,
But
what's up with the bag?
probably bringing his own snacks. People have preferences what they like to eat during the game.
Really? No. But the bag?
See, his own water.
The water. Impressive water. Snacks. Nasi, during the games, you want to keep your energy high. What is your snacks of choice?
Whatever's available.
Not chocolate?
No, actually, chocolate, spikes your sugar and then you will crash soon. So no, not chocolate.
Chocolate throughout for me. How about you?
I still remember those years when Magnus would come with like this huge box of mixed nuts and
nuts are great.
And
I remember the thermos of Boris Gelfand. He had his teas.
People have their favorites. I generally don't do any of that. If something is provided by the organizers, freebies are good.
Freebies are good. You're willing to go with the flow here on this one. As the players take the seats, just note that the wall dividers, all the games are on one half of the wall so that the players have a place where they can walk, and then you've seen their little kitchenette where they have all of their snacks and drinks, as well as their analysis room.
Unsurprisingly, the tournaments in St. Louis are very, very good in that respect. You always get a healthy choice of like berries and nuts and some little sandwiches and things and drinks of all kinds.
Yeah.
People are very, very well treated here.
I'm going to start with the game between Gukesh and Alireza, as Alireza is one of the 2 players tied for the lead. Gukesh coming into the round again as the challenger. Of course,
No
we know.
Italian.
We could still have one.
Lopez.
No, we're talking about this game particularly.
We do see the Berlin by Alireza. Will you like to go into ending? But it's not the Italian, and knight takes e4.
Might even be a full-blown Berlin if he goes d4 here. There we go.
We're going to have a Berlin ending.
Points deducted. I would like to see points deducted for this.
Well, I was about to say there's still a possibility of a4. No, he's just going for the stuff. Now, you had mentioned earlier, Peter, that one MVL is one of those players who habitually goes into this ending, and I have to give MVL credit. He's been getting advantages.
Yes.
What's your overall view? I mean, now, after so many games in this ending, what's your take?
I think the ending holds. It probably even holds in more than one way, frankly. I think the main lines, starting with king e8 and h5, should not be refuted, generally speaking. But we already, I think, alluded to this in one of the earlier broadcasts. The reason, and I'm not even saying anything that MVL hasn't said himself, one of the reasons why he's doing so well is he's maybe the last warrior standing on the white side of the ending, even though Gukesh today is playing it as well.
Right.
And because the players of the black side of the Berlin really no longer need to face the endgame very often.
Right.
They've sort of lost touch with it a little bit. There's not enough practice. So whenever you actually have to show your prep and show your understanding. You're a bit rusty, as opposed to, let's say, a situation, I don't know, 15 or maybe even 10 years ago, when there were a lot more strong players who were habitually asking questions in Berlin.
And it was so
But I
topical,
think the opening is sound. If it is to your taste, and it definitely wasn't to mine, and by this point it's also not to my taste with white. If it's something you enjoy, it should definitely be okay for equality.
All right, and where would you like to take us?
Let's go to World Champions game, Liren against Fabi. We have Ragozin. That's an opening we don't see very often in this field.
Hold on, Liren versus Fabi. Ah, yes, I saw Queen C2 and I'm thinking Nimzo Indian, and you went Ragozin, and I went, wait a minute, are you sure we're not in a Nimzo Indian? And this is what I meant. I'm seeing a Queen C2 Nimzo Indian, you went Ragozin on me. Queen A4, so essentially White has, if you will, lost a tempo and said, I've induced you to put your knight in front of your pawn, so you can't play the move C7, C5. So White is making the argument the knight is badly placed on C6. Peter, is that an argument that can be justified?
I think so. I think it also changes the way that this will be played further on in a very serious fashion. Because when you play the Ragozin, your main idea is to play bishop b4, and then in a lot of positions you follow it up by playing c5. With the knight on c6, as we see in the game, White played e3, castles, queen c2. In this position, I briefly looked at what are the most popular moves in this position. Rook e8 appears to be number one, but b6 is very much something that Black does. But your c5 breaks have been extinguished by placing your own knight in front of the c7 pawn, which I think leads Black to very much looking forward to ideas of eventually taking on c4 and going for e6, e5 breaks. b6, bishop b7 for now is preserving all of these options in place. I suppose I'd be tempted with White to try and take on d5, because once again it seems like now that the e6, e5 break is impossible, there's no pawn on e6. This bishop b7 plus knight c6 combination of pieces is a bit weirdly positioned. You want to push for c5, but it will take you some time. But I assume I'm making just illustrative moves here. These are not great moves. I probably shouldn't be allowing knight b5, for instance. It's probably a6 first and then knight e7. So it takes Black some time to prepare the move c5. We could play b4 here and try to go for an isolani. Another thing to say is that this knight normally is in these structures. It's normally on d7. In this position, it probably will end up being on g6, which has its advantages and drawbacks, I'm sure. But what I like about how this game is going so far is it seems like we're going to have a very difficult strategic fight. It's unlikely that pieces will start disappearing at the speed of light from off the board, which is, I think, something to be welcomed.
All right, thank you, Peter. Indeed, we do have a3, bishop d6. Liren has not yet clarified the center, but already with the bishop on b7, yeah, I would be thinking about c4 takes d5, just to make sure that after d5 takes c4, this bishop remains dormant. And once again, Nazi, you've got the feel. Tell us where to go.
Let's check the game of the other tournament leader, Nepo.
Yep.
He's playing Wesley today with the black pieces. And Wesley for Nepo is an uncomfortable opponent.
Yes.
I think he had 6 losses against him until he finally had his first win in the classical time control.
Indeed, Wesley has a very good lifetime record against Jan. Somehow, the matchup, their styles, I don't know. It just seems to favor Wesley. And takes, and, well, I kind of want to say it's a Tarash. Instead of the G3 Tarash, where you see bishop on G2, we have an early B3 Tarash with the bishop on B2. And this move in particular, knight E4, I am absolutely not familiar with this move. I'm sure this position has been reached 1,000 times. And knight C6 in Grandmaster practice is doubtlessly the most played. Knight E4, is this the latest and greatest?
It's extremely rare.
It's extremely rare.
Knight 6, as you said, is almost an autopilot move.
Right.
In this position. It feels like the knight on b8 definitely gets developed to c6 anyway, eventually, so why are we not doing it straight away. I don't actually know the answer, but it's clearly something that the firm of Jan and Jan decided is good in this position. I'm not sure why we're in such a hurry to trade knight on f6 with knight on c3. My assumption is bishop d3 gets met by knight takes c3 here. You can maybe try for some kind of knight cd4, knight d4, and it looks superficially interesting to go for these pins, but you're never actually breaking through after rook c1, and the agent starts disliking it quite a bit. So I suspect the idea is to switch to these types of positions, which resemble kind of classical QGA positions, but normally with the white bishop on f4. And honestly, it looks like it's stronger on c3 than it is on f4, because
Right?
the d5, d4 counterplay, which you often go for when the bishop is on f4, is going to be very, very difficult to organize with the bishop on c3. So this makes me very curious, because I think in order to justify it, Jan will show something very concrete in the next 2-3 moves. Otherwise, he might drift into a position where he will be slightly worse, and also exactly the kind of a position that Wesley enjoys and is very good at.
Exactly.
Both of those things. Wesley is one of the best players in the world with a small risk-free advantage.
Exactly.
So, yeah, interested to see how this progresses.
If you don't mind me asking, what about the most forcing move I can think of? Capturing a pawn. d4 takes c5.
Maybe bishop f6.
It says bishop
justify?
f6, rook c1,
Yeah.
knight c6. And here I can sort of start seeing the outline of what black is trying to achieve. We're still, I think, taking on c5 in some cases, but for now we want to play bishop g4, maybe queen a5 in some positions. You still have to finish development comfortably. Like if you play bishop e2, queen a5 becomes very playable. If you play bishop d3 to introduce the idea of maybe taking on e4 in some positions, bishop g4 becomes stronger because this is now a pin. So dc5 I don't think is the way to react. I think something like bishop d3 seems more logical.
If I don't remain true to my ideas, nobody else will. d4 takes c5, bishop f6, good move, pinning my knight to d4.
Then we can take on c5 and go knight c6 next move.
Okay, so that was the point. You're not going queen a5.
I don't think I am, no.
Because
I don't need to force you to make good moves.
I did have a3 in mind.
Yeah.
With the idea that if you do take, I've got queen d4.
Does this work though? Bishop takes
d4.
Yeah, you probably have.
e8.
No.
Queen takes, no.
I am persistent.
Knight b5 check though.
No.
Oh no, knight b5 check.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was about to play b4 in case of knight e4. So you could actually do this. You could.
Yeah, but I think rook c1 is perfectly fine.
Of course.
I don't particularly want to force you to make the move rook c1, which I think is good for you. So I think I'm taking on c5, going knight c6, and as I have on my board.
So
and
knight takes c5, rook to c1.
I think I can play knight c6 here.
Nonetheless, knight c6. I was hoping for some marvelous discovered attack against the knight, but
I think with the king on e1 and the bishop on f6 doing a very good X-ray job along the long diagonal, I just don't want to give black that bishop on f6 so early.
all right.
I understand why you wanted to go dc5, because that would kind of settle the question in the center immediately.
Right.
If, let's say, if after d takes c5, black were forced to take on c3 and take on c5, yeah, I think this is probably stronger than bishop d3, because maybe it gets developed to e2, maybe it's a better square. We get sort of the same position, but with more options.
Right.
But I don't think knight takes c3 happens. I'm pretty sure bishop f6 is the response here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter, for that, because the move knight e4,
To me,
I want to refute it.
I
mean,
mean,
I mean-
to me, refutation is bishop d3. It's like I'm developing on the tempo. Spend another move with the knight.
Right? Okay.
Because I wanted to play bishop d3 anyways.
Right. Yeah.
There's also some, what I assume are somewhat speculative pawn sacrifices after bishop d3. Black could try playing knight c6.
Knight c6.
Which I currently don't quite understand,
How
but
is the pawn?
I can imagine this being the idea,
Jan
because
hanging?
Jan is, and now c takes d4.
And then bishop before check.
Yeah, and you have a choice. You can take on c6, but then after bishop before check, you will still probably have to ruin, because I would like, I think, to take on d4 with the queen and get the queens off the board immediately. If you do this, I guess I play bishop before check first, or queen a5 check, but honestly, yes, the king will have to go to f1, but white's situation in the center is so stable. I'm not sold on the idea of this being enough, to be honest. Not yet, at least. As usual, the computer plays it very cleverly. Like, for instance, at first I thought, what on earth is this? But after bishop f6, we have queen a6 check. And there's definitely
like, what?
Yeah, there's definitely some compensation here for black. But even in this position, you're down a pawn. Like, your one active piece is the queen on f6, which doesn't do very much. Yes, I can not play g3 very comfortably because of bishop h3 check, but we might have time to play something like h4 and then g3 and then king g2. And all of that happens, white is just up a pawn, and it's difficult to imagine how the two tempi that black has here will have any kind of a decisive effect. As I said, knight e4 is a very unusual move, in particular because there's absolutely nothing wrong with knight c6. It's not like after knight c6 your position is bad.
Right.
So for knight e4 to be the choice, in particular against Wesley and a choice made by Jan Nepomniachtchi, I have a feeling he has some very interesting in mind against bishop d3, but my very perfunctory investigation of this position has not really unearthed what I think is the answer. Yeah, I don't know what he means.
Well, the code to the universe will soon be exposed. I like your bishop d3, by the way, Nasi. And where else should we go?
Let's check Prag's game.
Okay, he's up again after maybe a disappointing result yesterday. Pragg was definitely chances of victory and a victory we expected.
Disappointed finish, but he outplayed Gukesh.
Yes. Anish Giri, as you've heard, lost the game of the tournament. He's white today, and it looks like an English opening. Let's see how they got here with d3. My goodness. So. It's
trade-offs, basically. Of course, if you know black is going to play d5, I think you play g3.
Right.
Because you can always switch to playing d3 later, but it does give you more options after d5 immediately.
Yeah. I had a game against Michael Tal. I was white. It was my first Olympiad. It was USA versus USSR. I had this exact position 100 times in tournament games, and I always exclusively played bishop g2. I don't know what came over me. It was maybe the nervousness of playing against Michael Tal, meeting him for the first time over the board. And somehow, crazily enough, I played the move d2, d3. He played bishop e7. I played bishop g2. And I realized, to my horror, he played the move bishop e6, and I could no longer play d4 because I had played d3 on the previous move. And I got no advantage whatsoever. Funnily enough, the players have reached the exact same position, only Anish started with d3 a move earlier. d3, d5 takes, knight takes g3. And I've always felt that you could play bishop e6 and you just...
Yeah, bishop e7, bishop e6 looks very logical there. I think Anish maybe correctly kind of slightly gambled here. It's not a massive gamble, but bishop c5 is such a prominent fixture in the way black is treating. Yeah, because it used to be, if we go down the history of this variation, people used to play knight b6 here just exclusively. Yeah. It felt like this was what you did, and you didn't even question it very much. And then this move became a very prominent. Yeah, Grishuk, and also I think Boris Gelfand was one of the early adopters. And now everybody does this. And I think for Pragg, it was sort of, he was planning to do it anyway against g3, I'm guessing, and he thought, why should I change? But yeah, what you're saying here, it makes a lot of sense to me, because generally speaking, you don't get this position from the main line. Your knight very often is on b6, and then often you have to spend a tempo bringing it back to g5 as a reaction to bishop e3, for instance. So yeah, this instantly looks very, very comfortable. And yeah, you have to wonder what Anish meant after bishop e7. I don't really... Maybe he was planning to do it this way, just to prevent the recapture with the bishop, but this also doesn't really look like it's too tragic.
Bishop e6, queen d7.
Exactly, yeah. What we have in the game is kind of similar, but you do end up with the bishop on c5, which now probably goes to b6. Pragg is still playing quite quickly, and all of this is familiar to him. He also, I think, plays this line with white, so it's not like this is going to be a massive surprise to him. And frankly, it's quite healthy for black, more or less whatever you do. You have to misplay it later on to be in actual trouble. But yeah, it's an interesting turning point because your desire to play what you prepared kind of clashes here with the idea of maybe getting even more. Because bishop b7, in particular bishop b2, bishop b6, you're instantly very, very happy with black.
I think so too. How do these players, thank you, Peter, how do these players match up, Nasi?
Let's have a look.
Dun, dun, dun. Not many games, but 4 draws.
One classical game.
Peter, do you know where Prague won against?
That was actually their last recorded game. In Bucharest this year, he won a very long game, an 80-move game against Anish on the white side of it.
And for me, it's kind of funny to see the setup with the queen on e6 leading the bishop. Normally, I'm used to seeing the bishop on e6, the queen on d7, so that you can play bishop
it gets
h3.
dropped down to e7 pretty much next move after rook c1. You can go bishop e6. You can also just go queen e7 there.
Queen e7. Good.
We have one more game that we haven't
Please.
checked yet. It's MVL against Nodirbek. They've only made 5 moves so far.
I can imagine that these two players are the most disappointed after yesterday's, dramatic round.
Right.
Let's see how we got here. Okay, so it's all,
Started as
good.
Ruy
Ruy Lopez with the bishop c5.
Bishop
Now-
c5 is a very rare move, though.
Right.
You have to stop there and
This
talk
is-
about it for a second. This is a very, very rare variation.
I thought they called this the classical in the sense that Morphy's defense is with a7, a6, and then you see bishop c5 very often. Bishop c5 immediately, is it called the classical? If you just check that, because
Yes.
yes,
Did not know that. So I've already learned something. We're 15 minutes into the broadcast.
There
I'm
we
learning
go.
things.
Bishop c5, castles. Now this
And
one,
now not knight f6, yeah.
yeah, this one already. Now I don't know what they call this.
I don't know either, and I'm also very curious as to why not
And now
knight
I
f6.
really don't know this. Now you play a6? Okay. In the good old days, they would play bishop to d7. They would invite d4. The bishop would drop back, and then away you go.
Yeah.
But a6 now?
Yeah, this is all very, very
very
odd.
tempting to just take
I think
on
I have an
c6.
idea.
Right, Munch?
I have
Yeah,
an idea
please.
what he wants in particular against this, but I don't think bishop takes e6 is maybe the right approach. This structure occurs in some anti-Berlins,
Yes.
but I think what Nodirbek is correctly hoping for is this knight now gets developed to e7, which makes your counterplay with f7, f5 potentially later in the game much, much easier to organize. As a kind of an example of what I'm talking about, just briefly, I'm not sure if this is required, but yeah, I'm doing this in the wrong order, but there is this old line which used to be quite popular. And you get this structure, and the knight is on f6, it puts some pressure on the e4 pawn, but f5 is just not a topic. So you either try to play bishop b7 and c5, in some positions maybe d6, d5 becomes playable. Often you just sit with black and wait for white to do something, but if MVL actually chooses to go for this structure, now compared to what we were just discussing, I think knight e7 is a very logical continuation. It covers the pawn on c6. It gives you those options of pushing for f5 later in the game. So you get a very, very fresh position. I suspect this already doesn't exist. Everything exists. There's still 15 games even here.
15.
I suspect they're not of very strong players because I have never seen this in top practice. But,
Right.
but everything has been tried at least once, I guess, is the moral of this story.
Right.
But yeah, the larger question, I think, is what's the plan after bishop a4? Because if we go knight f6, we've transposed into something which is borderline unplayable, right? Because once again, if we explore this for a second, the way the bishop
here.
c5 lines work, you have b5 here, and you have castles. You do not play d6 in this position under any circumstances. It's actively counterproductive because you just weaken everything.
Right.
So he must have something else in mind. I don't know. You could include b5. And now the bishop could go to b3 or c2, and then you might play bishop g4 or knight f6. getting closer and closer to what is the main line of, I think these days you're supposed to call it Yurtayev, right? Because this is not the Arkhangelsk.
Right.
This is the Yurtayev, or the Müller variation, it's also called, I think, sometimes. On the topic of opening names, what will my screen tell me this is called? Okay, this is a Morphy Defense Columbus variation, apparently. Thank you, screen. I did not know that.
Welcome to the United States.
Yes.
In St. Petersburg, it has its own.
Yeah. No, this is a reasonably fresh position anyway. But
pretty funny.
Once again, as is often the case, I think what this does, for the large part, is it steals money off money. Money doesn't steal. Time, though. Time is money, but we're not talking about
from MVL's club.
Yeah, MVL will now have to consider all of these things. Where to put the bishop, maybe even consider dropping it back to c4, although tempo down Italian doesn't look very attractive. I think it is between bishop takes c6 and bishop a4, and trying to work out what the response to bishop a4 is likely to be and how that corresponds with his ideas about how to play the bishop c5 positions in general. So this is just a way to confuse your opponent quite a lot, honestly.
It sounds like
by
a good
move
way
5, which is useful.
Way of confusing the commentators as well.
Yeah.
And let's talk probabilities. We've got Ben Underwood in studio, and he's prepared these wonderful probability statistics for us.
For round 4 today,
Wesley has a 21.5% chance.
I would expect higher since his record against Nepo is
It's so good. Look at that. MVL is considered a slight underdog with the white pieces.
That's surprising.
Anish, Giri, who has a negative score? What's going on here? Did I wake up in one of those 15,000 tournament probabilities and I'm
the
on
one
planet
I
Earth?
absolutely understand is between Dig and Fabi, it's about the same.
Right.
That makes sense, right? And Gukesh Firouzja. Gukesh is a huge favorite.
Wow, and I didn't anticipate that coming at all, but thank you, Ben, for the discussion and talking points. By the way, MVL did play
Bishop a4.
after some serious consideration, but almost 19 minutes, I thought. Bishop a4, and then he did play.
Yeah, bishop d7
bishop
instantly
d7.
by Nodirbek, which is a move I did not mention whatsoever.
I mentioned that in these old classical,
Yeah.
I've seen the bishop d7.
Without a6, right?
Yes, correct,
Yeah.
without a6, and bishop.
This is a very, very interesting mix of just about everything. Yeah, we've played like 5 different systems by move 7.
Exactly. I think both Nazi and I were on the same track, that we were attracted to bishop takes c6. Oops, sorry. That we were both like munch that guy, gain that tempo, win the center, and do something like this. Go bishop to g5, and maybe if you like to go knight e7, go something like knight a3. You're going to go rook c1 and knight c4. And you want to
Maybe the bishop actually should be on a7, but it doesn't really matter that so much. Even just go forward with the position. We're talking structures. Yeah, you can do this again.
Bishop a7.
Maybe bishop a7 is cleaner.
Okay,
just to
that
not
makes
get
a little
hit.
bit more sense.
Yeah, knight
actually.
e7.
Right. Just so that you don't get hit with knight c4.
When it lands on c4, it doesn't actually attack that.
Right. So okay, now I will be a little
Castles.
less frisky, and rook c1, right?
Rook c1. Maybe f. No, I'm not playing c5. I'm wondering if the pawn on c6 actually hangs. Maybe it does. Let's go f6.
Maybe bishop g4 is also interesting.
Yeah, let's go f6 for now.
f6.
Yeah.
And this is the way you keep the justification being that at some future date you're going to hit me with an f5.
Yeah, I want to
shot.
play rook b8, bishop d7, knight g6, and start asking you questions.
Rook
In some order.
b8,
Let's say
bishop
b3, I go bishop
d7.
d7. My next move, hopefully, is knight g6.
Right.
And then you will have options, because, I mean, you will probably have to play bishop g3, and I will have my f6, f5 break.
Like something like this, just putting more moves on the board.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to investigate what we could consider a fresh
Absolutely new position for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anything remotely like this. Yeah, would be very interesting. But we have to,
Please.
I think, switch to a different game, because
Let's do it.
And honestly, I'm so puzzled by all of this. First of all, dc5 did happen. I'm not very puzzled by this, even though I did think bishop d3 was the more logical response to something you did not expect and something your opponent is blitzing out. Bishop f6 as expected, knight d4. And in this position, knight takes c5 seemingly solves every single problem black has. Instead of which, queen a5 was played, the move we were also discussing, I think, in a slightly different position.
I was trying to play a3
and a3,
fail.
a3, actually, the screen says even a3 is possible, but even stronger is the move bishop d3.
That makes
I
sense.
am guessing the difference being that we gave ourselves the f1 square, so we can very safely go e takes d4, and in this position, it would have been mate with a pawn on a3, but here it's not. Here it's just an extra pawn for really not very much. And after bishop d3, and this was also, even my relatively toned down screen was suggesting this is very strong, and Dariush in our studio was
agreeing.
Saying this gives white a massive advantage because you kind of have to go knight takes c5, but then instead of already, like, if we compare this with what the suggestion is, we go knight c5 and then we meet pretty much any move with knight c6.
Yeah.
The queen is actually where it should be because it protects the d5 pawn, and we have already created pressure against the knight on d4, more or less forcing white to go into this structure. And then let's say, I don't know, castles, we go bishop f5. This doesn't look that bad at all. Rook c1, rook e8, or rook c8. The hanging pawns are sometimes quite weak, but here with the bishops already on f5 and f6, I think there's no particular reason to be unhappy about this at all. And then you go queen a5, and Jan is still above 2 hours. So he's doing this clearly, from a position of knowledge. But what does he know, and how does he know it after bishop d3?
Right.
It looks very strong.
We did see, by the way, rook c1, Peter.
Yeah.
And knight to c6 has occurred.
Yeah.
This is the current position.
Now this is a good version of what we were discussing, actually, because once again, we are putting a lot of pressure on the white center. And white actually needs to be, I mean, careful maybe is a strong word, but let's say if you play a3, knight d4, e4, and now you have to start thinking about moves like bishop g5 and rook e8 and bishop f5. If you have to play rook c2, your whole position starts looking a bit dodgy, yeah?
Yeah, right.
So honestly, I didn't have enough time because rook c1 was played incredibly quickly.
Right.
But it feels like maybe, sort of in the spirit of yesterday, Jan went for a half a move bluff here.
A little reckless.
Yeah, he just thought, okay, I'm playing Wesley. Wesley will probably trust me if I blitz all of this out. And Johan just plays rook c1 here.
Right.
And he probably won't stop here for like 20 minutes and consider the bishop d3 option very seriously. It's also possible that after, I don't know, something like knight c6, bishop e4, d4 castles, there is some very deep computer idea which holds this for black. But it would need to be pretty deep because currently we're just a pawn down.
Right.
And like the best option on my screen is just allowing this, which is just beyond horrible.
Horrible. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very, very curious what happened there. It obviously worked out for Jan. But was it just a pure bluff, or are we missing something very, very interesting after bishop d3?
Nazi, have you ever gotten badly bluffed in an opening that you trusted your opponent, and then after the game you said, "What if I took your pawn?" and your opponent confessed? I'm sorry, I made a finger failure.
I'm sure I have. I just don't recall any. How
Yeah.
about you?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Have you bluffed yourself?
No, that's the crazy part. I genuinely came to the board with what I thought were really good ideas, but I have been bluffed in the sense that my opponents mixed up their preparation. They did the wrong move, and I sat there and said, God, I really want to take the pawn, but I know my opponents prepared everything. Knight c6, and okay, we'll keep an eye on this as wow, round 4 is getting underway, and we're getting interesting games. I must say, the diversity of games.
Different variety of openings today.
Precisely. I'm going to go once again to the game of Gukesh and Alireza, because we are in Berlin, and I'd expected more moves, but no, I didn't get them. I just, one play, please.
Are we actually going to talk about
Peter.
Berlin, yeah?
No, we're not.
You're making me do this.
No, I'm not. No, I wanted you to talk about what.
I got some more. I got some more info from the
heard-
production team,
I heard
and
Darth Vader
it's
sounds.
stunning. It's absolutely stunning, and it actually sort of explains the bluff a little bit better.
Okay.
Queen a5, bishop d3. We can go knight takes c5.
Okay.
The way to make it a big problem for black will have to be castling. If you play something like bishop c2, knight c6,
It's too tempting.
it's already quite fine for black. We will get
Right.
to take on e4, put the knight on e6, it's fine.
Right.
So it has to be castles.
Okay.
And then bishop takes d4.
Okay.
And if you take on d4, it kind of equalizes out. And that's just not very much. And the problem is, there is this move here.
Okay. Now
King
we're
takes
talking.
h7, and then we continue.
Oh,
Queen h5.
Creating an incredibly
78.
beautiful threat of queen h5 check and knight e7 mate.
Nice.
The only move not to lose on the spot here is queen d8. If you go knight c6, for instance, after queen h5 and e takes d4, you discover to your horror that you can still very much blunder knight e7 with a slightly different motif, but that works out for white,
nice.
not for
That's
black.
nice. Right?
Yeah, so you have to play queen d8, queen takes d4, you have to play knight e6. And now, apparently, white is better after queen c4.
we have 2 pawns for the piece.
2 pawns for the piece. The king is very, very unsafe. I assume I want to play rook a1, and my biggest plan here is, I think, f4, f5. And if we get to knock the knight on e6 off its perch, the king will be unbelievably unsafe on h7. And also, we're not that much material down, and we have much better development. But if, after queen a5, Wesley needs to find pretty much all of it
Bishop
while
h7,
calculating bishop d3.
Yeah.
I think the likelihood of that is not very high.
No.
So I think this now gets upgraded to a semi-bluff.
Uh-huh.
This is not a bluff anymore. This is a semi-bluff because,
Right.
yeah, like bishop h7 doesn't really occur to you, frankly.
Right.
Or at least it wouldn't occur, I think, to most people.
But I think if you put the final position up on the board for a moment, there before engines, and if I said, Jan Timman.
With compensation.
I've got this great idea for you in case your illustrious opponent were to play in this line, sacrifice the piece for 2 pawns, good development, and da-da-da-da. That was the answer. They'd say, yeah. You got compensation, but nobody would say, and white's better.
But you don't need to.
Yeah.
If you're a kind of a person who likes these types of speculative sacrifices, you don't need to know you're better here. I think I'm taking this, honestly, even without the screen telling me I'm better. If let's say if this says 0-0-0,
Yeah.
I'm probably taking this with white. If this says minus 0.30, I'm taking this with white. I like these types of positions.
Gotcha.
I don't need to know it's better. I just need to get here. And the problem is, I think I'm just not getting here when I start calculating bishop d3, because I miss so many things along the way.
Right.
But if you tell me that by playing bishop d3, I just get that position, I think I'm tearing your arm off.
Great.
Honestly, I like them. I like positions with initiative for material.
Chaos. Lovely.
Yeah.
All right, Peter. No, the Berlin, nothing to talk about there. There's
Not yet, no. I think we can
Let's
wait.
go to Ding's game against Fabi. We have some moves.
Updates, yeah.
Some updates.
Okay,
He's
so
going with the minority attack on the queen side.
when we left it, we were basically here. A3 happened, and indeed, Liren fixed the center with the capture on d5. He chased the bishop.
Well, this is quite clever, actually, because it provokes a6.
And now if you want to play bishop e6, I forced you to include the move a6. And he did. So this was clever.
But the interesting bit came later, because Fabi just went knight b8 here quite quickly.
Rook b1. Ooh,
And knight
e4. Okay. So I remember it was Predrag Nikolic. He would play a very interesting idea in these, and I remember when he was doing it, it was rather confounding to me at the time. Imagine this position, and you have your minority attack.
Right.
Okay, so we all know the minority attack. Fix a weakness on c6.
So b5.
And he would play b5. And it was like, well, wait a minute, aren't I, this pawn on a6, aren't I trading, this flank pawn, for a better center pawn kind of thing? And he would say, no, I'm just going to go a4, a5, and with his rooks. And he was getting very, very comfortable advantages, I wanted to say. And I remember watching it happening, and I thought, ooh, you know, he's violating the rules that I grew up with, the guidelines anyway. And we do have...
That seems to be working, right?
Well, yeah, we do have knight e4 in its stead.
Still like b5 here.
You do.
It looks, well, we played rook f to b1. So.
With a reason. Let's keep it going. I'm guessing that Fabi's intention is to capture. Now capture. Knight takes b5 is disruptive. Bishop takes
h7 is hanging though. h7.
Oh.
I don't
that
think.
would be-
Eyes. No, I don't think he wants to sacrifice h7. I beg your pardon. No.
So just semantics,
okay,
I understand,
please.
but this is not really the minority attack, right? Because there is no pawn on c6.
Exactly.
You're just gaining space on the queen side. Before b5 is definitely playable, but what they do often in these types of positions, I think, is they just say, I can afford leaving myself with this backward pawn
Weakness,
on c7,
yeah.
because it's just very difficult to attack it with anything but, let's say, the doubled rooks on the c file.
Yeah.
For this to become a problem, white needs to somehow be able to remove the bishop on d6. And difficult to arrange. And you do get these really kind of slow positional maneuvering that you often see in these lines where Black gets a kind of a setup like this, and there is one sort of
Weakness.
yeah, one thing you can say about his position which is not great, but everything else is pretty good because we've occupied the e4 square. White would ideally in some positions like to place something on e5, but it's under tremendous amount of control. It's very, very difficult for white to organize anything to e5. And black often actually starts launching some kind of an attack on the king side because the knight on e4 is such a strong piece. And you never really want to take it. Even, let's say, if you imagine this not being a fork, it gives black a fantastic square on d5, for instance. If you imagine some structure like this knight on d5, like the pawn on c7 is now safe for the rest of the game.
Right.
It is never going to be attacked by anything. So, a very interesting position. I think it's possible that there will be very, very little trading. They will be playing with the 30 pieces you see on the screen right now for quite some time here, which often leads to very complicated games where you need to find the exact places for your pieces. It's much easier to find spots for your pieces when there's fewer of them. So, yeah, enjoying this so far.
Thank you, Peter. How do these two match up, Nazi?
Let's have a look. I know that the last game was played in Norway this year and Fabi beat Ding.
Right.
And I think in the candidates of 2022 was when Ding beat Fabi.
Right. 4 wins for the world champion against 3 losses, 10 draws, so they know each other very well. Knight e4, right? Crucial moment as we're coming out of the opening. And this one, I still like b5, a5, just defining the queen side for a moment. One of the things that I've also noticed that if you delay playing the move b5, there's always this weird idea that they go...
Because black can occupy c4, but
Right.
we can't easily get to c5.
Exactly. It's an interesting play shuffle for black at these moments. I want to go to the game of Wesley for a moment because I'm hearing noises of an endgame shuffle.
Yeah.
The cleaning.
Seems to be an
just came in.
incredibly successful little opening experiment here from Jan because, as mentioned, bishop d3 was not ventured, and in fact, Wesley just took a very conservative approach from here as well. He took on c6. I mean, maybe he didn't even have much choice because after knight e4, it's not like you can make a much stronger move than queen c2 in this position. He did play queen c2, to which Jan replied by sniping on a2. Rook c2, the queen returns to e7. And in this position, if you imagine white already, let's say, having the queen on d4, and in particular if the b3 pawn gets to b5,
okay, we could talk.
Fixing the pawn on a7, those could get very unpleasant.
Right.
But it's just not going to happen
Right.
because black will very soon have pressure against the pawn on b3. Black is more or less in every single position threatening to go d5, d4 and swap the pawn on d5 for the pawn on b3. This is about as equal as these positions get. I'm not expecting this to leave the safety of around 0-0-0 for the rest of the game.
Okay, well, like you say, a very nice opening experiment
Let's go to
a
MVL.
positive one for Jan.
Definitely.
Yes.
Let's go to MVL's game. Some interesting development. We're talking about bishop c6 right away. He played bishop a4 and then moved later to c6.
Is that thinking out of the box? I mean, bishop a4, capture c6, d4 takes, well, basically MVL is saying, Black's king, you're still stuck in the center. Let me make this transgression, give up my two bishops to try to
Yeah, I have a
this.
kind of a weird analogy to suggest here. This very much reminds me of a game MVL played last year against Jan, where Jan did something which at the time was kind of a very cutting-edge move order idea in the Yurtayev proper, in the b5 bishop c5 variation. And MVL immediately swapped everything down in the center, went into some endgame which they both knew was equal, and the game did end in a draw. It continued for like 45 moves. It's not that it ended immediately, but it was, I think, a pretty clear-cut bailout. Just, I do not want to get involved with any of the complicated positions that you know much better than I do. I will just play something that is very, very safe. And honestly, bishop c6 followed by d5 really does kind of ring the bell in very, very similar terms. Black will recapture. If you don't take on e5 in some fashion, you're instantly worse. Like you've done damage to your position by giving up the bishop pair. So you kind of have to do this. And bishop takes e4 is a playable move after rook e1. Black can simply play f7, f5. Yes, it's not a very beautiful move aesthetically, but because of 2f3 is impossible because of the pin. You don't get to win any material. Knight d2, knight f6, let's say knight takes e4. Knight takes is playable, fe4 is also playable. Black wants to castle short, put one rook on d8, and positions like this, you know, they could be better if you already have a lot of pressure against the e4 pawn. But with the knight on e5, actually needing to find, you know, even a comfortable station in life. On c4, it still doesn't. Like if you go knight c4, I go rook a d8. It's not getting to g2 even comfortably for now. So this is seemingly very level, and I think the same can be said about this position. Of course, Black would have preferred not to play f5, but it's not really a weakness. I will play g7, g6. It's not going to be much of anything. So this feels like this is going to fizzle, and it also feels that perhaps MVL is still annoyed about yesterday. And had he won yesterday, I think today he would be in a much better mood, and he would be willing to continue. You don't need to know anything about this position. You can play bishop e3. Black probably develops the knight to e7. You go, I don't know, knight bg2, castles, rook e1. You play a perfectly normal Ruy Lopez.
Yeah.
You're not much better, but you're definitely not worse with white by move 10. And why would you want to trade everything and have a symmetrical endgame by move 15 when you can play? And MVL is a very, very good player of the Spanish structures.
Of course.
I've lost so many games to him over the years. Like, I know this personally. On a very deep personal level. He is very good at this. So I feel like bishop takes e6 is a decision which betrays a certain level of unhappiness with how things are going in the tournament.
Loss of confidence standing out. d4 takes e5. Well, just the move bishop takes c6, you know, frankly, it would never occur to me.
Yes.
I mean, I just played bishop a4. It would never occur to me that now, after allowing the bishop takes c6 recapture.
And he did spend a lot of time before he made this decision to play bishop c6 and d takes e. I think he spent about 20 minutes.
Right. Again, here bishop takes c6 for me is a very legitimate looking move. I'm damaging my opponent's pawn structure. After my opponent has taken away that possibility, it's not even a part of my consideration. I want to go back to the game between Anish, Giri, and Prague for just a moment, mainly because I play the English opening. I am really more than curious to see.
More familiar?
Yeah, how the players, again, I'm not used to the setup with the queen
on e6.
Yeah, in front of the bishop, but quickly rectified
now
itself.
Now it's better, right?
And,
with queen on e7.
I'm thinking the players are playing very slowly out of the opening, and they're not blitzing, are they?
Also,
again,
Black has it seems like Black has equalized in every game today. Very
so far,
quickly.
so good. Yeah, Dingler and Fabi. By the way, B5 on the board. We are expecting
A5.
A6, A5, and then all of that maneuvering that Peter spoke about. With the move A5, the knight will come to D7, and the one drawback to black's position is this pawn on C7. I was thinking, because Peter was pointing out to us that this bishop is actually such a good bishop, even the idea of knight to E5 kind of went across my
They absolutely do this sometimes.
Yes.
Maybe not with the rooks on A1 and B1, frankly. Maybe for that you would like to have at least one of them on C1. You
or
know?
D1,
Yeah. Somewhere
by
closer
accident.
to the center. But
Yeah.
they absolutely do this.
Yeah, just because
Here,
the idea
take
is
the
that
pawn.
that when you do take the pawn, and again, hearty congrats, you got a pawn. Again, now we understand why maybe the rook does belong on D1.
Yeah, bishop C4, bishop C3, just play on the newly found diagonals.
That starts to be a little bit disconcerting, and rook could come to D1. There's no reason, of course, that you have to accept my pawn sacrifice. It's not like I'm
Yeah, but
doing
then
anything terrible.
it becomes harder to develop the knight on B8 because we are, I think, playing knight C6 if knight B7 happens.
Exactly,
very
exactly,
happily.
exactly.
So in the current position, since Bobby's thinking, although we have a different game on the board than what we're discussing.
Yeah, that's Anish here. Yeah, there we have it.
So I would expect A5 immediately, but since Bobby's thinking, maybe he doesn't want to touch the pawn. Let's say he plays G6.
Okay.
Will White take on A6?
I'm not 100%
I think you do, actually, yeah. I think you do, and then you... Because I really
Because
don't want to give you
before
a
then I
second
wanna
chance to
play
correct
A5.
yourself.
So you like the
I think
idea
we go
capture.
B takes A6 here, yes.
Yeah, and then I'm suggesting
Knight
takes
B5,
knight
and then we go
B5.
A4, A5, ideally. If things go really well for us, we go A4, we go A5 here.
Exactly.
And we actually achieve something on the queen side for a change.
It's not, yeah, careful.
Maybe even back to
A3, right?
C3, yeah.
No,
Well, there is knight
knight
B4.
Ah, okay. I mean,
Was it some
move by move,
material?
maybe I blundered something, but
No. But
in schematic terms, I think this is something that you could be very interested in with white.
exactly.
Maybe I can do it in a smarter fashion instead of A4. Maybe I can
Sure.
include knight E5 or something. But
Sure. But indeed, something happened there on the queen side that wasn't bad
Yeah.
for white. So I do think that he should be playing A5, and he should be playing it quickly on the idea of what else could he be thinking about. Is it? I think it's an overreach. You played G7, G6, but I
Right.
thought Rook H6.
Rook where?
H6.
well, we
rover.
take away the rook lift from
Start
ourselves
with
if we
rook
go
E6,
G6.
right?
Yeah. I mean, when you played the move G6, I was thinking, you've got this beautiful bishop on D6. If you could gainfully employ it by playing bishop takes H2, check. I think the spirit of Frank Marshall must be in the room with me at the moment.
I just thought if I do that, White can play H3, and then what am I doing?
Yeah, well, that's a different problem.
Is Frank
you
Marshall?
realize that you've been a bozo, but for the moment,
Is Frank Marshall in the room with you right now?
Yeah,
Yes.
the spirit,
As-
the
as
spirit.
the-
Yeah. They are really.
No, this is not a live position.
Oh, I was about to say they move fast to get here.
Yeah, we'll get to that game if it
Okay.
actually
One more
reaches
question
those.
before we switch. So let's say G6, B takes A. Can I take with the bishop on A6?
D5 hanging or not?
H2?
Oh, bishop takes H2 is a target. Yeah. Bishop takes E4 and knight takes E4 is a pawn.
Maybe
There.
a pawn though. Yes.
Yeah, after bishop B7, there probably will be some immediate
compensation.
compensation, but it is a healthy-ish pawn. Yeah, queen takes D6, I guess.
Queen D6 and A3 is hanging, and bishop E4 is an idea? Well, A3 is not really hanging.
A3 is not really. Yeah, I can.
I-
bishop B4 is a threat, but yeah, I think
Yeah.
I can probably even afford. Knight F. Yeah, I don't know why I
Queen-
completely blanked on this move. Yeah.
Queen D5, F3?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy to include F3, so I wouldn't
I don't think this is
suggest
fast
you
enough. I
encouraging
don't
me.
think this is fast enough.
But it is intriguing that Fabi, who is incredibly well versed in the opening, is taking some time over what we think is a rather forced decision. And what is the win probabilities now that we've had? We've got 3 rounds under us, but pre-tournament.
Pre-tournament, Fabi was the favorite with 21.6%.
I took a big risk by choosing Firouzja. I just wanted to point that out at this moment before.
After round one, Firouzja became a huge favorite at 19.1%.
Now everybody understands what I foresaw.
It had nothing to do with him winning rapid
Maybe, just by chance.
After round two, Firouzja remains in the lead. Nodirbek jumped up a little bit, and then after round two,
went from third place to first.
Became a favorite. So Nepo and Firouzja currently have same points, but they still have to play each other.
Yeah.
Nepo will have white.
Right.
I'm guessing that is one of the main reasons.
Yeah,
Nepo
that has to be a large part of it.
A higher chance of winning.
And Fabi dealt himself back into the mix there again, thanks to a very fortuitous victory. And I'm sure he would have been absolutely delighted to have drawn the game yesterday. Winning, well, that was certainly a triple bonus, as we see Wesley and Nepo in that ending where we do expect a draw as a result. Nasi, what are we missing?
I don't think we have any new moves in any game.
Everything is stuck.
Everything is static.
And honestly, I am now kind of tempted to talk about the Berlin, which is a sequence of words I didn't think I would ever actually utter in that order.
Oh, the joy you must be feeling right now.
But honestly, it's going to be the same, old person's gripe about timings.
Right.
You go for the end game.
Yeah.
These days it's very, very purely a wide choice because pretty much everybody can play the Berlin or at least offer you the Berlin with the black pieces. You prepare for it constantly. It's on the table. Mm-hmm. So whenever you actually go for this endgame, it's your choice with white. Alireza goes king e8, h3. Alireza doesn't go h5, makes a move which absolutely does exist here. The move knight f5 e7. There will be 131 games from here. It's not the most fashionable move, but it's definitely a move that exists and has existed for a while. And then Gukesh starts thinking already on move 11, makes a very unusual choice here of going rook f1 d1 because this rook normally goes to e1 in these types of positions. I'm guessing that maybe he wanted to stop 95, but I think the way you deal with 95 is you kind of ignore it. You go rook e1, you go 94. Obviously, you do have to have a reply to knight b4, but you have a good reply to 94 right here, and then you can chase this knight away further. Yeah, and rook d1 already, it looks a bit unusual, and in particular because now you have to ask yourself, eventually this rook will have to go somewhere, and you've taken away the one square it normally goes to. Knight g6, here. Obviously, this is not a very strong engine, but for a second there it was suggesting playing rook e1 back. Still is suggesting it, but it's not going to be great. If you burn a full tempo in the Berlin endgame by move 12, you're probably not going to be playing for too much of an advantage. And he played b3, and here already it seems like this is just a very good version of what black generally tries to achieve. Bishop b4, bishop b2, knight f4, with already creating some problems for white to consolidate because the fork on a2 is very annoying. a7, a5 is a very normal reaction to white playing b3, asking white to decide if they want to play a4 or not. Bishop b7 is a bit unusual, but I guess what Alireza is doing here, in some cases, quite often even in the way people play the Berlin these days, the idea of just playing f7, f6, which seems a bit counterintuitive because if we go back a little bit, if we start from this position, what is black's compensation for being,
losing?
Yeah, white has a
right.
Yeah, white has a 4 against 3 majority on the king side, which is not compromised because this is a doubled pawn, so it's much harder for black to create passers. So the way to describe it is, I think, twofold. Obviously, a bishop pair, and secondly, I think the same position with the pawn on e4, nobody would play.
No.
It's on e5 where it's a target, and also you can sort of play around it. It gives you squares. There's a f5 square that you use either for the knight or for the bishop. The knight e7, g6 maneuver that Alireza employed in this game actually very often attempts to put pressure on the pawn on e5. So it feels maybe slightly counterintuitive to trade it, removing the one issue white often has. But it gives you a very comfortable square for the king, because on e8 it prevents you from connecting the rooks. It gives you more diagonals for the bishops. It just makes you play easier. Like you've solved one problem, maybe not the way you would ideally want to solve it, but you solved it. And also sometimes this is a maneuver to look forward to. This knight often makes 6 moves by move 15, if white allows it. But yeah, the connection of h3, rook d1, and b3 feels to me that maybe white is once again kind of combining things from all kinds of different variations, and maybe not in the best fashion. So seems to me that black should be completely fine now.
Thank you, Peter. I'm learning so much about Berlin endgame. I'm never going to play it, but it's good to know.
Also, you could be learning all the wrong things. Like I have very little trust in my own pronouncements in this endgame.
You know, sometimes you think about the butterfly effect, and you have these moments in your life. What if I had chosen that path? I remember very vividly. I was playing in the U.S. Open in Lincoln, Nebraska, and there was a grandmaster. At the time, Arthur Bisguire. He had played in a number of U.S. championships, and Arthur was known for his extreme laziness. He didn't like studying openings, and what he did is he played Berlin all the time because nothing shifted in the Berlin. Everything was known, and he just studied the Berlin, and he knew it inside and out. And he said to me, Yasser, you really should play the Berlin. Stop the Sicilian. Stop this sharp stuff. You're a good endgame player. Just play the Berlin and you'd be fine. And I just thought to myself, come on, like the Berlin, it's boring. It's boring. Why would anybody, I thought the Dragon was fun. I thought the Grunfelds were fun. And, here I am, fast forward 40 years. It's sort of like the Berlin has become noted as the best defense, like the A defense.
But probably not the way this guy played.
Probably not the way Arthur had it in mind. And by the way, we did see the fianchetto B3 following it up with bishop B2. I think that does put the kibosh in some ways on F6.
Yeah, it makes it much less attractive.
Yeah, exactly.
Limited by taking and going knight A4, even getting the bishops off the board immediately.
I do like these ideas that oftentimes we see. A5, A4. So whenever the knight moves, you get A4, and you have a nice way of developing your rook. If you could provoke white to play A4, suddenly this feels a little bit
your prospects in all kinds of endgames become a bit more clearly defined.
Exactly.
He's got H5.
H5, and also very, very familiar lines of play where you develop the rook with H4 and rook H5. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and just getting it to H4 could be very useful in many positions, just making it much, much harder for white to gain any kind of space on the king's side.
And I very much want to emphasize a point that you just made. If this pawn were on E4, I don't think anybody would want to play these positions as black. Just the fact that the pawn is on E5, sometimes when these knights are traded to move bishop F5, that wouldn't be available if the pawn was on E4, and the bishop is very good on F5, except for the move knight D4. So if you can go H4, rook H5, bishop F5, boy, I'm going to just play some slow moves for a moment for white. And we're just going to put something on the board that looks like this. I'm not saying this is good or bad, but you see where we're going. We're going to try to put a bishop, well, maybe trade one pair of rooks.
Absolutely, yeah, I think I would like to trade one pair. Yeah.
Exactly, and away you go. We'll keep an eye on this one, but Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Well, Wesley and Nepo are in rook endgame. I think we're going to see a handshake soon.
Well, Wesley is up a healthy pawn,
okay,
but these you don't win very often, frankly.
Yes.
They tend to be very, very drawish.
For rook ending. Well, let's just see how they got here, because when we did leave, a draw just seemed like such an expected result. And we've got the rook on the second rank. Oh, yeah. This is.
Yeah, Jan has just now dipped below 2 hours.
He dipped. Below, I see. An hour, 59 and 20 seconds. Who did this the other day where they doubled the rooks on the 7th and made a draw with a perpetual check.
That was in one of the earlier rounds. It was Wesley against Fabi, right?
Yes, there was a double.
We just saw an appearance of.
We're going to make a queen, and we're going to make
Wesley
a perpetual check.
Wesley has the option of playing d5, rook d2, d6 here for sure. Yeah, as a kind of a nice vignette, a nod to his earlier game against Fabi. Or he could pretend with something like rook a3, rook f3, but it's not very convincing pretending, frankly.
Exactly. By the way, MVL and Nodirbek, after d4 takes e5,
I'm beginning to think something is wrong with the board, because
right.
What else can you play in that position? Like what is he thinking
considering
about?
bishop e4?
It's just not great.
No, it doesn't look.
It's just not great.
Maybe we can see the players and see their board, because we might
just for a second there, because
just to convince ourselves that
seems very curious that he would think here for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, d6 takes e5 has been. We want to go to the
Nodirbek
playing hall and see the game.
No, that's
not this one.
This is Prague's
The
game.
one we really are interested in is MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is white against Nodirbek.
I
And
think he's actually
quite some time
thinking for
ago,
20 minutes.
d4 takes e5 was played, and we've been expecting d6 takes
You
e5
kind of have
recapture
to. Bishop
for the
takes
last
e4.
half hour.
Bishop takes e4, rook e1. You are in serious trouble.
Yeah. You know,
Yes, there
they
he
haven't
is.
moved.
There he is.
That's
He must be
extraordinary.
considering bishop e4. What
Maybe
else?
he's just sitting there thinking,
I've got it.
yeah, I wanted to play a game of chess today. Why are you not letting me play a game of chess?
I know it looks crazy. I would have played d6 takes e5 a half an hour ago and not even thought about.
You also
bishop
have to
takes
make sure you
e4.
don't lose any material there. So maybe
Yeah.
he is kind of double checking whether the.
It's not maybe bishop takes e4. Could it be this? I'm again thinking out of the box only because he's been thinking for 30 minutes as well. d5? Is that completely ridiculous? We've been talking about how a pawn on e5 is not the greatest pawn.
But when it's an extra pawn,
Actually,
I
there's
don't
only
know.
there are two very specific reasons for why it's
to
not great.
avoiding it?
You're not e5 black probably has decent compensation. You're right, but knight d4 is very strong.
Knight
and bishop
d4.
g5 first is very. This probably is why you just refuse to do it. Queen d7, you can play e6, creating this idea of knight e5, and now queen takes e6, e d5, queen d5, rook e1. You'll have to play king f8.
This
And now let's say
justifies-
knight bd2.
This
and I think.
justifies d4 takes e5.
Yeah, I think.
No,
I think
no.
you get somewhere here, and you
No.
think with black, yeah, I don't need this.
No.
It might not be entirely horrible, but I don't need this in my life. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. No.
Interesting.
I was just trying to think out of the box on that
Well,
one.
maybe we were talking about it yesterday, how we think about different things during the game. Maybe he's still thinking about yesterday's game.
Now that happened, you know,
That
we
happens.
had been asked a question from our audience, does your mind wander during the game? And it very, very oftentimes you reflect on what just happened in a previous round or even several rounds ago. You're still carrying the baggage of not winning a
And we do,
thing.
for the sake of completeness, when we're listing the versions of what might be happening there, we have to say, this being the Sinquefield Cup, another version is impossible. Because in times gone by, the very obvious version would be, has he been offered a draw?
Because he's been thinking so long, yes?
Because he's been thinking about an absolutely only move in the position. Everything else borderline loses, and he's been thinking for half an hour.
Has he been thinking about
Has he
it?
been offered a draw? But we know it's not true because no draw offers in this tournament. He finally did take g5. Yeah, okay.
This,
Sanity has been somewhat restored.
Very, very, very good. We've reached that time in our broadcast where we're going to be taking our first break, which means we check in at our good friends at Q Boutique and see what specials they have in store for us. And here we go. Unleash your passion for chess with our official 2024 Grand Chess Tour Black Cinch Packet. Made from durable polyester, the cinch pack is the perfect way to show your love for the game and its top players. Get ready to dominate the chessboard in style. It is available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, as all your chess shopping needs should be done there. I think we need a new special. I want a t-shirt, I want a polo. It's a cinch pack.
They're all available.
They're all available. What do you have for us?
Well, as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Alireza Firouzja. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
And we do finally have D-Takes inside the whole business.
Welcome back to Sinquefield Cup, Alireza. It's the third one already. How do you feel about the previous ones and the results there you showed?
Yeah, the Sinquefield Cup is a very special event because last 2 times we played 8 players, I think. Yeah, hopefully this year everything goes smoothly and we don't get very special event after all. But yeah, I think it's a very good tournament to challenge yourself because all the best chess players in the world are here. And they are trying their best to win it, so it's always the most prestigious event to my eyes.
You managed to win the first one. Do you remember about something special, what was happening in the first event, second event?
Yeah, the first event was evolved around the controversy, of course, but yeah, still the chess, we had to focus the other players, so it was very important. And I played very good in that tournament. I managed to win. And second event was I had a decent start, but I couldn't focus so much because there was this candidates race and we had to be careful about our ratings and everything. So now I think it's the second time I could really focus on just winning this tournament.
Yeah, that's very important. So what, let's say, your goals in this event? What are you looking forward?
Yeah, I think I have to try my best. I'm looking forward to win it, of course. It's my motivation, but yeah, it's not hard. It's not easy to achieve.
Absolutely, but still, you came so close in Romania. You were tied for the first place. You could win the tournament by yourself. What did happen, let's say, in Romania? Can you tell a little bit about it and which kind of lessons did you learn at this moment?
Yeah, it's a big difference, the time control, I think, because some players really could struggle because of after 40 moves, you have to still finish the game. And that was maybe the problem I had against Prague because I didn't get extra time and I had to finish the winning position, but he managed to defend very well, so it was not easy. But yeah, I mean, mostly this time control is to my advantage because it's faster, of course, but yeah, it sometimes could backfire also.
Just to change a little bit the focus, I know that you live in France and the Olympic Games were happening there. Today I think is the last day, and I was just wondering if you took the advantage. Did you visit some events? Were you following Olympic Games closely?
Yeah, I managed to catch up some of the events. It was very cool atmosphere. I managed to catch volleyball game and it was a very interesting atmosphere, and I think it was brilliantly managed by the city and everybody was very happy.
Oh, that's great, but didn't you feel a little bit sorry that chess is not a part of Olympic Games?
Yeah.
And do you feel that one day maybe it will be changed?
Yeah, it felt very pity because there was a big chance we had one extra medal for France, me and Maxime. It was very unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go in the Olympics because there are many other sports that are, maybe chess is more well deserving. I don't know, but it could compete at least against them. So I don't know what is exactly the qualifying measures, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go there.
Yeah, we all hope so. And I also wanted to ask you, your girlfriend, she's a professional volleyball player and often she accompanies you during the tournament. And how does having someone with such a similar competitive, let's say, mindset, sportive mindset helps you during the tournament? Like, does she help you to share, to help in some difficult situations, to cope with stress and in this kind of situations?
Yeah, of course, she's playing in a very high level like me, so there are many similar things that could be beneficial for both of us to talk about after a loss and these kind of things. So yeah, I think I learned a lot from her and hopefully she learned some things from me, but this you have to ask her. But yeah, it's a very good competitive mood also. And
I was also thinking, would you ever try your hand on the chess boxing? Or what do you think, which kind of sport could be combined with chess in a similar way? Have you ever thought about it?
No, chess boxing, I'm not a big fan of getting punched in the face, so this no, but maybe some chess with tennis was interesting. Maybe this could be better try, but yeah, not the biggest fan of hitting punch.
Yeah, maybe one day. Thank you so much. Now we're looking forward to the start of Sinquefield Cup. All the best of luck for Alireza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest with us in the studio, head of SLU team, Grandmaster Firouzja. Welcome to the show.
Hello, guys. Great being here with you here.
Well, it's so strange, Var. I think of you as a member of the broadcasting team. To having you as an interviewed guest, that's really a strange feeling.
I know, yeah, it's really unusual to be here.
You're always behind the scenes.
Exactly, yeah. I usually watch you guys. Yeah.
You're the coach of the St. Louis University chess team, and that's a big difference. That's a challenge. You're a top grandmaster. What's it like being the coach of this?
It's a very exciting job, and I get to work actually with grandmasters as my students. So I get to play blitz with them. We had to practice. Like yesterday, we had a team practice, so we had all the grandmasters. and we were solving some very difficult positions. So we already started training.
Yeah.
We have a very big season coming up, and so we decided that it's time to start early on.
Are you learning a lot?
Absolutely. I'm learning, from all the practice games you play other grandmasters, you can learn something.
Absolutely.
Even though I'm more experienced, but...
And you got to recruit a lot of players too, right?
Absolutely, yes. So we have a couple of new recruits for this full semester. So we have Grandmaster Nikolai Kacharava from Georgia. We have Mariam Makurchian, very strong player from Armenia, joining us. We have also a few international masters. And in January, we expect to have a couple of grandmasters join the SLU team.
It seemed like you also have a ladies team.
Yes, we have all-female team, 4 female players, or they're on a full scholarship.
Nice.
And they have won the U.S. nationals for the female team for the past 3 years.
Wow.
So they're champions among the other teams. We have also female teams. So SLU has been pretty dominant, winning.
I was just going to ask you, what are some most recent team accomplishments?
Well, one of the biggest accomplishments for the SLU program, which started in 2016, fall, was winning the Pan American Collegiate Championship in 2022, and also same year winning the Final Four.
Wow.
Ahead of Webster and Mizzou and
Texas
our very, very strong teams.
It's a very
Texas
tough
teams.
competition.
Absolutely.
It was very hard, but we managed to win the Final Four.
Wow.
It's very exciting.
A very exciting event coming up at the end of the year in the Big Apple. It's the World Blitz and the World Rapid Chess Championships. Are you going to be taking a team, SLU, going?
Absolutely. I'll be taking a team. I also will be playing there as well.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
So
my
it's gonna be
goodness.
very, very exciting. All our grandmasters are going. Also the ladies, the female team, also they're all going as well too. So they're very, very excited about this opportunity to play in New York in a World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So we're going to be doing lots of Blitz and Rapid games, preparing. So I've told them we need to really be ready for this event.
Right. You don't feel bad about upstaging them by winning first? Not at all.
I will be competing also very hard.
That's nice. Yeah. That's nice. And I know that SLU also hosts some tournament on campus for the players to play in and get norms and things like that as well.
Absolutely. In fact, in 2 weeks, I'm organizing an IM norm tournament at SLU in our chess team room. So 5 of the SLU members will be participating in this tournament, trying to get their IM norms. So we try to do at least 3 to 4 tournaments. We also hosted one of the Winter Classics last year. So maybe we'll do that again this year.
Right.
So we do organize 3 or 4 tournaments at SLU as well every year.
Fantastic.
I'm sure you're following the Sinquefield Cup. What are your thoughts so far? Are you rooting for anyone in particular?
I'm not rooting for anyone in particular, but it was a very exciting game yesterday, the Nepo game with Anish, and we were doing some training, and we started out the training by going over this game, and then just in the opening, we saw like Nepo just kept pushing all these pawns, breaking every single principle in chess, and then position was super sharp. We tried to analyze it without a computer, actually. We're just trying to figure it out.
Right.
So it was very interesting. Myself and 3 other grandmasters were trying to figure out the lines, and after some time, we would switch on the engine, and even engine wasn't sure, who is better or what's going on.
Right.
But it was a very exciting game here. I think Alireza is playing really well. I think he's done very well in the previous tournament as well. So I think he's probably the slightly favorite at the moment.
Pre-tournament, we normally would have asked you this question, not who do you want to win, more like who did you expect to win. Usually you're part of the prediction team. Darush is taking your place at the moment. But pre-tournament, who would you have expected to win the Sinquefield Cup?
I think I would consider Fabi the favorite before the event. I know he lost a very tough game in the first round, very long game. Perhaps maybe he overpressed a little bit in that game because I think he had a chance maybe to make a draw. So I think he would have been my tournament favorite.
Absolutely. Var, it's always wonderful. You got to come back. It's nice to see you. And again, it's a strange feeling to be interviewing you. I almost expect you to be at the board over here,
Thank you very much, guys. It's a lot of fun being here, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Same for you and for the SLU teams.
Best of luck with the team.
Thank you, guys.
And let's take a look at the standings after 3 rounds of very hard-fought chess. What do you have for us, Nasi?
Well, we have 2 co-leaders coming into this round, Alireza Firouzja and Nepomniachtchi with 2 points. And then a lot of players sharing third with 1.5. and only Nodirbek and Anish are at -1 at the moment.
Fabi, with that victory, really came back because remember, he was in the cellar, which goes to show how tight our field is. Again, only 3 rounds, but boy, that third round sure did shake up our standings greatly. Let's jump into the current positions. It took the players a while. I'm referring to the game between MVL and Nodirbek. Once we saw this position after D4 takes E5, a kind of a variation that Peter felt, well, everything comes off. And it was like a stop here for 30 minutes, and guess what? Everything came off. The cleaning crew just came in and just took all of the pieces off the board, and they literally skipped the opening right into the middle game. And Peter mentioned something I thought was very salient. Right here, Black had a very intriguing option of recapturing the pawn, a move that actually Peter suggested, and saying, at the end of the day, you might think, well, why am I voluntarily weakening the pawn? Well, the reason is you're ready to play rook to d8, and this knight, strangely enough, doesn't have a good square.
I think it gets to d2. If we are to discuss this
directly,
if we could actually sort of keep it stuck on e5, we'd be very excited. But White has the option of immediately going rook c4, rook e2, knight c4, and I am not shifting from my original assessment that this is fine for Black.
Right.
But this is not going to be a winning attempt for Black either. So why create a weakness?
Okay.
Even if the weakness is, I think, going to be very easily covered. I don't think knight takes e4 should be criticized.
No.
Black is completely fine. For instance, you can go rook f8 here. And the point is, it seems like the knight on e5 now is on e5 and cannot be chased away properly, whereas this one can be chased away by f3. But we can just immediately attack it with the rook. Now this is just symmetrical.
Right.
There are no differences. You know, these two knights are perfectly equal to each other. And if the knight has to go away to, I don't know, choose a square, why are we even remotely worse here with Black? Yeah, I think, honestly, I do think the d takes e5 tank by Nodirbek was just him kind of mourning the demise of his dream to play a sharp game of chess today.
Right.
Because these are not difficult calculations. He probably made them in the first 2 minutes of thinking after d takes e5, but this is not what he wanted today. He clearly wanted to play a fresh position where maybe he's even a little bit worse out of the opening, but a fresh position with a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of complicated middle game play, and it's not what he's getting.
All right, Peter.
We should jump to Wesley's game against Nepo.
I wanted to do that because, again, talk about transitioning right out of the opening, right into, well,
Nepo
an ending.
Only spent 7 minutes and we're in the end game.
But having said that, he's a pawn down. And, okay, a draw is the most expected result, but still it's
tricky.
A pawn down,
he has
right?
to be careful, yes.
Wesley looking away from the game. The last few moves. When we left it, somehow in our minds, we were thinking that Black was going to get the rooks on the 7th rank, and probably you start with the move h7, h5.
He played g6, it's very similar, and Wesley immediately played rook d3, which I think puts paid to that idea, because now rook f3 is a massive threat, and you have to deal with it somehow. Rook d3 is a clever idea, by the way. And which more or less provoked this trade. This is still a draw, but I want to say that very strong players have lost this endgame. Notably, Magnus Carlsen lost this endgame to, I believe...
Say it.
Oh, I'm blanking. Van Hao in a Norway chess tournament somewhere in the mid-2010s, with the colors reversing. Van Hao was black in that game. And honestly, the expectation is still that Jan will hold this, but it feels like he had a few opportunities in particular. I think it's very easy to autopilot in these positions, but in this position particularly, he could have just started attacking the white pieces. And I think what happens here, and rook e7 is also a mistake. It suggests that if you play h4 first, this chance with rook b4 would not have occurred. But what happens here is, I think, they both are in a kind of a tacit agreement there we're not really calculating variations anymore. We're just making logical moves. The rook goes behind. If it gets pushed from behind, it goes to the A file as it has just done on our screen, and checks from the side will begin. Whereas occasionally it makes sense to just calculate something. And after rook b4, the point, I guess, is that if rook d7, we can go rook b3 check. The h-pawn you cannot really give up. And if king g2, king f6, you've improved the situation dramatically, because you can play king e6 and then put the rook on d3, and white just never gets out of the corner. So this was missed. Instead, rook d2, king e3, rook d1 was played, and now white has this setup which is difficult to shake, and you're not really threatening to go rook h1, rook takes h2, because the d-pawn just starts running, and you're cut off. Your king no longer comes to e6. So we are now in a slightly different spot. And once again, the engine suggests it was time to actually start swapping down. Let's say rook h4, king g6, and once again, you've created a situation where the rook has been kicked away from arguably the best file for it on the e file, and we can now combine threats to all three of white's pawns with, asking the questions of this rook. And here already it says there's no advantage whatsoever. Instead of this, once again, Jan made the most natural move in the position. You get the king closer to where the passer is, you get the king centralized. h4, rook a1 played. But now it feels like you might have to calculate something, and the engine is already suggesting some plans like king d3, and it seems like h5 might be the only move making a draw now, considering what the evaluations on my screen are, because we are ready to start pushing. Right. And if this pawn actually starts crossing the Rubicon, if it gets to d5, d6, very often it would just immediately become completely lost. And another memory that came to me as I was thinking about this, I will of course mix up the year, but a few years back, Jan came here and he played a game against Wesley. I will not show the entire line on the board because it's not really relevant, but he went for this line in the Catalan. Maybe we really don't have much exciting stuff happening everywhere, so that we can't really take a trip down the memory lane. They played this line in the Catalan where it's a very, very topical line these days. And it's sort of relevant to what's happening today. How does this go? Queen c2, a6, a4, b5, ab5, bishop b7, right? ba, knight takes, queen takes c4, bishop d5. They play. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, I'm mixing up the move order probably, but the point is he went for this position, and at some point this ended up b2 and c5 got exchanged. A lot of pieces came off. And they ended up with 5 against 4 on the king side, with this bishop against this bishop, I believe, which is supposed to be a draw. But once again, Wesley is one of the best in the world at doing exactly that. Right. Pushing small advantages, asking small questions, just continuing to improve a little bit, not offering a draw, not giving you clear chances to make that draw. And by first time control, the game was done. Jan was completely lost. And he did lose that game. And what's happening on the board, I'm not saying he will lose. This appears to still be a draw. But the way we've gone in like half an hour from this, which honestly I did think is going to end in a draw quite comfortably.
Very, very comfortable.
To this, where, once again, it appears that after king d3 you have to start making only moves. Which is not a situation you particularly want to find yourself in a rook ending a pawn down. It feels like we're drifting a little bit here with black, and I just don't think this particularly suits who Jan is as a chess player, because I think he's a very, very capable technical player himself. He's won a great many games where he nursed a small advantage to victory. It's not like he's incapable of doing this. I just don't think this is his absolute strongest point, and him subjecting himself to these types of games against Wesley in particular seems like maybe an unnecessary risk.
We think that we saw Jan at his best yesterday, and what he did yesterday with the attacking pieces and attacking Anish's king in particular was spectacular and good.
Hikaru Nakamura made a full recap of that game
Giri.
on his channel.
Yeah.
It was fascinating because in first 11 moves, he moved every single pawn.
Right. What Mar said, breaking all of our rules, our cherished rules.
Breaking all the principles and then still winning the game.
Exactly.
It's impressive.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this ending. Again, Wesley comfortably nursing an extra pawn. Where would you like to take us?
Gukesh first. I
Gukesh.
I'm starting to like his position a little bit because he fixed the rook situation.
He fixed the rook situation. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He
had
actually play rook d1, yeah.
Yeah, Peter was saying the rook on d1 may look good, but then its colleague on a1 you can almost hear the cries.
Right.
Coach, get me into the game, like what am I doing? What's my motivation? Well, there you go. He played rook to e1 and rook to d1. The move king f8 may look a little bit strange, but it's one of those, prophylactic moves. There is a possibility of a knight landing on f6 check and or even a knight on d6 check, so you kind of bypass those.
I want to actually go a move further.
Backwards?
Yeah, backwards, because something I mentioned, and I want to preface this by saying that Alireza doesn't strike me as someone who's played a lot of actual Berlin endgames on the black side of it. I think people don't really, as I mentioned, you don't get to play it because people don't allow it, and it feels like maybe he autopiloted this phase of the game a little bit too much, because after rook e1, the threat, I mean, it's not really a threat, but the idea, I think, is very well telegraphed. After knight e4, you will have to deal with the ideas of knight d6 and knight f6, both of which are only temporary piece sacrifices due to this X-ray. If you go knight f8 here, knight e4, knight e6, this is gone. This will never be an issue again.
Right.
We're still playing h5, h4. I mean, normally the reason to worry about bringing the knight over to e6 would be if white could immediately start threatening f4, f5. Yeah. White is very, very far away from being able to do that. If you play knight d4, I can play h5, h4, and now, whenever these knights come out, you can play f4. You're never going to play f5.
Right.
If I need to, I can include rook h5. If I absolutely am forced to, I can include g7, g6. But for now, I can play. The ideal scenario would be to play c5 and put the king on c6. But rook d8 is fine. The engine even is suggesting playing king d7, king e8, king c8. This is just a very good position for black. I would argue maybe black is already dreaming of a small advantage. But Alireza thought, okay, I played h5. Why am I postponing h4? I played it to play h4. But now after knight e4, you do have to respect those checks. And you're no longer in time to play knight f8, so you had to play king f8. And now he's slightly stuck with this knight on g6, which I think would look much better on the e6 square in general. And rook a8, rook a1, and the move rook b8 kind of confuses me, frankly.
Oh, too bad. I was going to really put Peter under an exam here. I was going to say, Peter, it's black to play. Alireza's made a move that mystifies me.
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, I would have.
How long would it have taken you to find rook b8, Peter? I don't think. I would have given you 10 guesses.
If you told me I will not be able to guess this move, maybe it would be one of the top guesses.
Right.
But if you just told me to guess what Alireza played, probably number 12 or something.
Exactly.
Let's try and list. Like rook h5, a5, b6, c5 maybe, bishop
knight
e6,
f4.
bishop f4. Knight f4 definitely. You would very much like to play. Probably loses to something. Well, not loses, but it allows knight d6. Okay, now I understand why rook b8.
Okay.
Suddenly I understand why rook b8. Knight d6 is a threat. If we make a move like a5, white can play knight d6, and if we take d7 comes in, right? And the issue is, we would very much like to say, I don't really care. But we blundered the b7 pawn.
So you justify.
So we go rook b8, and if knight d6 here, we are playing bishop e6 quite happily.
Wow.
It would have taken me 20 minutes to understand rook b8, what he just explained in 2.
The screen helped. I didn't really. It wasn't me. It was the screen.
Rook b8, that blew my mind. Yes.
It has a drawback.
Rook b8 first.
Because we can play knight f6 here, apparently, creating this idea of knight d7 check. And if you take, they can play bishop d6. Hello.
Wow.
And the threat is rook takes d6, and we pick it up in the end. And if you go rook a8, once again.
No.
Wait, I'm down a rook.
King g8.
King, knight g5,
check. King h8, and here's, I assume even this is very comfortable winning because of the pawn on h4. Even this is very, very easily winning. With this pawn on h5, it would be a question whether this is winning or not. With the pawn on h4, there will be 3 passers, which will be
Right.
So
More
after
than
knight
enough.
f6, what does black have to play?
With rook b.
Well, you have to allow knight d7. You have to play something like knight f4 and something like knight e6 here. It's not great, but you've stabilized. Obviously, you would have preferred not to lose your bishop pair, but h5, h4 is strategically sound.
Yeah.
It's just that I think you could have postponed it for a move and not have to deal with all of these tactics. But Alireza hasn't done irreparable damage to his position. I just think he could have played slightly more precisely earlier.
Some crazy lines.
Right? And the move knight d6, it's fine. It's a move, but why is this different than the current position, Peter? You take on c8, rook takes c8.
There's also bishop a3 as a threat. After knight d4 in the current position, instead of knight d6, knight d6 is a second best move, but the best move probably is bishop a3.
For white.
For white, yeah.
No knight d6.
Which
bishop
white
a3.
could do even after rook b8, right?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
still,
no.
H8 is now
H8 is
unprotected.
defended.
H8 is now unprotected.
This is crazy. Okay, so obviously what I was doing was trying to put my knight on a nice blockading
You're
square.
leaving the rook on h8 hanging.
Right, of course. Why
So
did I do
obvious,
that?
right?
Knight f4, bishop a3 is now playable because bishop takes a3 and whoop, suddenly there's a skewer that didn't exist a moment ago until I played knight f4. Very, very subtle games, subtle play by the players here. And rook b8, that was a mystery that got solved. Wow, quite something. Rook b8.
In the meantime, Ding actually, I forgot about that plan. Ding showed us the correct reply to b5, a5. If you remember, I mentioned after the structure appears, you would like to play bishop d2, g3 or something. Yeah?
You'd like to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah, but the way to do it is, of course, to play
Bishop
a4 and then
bishop
get bishop
a3.
c1, bishop a3
Yeah.
in, which is what he is now.
It's
He
unavoidable
waited
now.
for half a, I don't know why you needed to include rook a2. Maybe he was worried he would blunder knight takes f2 somewhere.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe he had
Yeah.
reason to actually.
Knight takes f2 looks like a very good move to blunder.
So we are throwing in rook a2 for now, but we are still very much interested in playing bishop a3. And once the bishop on d6 is gone, position very much changes, because then doubling on the c file and starting to pile a lot of pressure on the c7 pawn becomes a very legitimate threat. In fact, what do you think about the idea of just leaving the bishop on d6 and taking with the pawn if it gets straighted?
I wanted to say, I remember a game I have played against Roman Djindjiashvili back in the day. It was essentially at the World Open in Philadelphia, one of those events that we play 2 rounds a day. And I remember getting a position almost identical to this against Roman. And I had something going on the king side, and I ended up with double pawns. And I thought I was doing very well for most of the game, but we did go into an endgame, and it was absolute torture having these double pawns. There was no fun at all, and he ground me down, and it was one of those things that it was the morning round, and so the evening round was postponed for like 3 hours. This is like 9.5-hour long game between Roman and then the moment I resigned, it was like Gorchberg came up to me and said, "You've got 12 minutes to have dinner." Before your next round begins.
Did he at least bring you dinner?
No, it was like what? I mean, I went to one of those machines and got a Snickers bar or something. This is actually not fun, and I do remember it was a bad memory, but I do remember that those double pawns on d6. A big shout out to Roman, of course, his American legend.
Gukesh has played knight f6. We'll see.
Yeah, things are actually moving apace.
Good.
Wesley also played king d3, which was the best move, and now Nepo has to play h5, or apparently he's lost if he makes any other move.
Just lost.
Lost, yes.
Does seem that way.
Wow. And why does h5 save him?
Well, he needs to activate his king, I think. You need to have king f5 as an option. You need to have counterplay of some
It's
sort.
scary. Take and rook e5.
Okay, let's go there. I mean, I was also looking at g5 check, and potential of rook to e7. But let's go to your first instinct. And why is this suddenly happiness? Maybe it's
we
not
go rook
happiness.
d1 check and then rook f1. We're just in time with counterplay here. Rook d1 check. If you put the king on the e file, I have a rook check from e1, and if you do this, I go rook f1.
So if you go
Rook
king e4, rook e1, king f4,
But honestly,
go back to d1.
Sorry.
yeah,
If
you go
I-
king e4, king f4, I go back to d1.
Yes. King e4,
No,
rook e1.
It seems like king c4, rook f1, rook takes h5, rook takes f2, and now something
looks
like
like a
rook e5. Honestly, I'm not even entirely convinced this is a draw.
Right?
In practical terms, this might not be a draw.
So you have...
The evaluation
as you
appears
said,
to be decreasing with every passing second.
As you said, you have
Decreasing for
counterplay.
For black, yeah. It went from +1 to 1.7 in the position
Maybe
of
it
my
is
board.
winning endgame already.
Nepo, who had 2 hours after, I don't know, 25 moves or so, now he stopped.
He spent, what, 9 minutes?
He stopped. He slowed down quite
Yeah,
considerably.
we are at move 38, he's on 150 on the
Yeah.
clock.
10
If
minutes,
this
yeah.
also is a lost position, that would be sort of the very illustrative inverse of yesterday,
Yes.
Right.
where he just autopilots thinking everything is fine, and then by the time he probably realizes things are not as fine as they perhaps were earlier, it's too late to do anything about
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Exactly.
I really am not particularly good at rook endings, and I wouldn't want to, venture an opinion on whether h5 holds or not, because like plus 1.7 in rook endings with one extra pawn could mean either thing, frankly.
Right.
Sometimes they hold, sometimes they don't. It's very difficult to judge whether this is enough of a drop in the evaluation. Also, I think MVL kind of basically offered a draw. Before we switch back to this, I think MVL's final, the last move, is just a draw offer.
Doubtlessly, I'm too slow for Nepo in this particular position, but okay, just for our viewers,
D5?
for myself, D5. I took us. Oh, you're going to play G5 check.
No, HG works.
G5,
Right?
takes G.
Okay.
HG works. No, I just go D6. No?
Rook down,
King C2.
King C2, and when I
That's it.
come over, you've got
I have rook
E8.
E8 in the end. It's not even difficult.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
not even difficult. It's just lost. You can't. You
My
just don't
king
have
is cut.
time to take on H4.
My king is simply cut.
And can Black King take? No.
So
He'll take
there's
G4,
no-
but it won't be enough.
So
Yeah, and this is why King F6 was. Our computer was very unhappy with King F6. It was saying F5 just to give yourself counterplay immediately, to create targets, to force White to do something.
right, and also to push the rook away from
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
e-file.
Because I think if let's say GF rook E6 was legal and did not lose a rook to rook E1 check, that would be quite a strong response, probably. But
Right.
it does drop a full rook, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yes.
Luckily for us as black in this position.
And rook e5.
Yeah, but King F6 is just such a natural autopilot move.
And now we
it was
do have-
definitely the start of very serious problems for her.
Well, we see Nepo getting increasingly concerned as we see on our cameras there. He's beginning to really
Rightly so, because-
focus and starting to feel a little the butterflies. Wesley just enjoying
His
his
position
pause,
is
an extra pawn.
very risky at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
It's yours.
Anish Giri versus Prague. When we left it in a kind of, I want to say, conventional English turned reverse Sicilian.
Queen
Queen
A4,
A4.
and yeah, I'm not really in love with the last two moves the young man played. Queen A4, I mean, it very much telegraphs White wanting to play B2, B4, but I think it could have been allowed. I don't think there was particularly much wrong with just playing bishop C5, B6. If you insist on playing B2, B4 there, I think bishop D7 generates enough counter to play B5, knight A7. The pawn on B5, I mean, obviously you're not in love with the idea of having to play knight A7, but the pawn on B5 becomes a massive target for counterplay. So this is now suddenly very, very double-edged. We could, after rook B1, we could even just go after it with move Queen E8, which takes it off the board. So I think bishop B6 was just kind of healthier. Maybe he was worried about bishop b3, but if you want to play rook a6, at least play it here, where white has telegraphed that they will be trading those bishops, and then the rook gets to the b6 square quite comfortably. Right. I don't really hate rook a6. I understand why it was played. Sometimes rook b6 is a useful move to have in the future. But I thought bishop b6 was just healthy. And interestingly, the engine says you can play something like e3 with the idea of continuing with bishop c3, which I think will be like a natural reaction to rook a6, because your opponent has misplaced the piece quite badly. So what you want to do is to start trying to play something in the center. In particular, if you get to play d3, d4 here, I think with the rook on a6 you will be very happy about it. Obviously, rook takes d3 remains a playable move here. We go queen a4, we win the pawn back. But it's not a lot. But I think that would be a natural reaction. Instead, Anish played queen h4. And here, once again, takes, go bishop d6. Maybe Pragg wasn't ecstatic about allowing this, but we have a lot of counterplay here, very typical English counterplay. We want to put the bishop on a6, play f6, one rook goes to b8. Yes, the pawn on b2 can be very well covered by the bishop on c3, but if, let's say, we make a few moves here, knight f3, I can maybe include this for now, play 5 a4, bishop c3, f6, knight g2, let me just go rook b8, I don't know, knight c4, c5, put the bishop on e6 later. Mm-hmm. Yes, we have weaknesses, but we have the bishop pair. Knight takes g6 always improves our structure immeasurably. It's very difficult to attack anything without relinquishing control over the b2 pawn. Like if you want to attack the pawn on c5, you probably need to put the bishop here, but then your b2 pawn will be hanging in every single variation. This feels very, very healthy.
Yeah.
Instead, he played rook e8, once again, not a bad move. But these types of endgames, now with the ideas of knight g2, knight c4, and so on, it feels like we've misplaced our pieces here a little bit, right? We would like to be more prepared for these types of developments. And it kind of reminds me of that game that he played against... I think there was a game in the Rapid and Blitz, maybe against Wesley, where he drifted into an unpleasant position in a similar kind of a reverse Sicilian / English opening position and kind of struggled. I can't remember how the game ended, but the last two moves I think could have been cleaner. And Anish now definitely is in with a shout for an advantage here.
I think we've just seen the move rook e8. We have, in fact, seen the move rook e8, and we're expecting queen takes, bishop takes. Yeah.
In the meantime, Jan played rook a2, just to return to our endgame.
Yep.
Which looks like a mistake.
f3 is just winning now. The point being, if you play d5 immediately, I can start giving checks from the side. And this is a draw, because we cannot cross the fourth. We have to go back. And then we have to go back again, and then rook a5 will just draw on the spot.
Right.
The moment the king is disconnected from the d5 pawn.
Right.
But if you play f3 here... yeah, okay, we're having breaking news delivered to us that, this is why I said this is a draw offer.
Yeah.
The move 97 was very much inviting exactly the scenario that we're seeing on the board here with
just these last few moves, the perpetual.
Yeah, looks like MBL decided not to play today, really.
Really, it just shut the game down right away. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rook to d7.
Yeah, he is still kind of considering the option of going rook g2 here or something, but then rook e8, I guess, and then king f7 and rook e7. We're not really pretending very convincingly. Bless you.
Thank you so much. That was Gesundheit. Yeah, I do suspect we'll be seeing a repetition, rook d7 and shut down. Rook d2, rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7, king f7. We're not really better here.
Yeah.
With white. I don't think we're convincing anybody.
Nobody.
Since the handshake appears not to be forthcoming this instant, we could maybe go back to the rook ending in which a result is possible.
But that would be huge because, first of all, a victory for Wesley, not only does it knock Jan off his perch, but Wesley says, hi, everybody, the water's fine. I'd be happy to be sharing first.
Sorry, while we're talking,
F3.
I was also noticed, what about rook e2?
Rook e2 is also very strong, yeah.
Just making...
Yeah, you even have a choice now.
I think he played something. No? I guess he just wrote down the move. Yeah, rook e2 also looks good, right?
Why not? Giving your king a square and...
I'm defending the pass, and then I'm just going to start pushing.
Okay, I was wondering, if there was an outline of a sneaker there on the screen, but that's actually just a coffee mug. I was wondering if Jan is actually kind of feet on table relaxed, but he's not, no.
No. I like rook e2. I mean, first of all, we're still keeping the king away from the passer. Your king is more active now, and you're ready to play d5.
Only weak pawn is h4, which I'm happy to give up, because then d pawn
will promote, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
Judging by the evaluations, f3 is cleaner, but in practical terms, I suspect rook e2 is winning as well, because the best line the computer offers for Jan in that position is rook e2, rook a4.
Oh, rook a4, no, sorry.
No, rook a3 check is very, very bad. Now you go rook a4, white plays d5, and the engine goes king f6, g7 is maybe the best try. But now, the evaluation is just bottoming out now. It's just lost.
Has to be lost, right? Move
It's
the
just
king
lost.
somewhere, king c3, and then...
I like rook e4. He just ready to escort the pawn home.
Yeah, f3, king c3, and so on. Yeah, like whatever. You can choose your poison here.
Okay.
We are never really worried about giving up one pawn if it allows us to play d6, basically.
Well, for Jan, this would be an infuriating loss that totally...
To equalize so easily in the opening, and then...
And by the way, we do have a handshake. MVL continuing
He got surprised
his
in the
drawing
opening.
streak.
Yes, this is 22, 23.
I think it was 21 yesterday.
By this point, kind of feels that the
22,
lady
23.
doth protest too much, no?
Yeah, he just gets...
He's inflating it happily.
Wow.
He's responsible for some of it, at least.
Right. Well, we do talk about the non-losing streak, which is something to talk about, having a 100-game non-losing streak where you win a few and lots of draws, but the non-losing streak is supposed to include a few wins, Peter, not just a drawing streak. Yeah. Okay, Wesley looking
Wesley
very,
has a
very
choice,
good.
yeah.
I just wanted to go back to the game of Ding Liren for a second, because we did see the move rook c8 by Fabi. And I'm looking at this move, Nasi, and I'm saying, no, you're not going to play.
c5?
You're not playing.
No, I think he is preparing to...
Is he really?
No. To recapture on d6 with the pawn. I think bishop a3 he passes.
Oh, that's what... Okay.
Goes g6 or h5 or...
Right, something
Yes,
I
c5
did
would
again.
leave b6 just to...
Yeah,
make
he is
it
expecting the c-file to be open, so he is...
Parking his rook there. So you think that this is an invitation to double the pawns?
Honestly, I think it's safer than taking on a3, because taking on a3, apart from leaving yourself with a weakness on c7, also gives you a knight e5 problem to worry about.
Right.
Which this structure completely rules out, which is a massive, massive bonus.
That there is a point to having a bad structure, and they do cover good pawns, good squares, pardon me.
Bishop a3 played.
Bishop
Ding.
a3, yeah. Just refresh my board, and we will see if he's planning a recapture. By the way, Bishop a3.
Are we threatening knight e5?
Yes.
I was also kind of wondering about that. It seems like we're not, but I don't know why. Like
we're not.
Yeah, my answer, judging by how black responds and how white responds to whatever black does,
well, let's
seems to be no. Yeah, let's play h5.
h5?
Yeah, let's play
h5, and let's
knight e5, and maybe we
Maybe
play
knight g4?
knight g4 or queen e6 even maybe. And
well,
that's the
knight
question.
g4 does
Knight
have
g4 you have
an
to calculate things, yeah.
Then a3 is hanging.
And
You're going to
e4
take
is
on...
hanging.
Yeah, which is why I said
We have to calculate things.
Yeah. That was what I was referring to. We will be forced to actually calculate
Also, I
some
can just
things.
take on d5 and go knight c3, right?
I mean, I got that to deal with too. Yeah.
Family fork, yeah.
Okay, but knight e5. Why isn't that a threat of somewhat, Peter? So we went h5, knight e5.
Let's check.
What would Fabi do?
h5, knight e5. The suggestion here is that knight takes f2 is working.
No.
I do not know if this is very obvious to anybody. And
Knight
in
takes
particular, when I
f2.
tell you why it's working, you will throw me out the building
King
bodily.
f2?
King f2?
Okay,
Bodily?
10 guesses.
10 guesses?
10 guesses. Okay.
Holy smokes.
I somehow closed that night.
Come on, Nasi, my money's on you.
Knight.
10 guesses?
Well, 10 maybe is a bit much,
Knight-
because you will run out of legal moves.
Knight g4.
No. Obviously, it's not any of
It's
those.
going to be something crazy, right?
Yeah.
I've got a bishop b4? That's crazy. I don't understand it.
That's too crazy.
Knight?
Tell me when you're done, because...
Jeez, Queen E6?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
That was the stupidest move I could think of.
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently,
safe play.
Advantage black. We are not equalizing with white anymore.
I'm handing in my commentator's license.
Yes. The point being, bishop takes e5 cannot be stopped, so you can sort of try to secure your king. But now all of your pieces are there. E3 is hanging, knight g4 is hanging, d5, d4, including the bishop in the attack, is also coming.
Reminder.
Minus 1.3.
No.
Wow. I knew it all the time.
And that's the only reason knight e5 is bad. Because if you play queen e6, I suspect it might be playable. It goes f4, it says white is a little bit better.
Okay.
So we might say
knight
this.
takes f2 is...
There's no way black's going to play knight f2.
No. It's just, this is not a thing. Yeah, and if let's say bishop f5, which is a stronger move than king takes f2, you can just go knight to g4, bishop c8, bishop c8. And here, yes, you do just optically feel like black has a lot of compensation. This is not a surprise.
No.
But that other line is just completely unplayable.
Fabi played knight g4 right away. No
That was
h5.
one of the options. That was definitely one of the options. And the engine replies by taking on d6 and then going knight d1 just to make sure we don't blunder anything. And then these pieces will get pushed away.
Uh-huh. Which makes sense. I mean, knight d1 covering e3, so no knight f2, queen takes e3 tricks.
But long-term white's much better, right?
Long term, yeah, but you have to deal with this constant sacrifices in the air, rook c4, crazy ideas. But yeah, if you can control all the dynamics, then it's great. Knight g4. I'm still recoiling over queen e6, by the way. I may never be the same.
And
I'm still in disbelief.
In disbelief, indeed.
And by the way, the position we thought was quite quiet in the game between Anish and Prague actually contained a very venomous tactic, which Anish just showed on the board. He played before. And I thought this is just an invitation to play a slightly worse endgame when everything gets taken on before and the opponent c7 falls, but black is not really doing all that poorly. But you actually are losing material after bishop b4. There's rook takes c6.
Ooh.
Oops.
Yeah, so in the current position, the engine suggests that the strongest is to play knight b4, rook c5, queen c5, but you're not enjoying yourself very much.
Hey, wait a minute, I'll take the two minors in this position.
Yeah, it's probably holdable specifically because you're just in time to play e5, e4. You probably do make a draw here, but you will have to grovel, and you will have to grovel for quite a bit.
And why do I have to trade queens, Peter?
You don't have to, and I think most people would actually take with the bishop, but then after queen c2, rook a4 is a very annoying threat.
Ah, rook a4.
So you can go knight takes c5 here because queen d8 check exists, but after c7, c5, this bishop has to drop back all the way to e1, black plays queen takes e2. Once again, feels like this probably holds, just about. Bishop c3, and probably very importantly, I have the move g7, g5 here because the queen has no squares around the king. After queen c4, I will finally be able to take on e5, so we end up having to play this endgame, which, once again, the feeling is this probably holds. Because and it's extremely move by move, by the way, because if in this position you give white a tempo to play something like
rook b1,
rook b1 or knight c4 or something, it's probably a lot of trouble. But rook a3 specifically, and just continuing to, no, we chase it from this square. Continue to chase this bishop. There is no way for white to stabilize properly. But yeah, this is very, very move by move now.
Yeah, touch and go.
Yeah, it felt like rook a6, rook e8 wasn't really the way. And you can start by taking on h4. This would be an improvement because now knight takes h4. Now we no longer have this problem. d2 is hanging. And
but c7.
Oh no, bishop takes e6. Sorry, what am I talking about? No, here we have to. Okay, yeah, this is very difficult. Because you also have to sidestep the before b5 fork.
As well, yes.
But this does hold, because now we're ready to play bishop d6 next move. White kind of has to take on c5, we take on d2, and it feels like it probably leads to the full annihilation of everything. This is not a problem. So gh4, and now we can go for a very similar position to the one I was discussing earlier. Takes, we go e5, e4, and probably make a draw somewhere here, but not enjoyable.
But no, this move B4 absolutely introduces a lot of venom in the position, and it really does feel like Anish is in the driver's seat. Wesley also in the driver's seat. We think Wesley has a winning rook and pawn endgame, but that remains to be seen. I think we're ready for a break. Nazi, do we have something special prepared for our audience on our break?
Well, let's let them find out. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to Sinquefield Cup, Alireza. It's the third one already. How do you feel about the previous ones and the results there you showed?
Yeah, the Sinquefield Cup is a very special event because last 2 times we played 8 players, I think. Yeah, hopefully this year everything goes smoothly and we don't get very special event after all. But yeah, I think it's a very good tournament to challenge yourself because all the best chess players in the world are here and they are trying their best to win it. So it's always the most prestigious event to my eyes.
You managed to win the first one. Do you remember about something special, what was happening in the first event, second event?
Yeah, the first event was evolved around the controversy, of course, but yeah, still the chess, we had to focus the other players, so it was very important. And I played very good in that tournament. I managed to win. And second event was I had a decent start, but I couldn't focus so much because there was this candidates race and we had to be careful about our ratings and everything. So now I think it's the second time I could really focus on just winning this tournament.
Yeah, that's very important. So what, let's say, your goals in this event, what are you looking forward?
Yeah, I think I have to try my best. I'm looking forward to win it, of course. It's my motivation, but yeah, it's not hard. It's not easy to achieve.
Absolutely, but still, you came so close in Romania. You were tied for the first place. You could win the tournament by yourself. What did happen, let's say, in Romania? Can you tell a little bit about it and which kind of lessons did you learn at this moment?
Yeah, it's a big difference, the time control, I think, because some players really could struggle because of after 40 moves, you have to still finish the game. And that was maybe the problem I had against Prague because I didn't get extra time and I had to finish the winning position, but he managed to defend very well. So it was not easy, but yeah, I mean, mostly this time control is to my advantage because it's faster, of course, but yeah, it sometimes could backfire also.
Just to change a little bit the focus, I know that you live in France and the Olympic Games were happening there. Today I think is the last day, and I was just wondering if you took the advantage. Did you visit some events? Were you following Olympic Games closely?
Yeah, I managed to catch up some of the events. It was very cool atmosphere. I managed to catch volleyball game and it was a very interesting atmosphere, and I think it was brilliantly managed by the city and everybody was very happy.
Oh, that's great, but didn't you feel a little bit sorry that chess is not a part of Olympic Games?
Yeah.
Do you feel that one day maybe it will be changed?
Yeah, it felt very pity because there was a big chance we had one extra medal for France, me and Maxime. It was very unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go in the Olympics because there are many other sports that are, maybe chess is more well deserving. I don't know, but it could compete at least against them. So I don't know what is exactly the qualifying measures, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go there.
Yeah, we all hope so. And I also wanted to ask you, your girlfriend, she's a professional volleyball player and often she accompanies you during the tournament. And how does having someone with such a similar competitive, let's say, mindset, sportive mindset helps you during the tournament? Like, does she help you to share, to help in some difficult situations, to cope with stress and in these kind of situations?
Yeah, of course, she's playing in a very high level like me, so there are many similar things that could be beneficial for both of us to talk about after a loss and these kind of things. So yeah, I think I learned a lot from her and hopefully she learned some things from me, but this you have to ask her. But yeah, it's a very good competitive mood also.
And I was also thinking, would you ever try your hand on the chess boxing? Or what do you think, which kind of sport could be combined with chess in a similar way? Have you ever thought about it?
No, chess boxing, I'm not a big fan of getting punched in the face, so this no, but maybe some chess with tennis was interesting. Maybe this could be better try, but yeah, not biggest fan of getting punched.
Yeah, maybe one day. Thank you so much. Now we're looking forward to the start of Sinquefield Cup. All the best of luck for Alireza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of a very exciting round 4, but let's have a look at our current standings first. We have 2 co-leaders, Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja with 2 points. We also have 1 result already today between MVL and Nodirbek. It was somewhat a quick draw.
It never got off the ground, let's say, from the opening transition to the ending.
But it looks like the game between Wesley and Jan is the most exciting. one we have at the moment as
Absolutely.
current leader might go down today.
Absolutely. It's huge, in fact, for our standings as Nepo came into today tied for first, but Wesley got a pawn out of a middle game, and it was always going to be a draw until suddenly it wasn't a draw anymore. We have this current position. Wesley, a moment ago, had just played the move f2, f3, a move that we really liked. Rook check, king c4. Now we're all set to push the pawn. Rook takes f3, d5. Here we go. And with this move, rook a3, no, pardon me, I'm doing it the wrong way. Rook a3, black wants very much to check, trade rooks, and drop back with the king. So we don't play d6, we play rook to e8.
Rook e8, or you could play king c5. The question is whether there is there is a massive difference or not. I suspect there isn't. What I like about rook e8 is that black doesn't even have time. The way you probably reply to king c5 is something like h5, g5, king f5.
Right.
Which is still losing according to what I'm reading here.
Right.
But you can start imagining some nightmare scenarios where in order to queen the pawn, you get it to like d6, you have to put a king in front of it. In that time, black is in time to go rook a4 takes h4, then give up the rook for the d pawn, and all three start running.
Okay.
Whereas if you play rook e8, it really doesn't feel like there's ever going to be time for any of that. You absolutely have to play something like rook a1, d6, rook d1, rook king c5. Yes, you can play h5 now, but I think I'm just taking and playing king c6 and winning this quite comfortably, because we're just not going to be fast enough here with black. You play king f5, d7, let's say king g4.
Check.
And even king e6. This is actually very similar to yesterday.
Yeah.
Because we can how to
Gukesh.
Praggnanandhaa game.
Yeah. So I suspect.
You take with the rook,
I
right?
suspect I can even do this. The point being that in this position,
Rook g8.
yeah, like we can probably, although the
King
pawn wasn't,
e7.
yeah, here king e7 wins.
Okay.
And this is now in time. This is very similar to the Gukesh game, but we're really not interested in the pawn on f6. We do it this way. Hang on, I already messed up.
King g5 maybe?
It has to be a check from this side. And the thing that we were talking about yesterday, the
knight.
The promoting into the knight is exactly what happens here.
Right.
Yes.
And even the extra pawn on f7 doesn't save black at all. The point is, after king f3,
You make waiting moves? Or?
yeah, you play f5, you go rook d2, f4. We can actually, this is actually tricky because
Knight
this
I
is
didn't
mate in
know.
23, but the knight escapes the corner, so you still have to, although it's not that difficult, right?
I
No.
see.
But obviously, for this to become even remotely tricky, I made the absolutely horrendous move, king takes d8. We take with the rook, it wins immediately.
Yeah.
We're like 5 tempi up compared to the line I just showed.
Agreed.
So I think if you go rook e8, I'm not even sure where the problems from in this conversion will come from. If you have to play king g7, once again, I get to the same position really, really quickly. Here, perhaps you can pick up one of my pawns and then give up the rook, but you're just not going to be fast enough once again. With the king on g7 and not a single passer past the sixth, this is just
Question.
not
After
going
rook
to be.
e8, he could give rook a4 check and take on g4 right
Yeah,
away?
but then he loses instantly, right? Because rook a4, king c5, rook g4, d6. This is already a full queen. You can go rook g1, d7, rook c1 check and force me to go to b4.
But on g5, rook d1,
Yeah, but this is just,
yeah, of course.
it's never going to be quick enough. d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, king f5, and now I suspect pretty much maybe king a3 doesn't win. Let's check.
Still winning?
Probably still winning, but then you have to know how to win these positions. These positions sometimes
yeah.
get tricky. So, but it's a good indication of where we are in this position when king a3 is still probably winning.
King c3.
Yeah, king c3, king c4, any of the moves. Yeah, king g4, and you can go. The easiest is just to start attacking these pawns from behind. And yeah, 2 are never nearly enough, obviously. 3 sometimes get tricky. 2 are just completely lost.
So Wesley So, I mean, he has not. We started today's broadcast, Nasi, from the perspective that we had 5 players that hadn't won a single game. Wesley belonged in that group, and it's stunning how a win really would reshuffle the whole deck there as we see Wesley So just enjoying the moment. And we think King C5 and Rook E8 both win, but Rook E8 looks
I think it's
the
cleaner,
cleanest
yeah. I think it's
of
cleaner,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think he's sure that he's winning?
Yeah, I do. I think he's such an experienced endgame player that he knows that he was in a drawing zone about 15 moves ago, and he knows he's past the drawing zone.
Yeah, I think
at this point.
he has a pretty good idea that he is very much in control here.
Exactly. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Let's check with Gukesh and Alireza after knight
Okay.
f6. I think that's where we left it.
Whoa, and we do get this in, and he did. Gukesh did go for that variation. Wants to deny his opponent the two bishops. Knight f6, knight f4, knight d7 check.
Takes, and Alireza is, I guess, choosing between king e8 and knight e6. Knight e6 looks logical, but actually
King
c7,
E8.
c7 cannot be taken because the rook immediately gets captured by
d1?
knight e6.
If I go rook e2 d1 here?
King e8.
Then knight e5, right?
Oh, I just lose. See.
Yeah, no, the rook actually has to drop down.
How awkward, right? It's like
I know. Just
you-
dropped my rook on d7.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe this is actually what he's thinking about. He is trying to evaluate if he can go knight d5 immediately, with the
E6,
idea of
right?
playing king e8 next move. But e6 looks like, I don't think anyone calculates this past the first 30 seconds. It just looks wrong.
Right.
So king e8, for instance, rook dd1. Now we park the knight on e6. You could also actually include a move like c6, c5 to make sure that once you play knight e6, it cannot immediately be traded by knight d4. The more I look at this, the more I think this is maybe the maximum white could have achieved after this somewhat indifferent play around moves 10 to 15. But it's still, I think, within the margins. We put the knight on e6, we trade one pair. The pawn on h4 will be well protected because there's no way really for white to trade away the bishop on e7 to make it weaker. It doesn't seem horrendous to me. My understanding of these positions, I keep on making this point, is not perfect, but looks to me like this probably is still not that bad for black.
I don't see any problems whatsoever. I've seen enough Berlin endings that this looks completely the norm. After 3 rounds of play, what are our GCT probabilities, Nasi?
I'm going to guess that Alireza's predicted to win.
Yeah.
Pre-tournament, it was pretty close, but Firouzja was in the lead at 55.6 over 42.9 for Fabi.
And only 2 players had an outside chance of catching them.
I'm not counting that.
Well, there is a yellow and a red there.
I can't even see the red on the pie chart.
Well, you
but
got to look
it's
close.
there. After round 1, Firouzja, because he defeated Fabi, became a huge favorite.
One of my favorite nerdy jokes about pie charts. After round 1 specifically, after round 2 it looks less obvious, but with the round 1 victory for Alireza over Fabi, if we can go back to that chart just for a second, so that I can make this joke land properly.
Okay, here you go.
Yes, still 17%, that's very high. I wanted to say that basically the dark blue is Firouzja and the light blue is Firouzja, but in light blue.
Yeah, very much.
Firouzja and light blue. Okay, after 2 rounds, and then finally after 3 rounds, where did we stand? Ooh,
Because
Fabi
won
got
his
back
game
into
and
the
came
mix
back
a little bit. Yeah, but MVL keeps going down. Yeah, MVL missing his chance against Firouzja, and today
And hey,
kind of a
if
non-game.
Wesley wins this, which looks like he's going to, he's going to increase his chances too.
Double from 0.4% to 0.8%. And again, Firouzja's looking to me like he's doing just fine in the current position. As we've been looking at both King E8 and Knight E6. I actually like King E8. I see that as the most forcing move in the position for the moment.
We have some moves in Fabi's game.
Let's go. This is world champion Ding Liren had played this nice sequence of moves to get rid of this very powerful bishop on d6. Now, Fabi has compromised his pawn structure, but on the other hand, this pawn does cover the e5. He's got the open c file. He's got pressure against f2 and e3. And long-term static advantage for Ding Liren. short-term dynamic advantage for Fabi.
Yeah. Who would you pick? Like,
I've always liked this. Yeah, I've always liked the static advantages, believing that I can handle my opponent's dynamics. These guys, however, very hard to keep them under control. Even when you think, you've managed, they come up with some fantastic attacking ideas. This position, I would say, Fabi's happy with black pieces.
Happy is not the way I would describe it. I think he feels he will hold it, but there is very little reason to be happy about this. Your pieces are... The active-looking knights on e4 and g4 will get moved back. You can already start trading stuff along the c file. There's really no threats on this side of the board.
Okay, so we take once and we go rook c8 ourselves.
Yeah, let's go queen b2.
Okay. And isn't it time to play h5, h4 and...
let's trade one. I refer you back to your original anecdote about a game against Roman.
Exactly.
I'm not entirely sure how white ends up winning this. I think the ideal scenario would be something like no light pieces are traded, and then somehow we push black pieces away and we get to play. Let me set up something. I don't know why I'm making these moves and not some other moves, but so yeah, like this, and this, and this, yeah. So I got this with white, and you did nothing while I was getting it. Yeah?
Right.
So all of my pieces are pressuring the d5 pawn. I can also at some point go queen c2, queen b3, and you sort of run out of defenders. Even this is not easily winning because I think like
queen a8.
Yeah, like I can actually grovel some more, and this is sort of the most pressure we can exert against the pawn on d5. Maybe even this, like seeing the engine not suggest a killing blow in this position suggests to me that maybe honestly it just holds. But joy is, this doesn't look like joy.
No, this is not happiness.
No. But I think Fabi does feel, and probably with reason, that he will hold it.
By the way, we had the move queen a3.
Queen a3.
Which is a little bit confounding.
Play rook c1?
Yeah, I guess he wants to start trading from the c1 square, which makes trading the second one easier.
Okay, there you go. All right.
And he also has all the time in the world, because black really isn't threatening anything on the king side. I wanted to say anytime soon, but actually we'll say ever.
Never and never and never. I want to go back to Wesley So, because this is a game that, we think is a decisive advantage for Wesley.
Yeah, we were looking at this line earlier.
Are both g5 and g takes h winning?
I would say so, right?
Yeah, and weirdly after g5, the engine goes king g7. Like if you know it's king g7, you play g5 check, but I'm very sure neither of them are even considering king g7. King f5 will be played on the board. But now king c6, rook c1 check, king d7, and I guess king g4 is always met by rook e4 check, then rook somewhere, and then we go king e7.
Not even given the
pawns. So I guess you just never get a passer here. Like if you play rook c4, rook... this is tactics though. Rook c8, and if you take on h4, I have rook c5 check, and then rook c4 check, and then I will queen the d pawn with check and just win with the queen against your...
Nice.
But yeah, you even have a choice. But once again, I think just the way we were winning it earlier. Yes, you'll have to calculate a little bit. You probably end up having to win this rook against the knight on h1 position. It seems like the most likely outcome will be that black will get to that. But it's not a difficult position to win. Let's see what Wesley thinks.
Wesley's not in time trouble. He still has 41 minutes.
Massive development in the game between, I mean, I may be overselling it a little bit, but queen takes h4 was played by Pragg, and to my honestly slight shock, Anish chose knight takes, and now rook a2.
Only move,
as we explained earlier, kind of equalizes on the spot. I don't really understand what he could have seen after GH.
Pragg played rook a2.
Yeah, I mean, you resign otherwise, so you do play rook a2 there. What he could have seen again after GH that he didn't like to the extent that he just turned down the whole line. I was looking at different ways of trying to equalize here. One is, as mentioned, bishop b4, rook c6, bishop takes b4, and now a precise move of some sort. The engine currently favors just very quietly playing bishop f5 and saying, if I get e4 in a good version, I'm happy. If, let's say, after knight d2, I can play rook c2, and now c7, c5 is a big threat. Honestly, it's not horrible, but you definitely do have some winning chances if black plays imprecisely, whereas the position he's going to get in the game, I don't even know how he is planning to create a single problem for black. A bit of a conservative decision here by Anish.
Thank you, Peter. I'm still reflecting on the game of Wesley So versus Jan. I'm expecting to move g5 check, king...
Already played, yeah.
f5.
Already played, and rook e2 for some reason. Not that it's a bad move, it's a completely fine move, but I don't really know why it was preferred to,
Instead of
let's say,
king
king
c6.
c6.
Right?
Yeah.
King c6.
I guess he stops f6 is the point.
Oh.
Well, king c6 is fine, and I have no problem with king c6. The move I was actually thinking about was rook e7.
f6, rook f7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rook e7 was still winning. Yeah.
Yeah, because the idea was just very simply, I'm going to take this pawn, and if you go king f5, then
rook e4 d4. And this is what he wants to do in the game as well.
Yeah,
rook e4 d4
tactics.
just ends the game on the spot.
Wait, take and king e6?
King c5. This endgame
Oh,
is.
okay.
Yeah.
It's lost.
Yeah, you need to be able to create a passer, and after h5, g5 included, you're just not creating a passer. Just not fast enough.
Oops.
Yeah.
And I use my d-pawn as a decoy to win this king pawn endgame. Rook e2, on the other hand, I don't think that spoils anything.
No, it's still
winning.
completely fine.
Yeah.
Still completely fine.
Yeah, again, the white rook cutting off the king, and it's all about white just escorting the pawn up the board with his own king. King c6, d7, king c7, d8, and in the meanwhile, nothing is happening on the king side. So Nepo losing the game, and I think this is going to be really a bitter pill to swallow, because he does play so quickly at times. And for the standings, boy, that's huge.
Yeah, coming into this round, he was one of the leaders, along with Alireza, and going down, it's not even losing to Wesley. We know Wesley's uncomfortable opponent for him, but just that how easily he equalized in the opening, and the end game looked, we're calling it, we'll see a handshake, right?
Right.
Yeah, I feel kind of stupid making that call very early in the game, and when we saw all of those pieces coming off around about move 17, if we go back to... I think I made that call after queen takes c6, bishop b6, and I sort of stand by the call, frankly.
I'm sure the players thought the same.
Yeah, it's not even a particularly poor bit of
prophesizing.
Predicting, yeah.
Absolutely. By the way, that's not for nothing. Rook e2 is fine, but rook e7 would have there would have been no king f4 either, right?
No, after rook e7 you have to calculate f6, maybe rook f7, king g4.
Rook e7, f6, rook f7, king g4. Is there much to calculate, Peter?
gf king f5 though, maybe.
GF,
king f5,
what?
back.
King f5.
But yeah,
rook f8, king
it does
e6.
look lost though. Yeah, rook f.
Oh, what?
King e6.
King e6.
Rook e7.
King f6.
This I have actually held.
Oh my gosh, this would be amazing.
Yeah. No, honestly.
Now it's this maybe.
Now that I see rook e2, I very much understand why he chose it. It just like stops everything. It completely stops f6.
And in the current position now, if black plays king f3, now we can go rook e7 and pick it up.
For sure.
Or rook c2, rook c4. Like there's already, I think, wide choice of things which are completely.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, as Wesley is enjoying his game, let's stump ourselves by inviting the social media to ask us a question.
Let's see what the question is.
From Reed.
Are you aware of any gambling on chess?
I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe even longer. There was a betting line on chess.
I think it still exists, yeah.
Paddy's or something in Ireland. I never got into it online.
I think Betfair still offers some live chess events, and
there was.
Yeah.
Yes.
For me, it was interesting because I know of some of my colleagues, and it has never really been specifically prohibited. But for me, and this is a chance of me to like parade my weird certificates in front of everybody. As somebody who follows cricket very, very closely, where a cricketer betting on anything relating to cricket, not their match, something completely foreign to whatever they're doing, no suggestion of them having inside info, lifetime ban. Instant lifetime ban.
End of story.
And this influenced my thinking to such a degree that even in the years where I was sort of like losing money betting on sports without any idea what I was doing, I had like about a year of that. I didn't lose very much, but I wasn't a winning player by any stretch. I never touched chess. I thought, just no, should not do it.
Right. I know my cricketers.
Yeah, cricket has a right idea about this, but not criticizing people who did not have that particular compunction, because, as I said, as far as I know, it has never really, FIDE never took a statement on this, FIDE never took a position. And if you want to bet on, because I think at some point at least, the people who were setting the lines for the betting companies
Did they know what they were doing?
Perhaps didn't know as well as grandmasters who were betting on the other side of the screen. So it was something you could definitely do, and maybe can still do. But I'm not a.
The weird part for me, I never got into it either at all. I'm sorry, can't even say I was sports bet or anything of that nature. The weird thing for me, when I do think about chess and I do think about a line of betting, I can imagine the gambling being rather intense. Openings. Like, here we have 5 games, right? Like, how many Italians will you predict in this round? How many Berlins? How many
all kinds of devices.
All kinds of, right? How long will the games last? What will be the longest game of the round?
How many blunders in the tournament? There's so many.
Exactly. So you kind of think to yourself, if there was gambling in chess, it would be a pretty broad number of bets that you could actually make. Not
one
just
story, if I,
balls.
since we have a bit of a lull in action here, there's a story that a good friend of mine, Peter Heine Nilsson, used to taunt me with a lot. One of the most inglorious episodes of my entire chess career was helping Vladimir Kramnik lose game 8 of his match against
that was
Leko
well done.
that is very nice bit of jinxing as a coach. And Peter Heine was watching that game live, and he spotted the winning idea like 10 moves in advance. And of course, Vladdy has lots of spots where he can turn off.
Right.
But it seemed to Peter, the odds were extremely high for Leko winning in that game, way before the position landed. And there we have a resignation by Jan. Jan just kind of giggling at himself there. He is not happy. This is not a happy giggle.
No.
And yeah, Peter Heine spotting the possibility of Black winning if Vlad goes for this very particular line. He, I think, started piling on Leko winning from very early on and made a decent chunk of change. And he always would gleefully tell me, thank you very much, Peter, for your work on this variation. It provided financial security for me and my children. And I would just sit there thinking, just stop, stop, I don't want to hear it.
Nice. And again, at Peter's expense, just to rue the moment, Peter, a team of players, was helping Vladimir in his World Championship match against Peter Leko, and Peter was handed a file and said, go and double check with the computer. And there was a great cricket match. I don't know what it was. That wasn't the part of the story?
No,
okay.
That wasn't the story.
From the horse's mouth, what was the story?
The whole story does not need to be told here.
Yes,
I mean,
it does.
No, it's a bit longish, and we do have games going on. But I am not disputing my culpability. Let's put it like that. It's just that it wasn't to do with the fact that I was watching cricket on the screen.
Okay.
There were more respectable reasons for the screw up, but it still was a screw up, and it was mine. So like I'm not trying to minimize my responsibility. It just wasn't to do with the cricket.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I like my story better. My story is that there was a cricket match, and Peter was watching the computer with half an eye. And yeah, it's good, Vlad. There's nothing wrong with it. The cricket.
I repudiate this version wholeheartedly.
We have a result. Wesley So. He currently is tied for first thanks to his victory over one of our tournament leaders. And that move, Rook C5, he had seen enough, Jan, because the problem is, well, Rook D5 forces Rook takes.
And then just King E7.
King takes, and now that this rook protects the G pawn.
It's very simple.
King
King E7 takes F7, takes G6.
And
then bring back and give up the rook for the H-pawn.
Not really very
Wow. Huge victory for Wesley So. And, well, we saw that 0.4%, you know.
Yeah, it
He's
will
got a
double
chance. He's got a chance. Nasi, what else? What about Ding, Liren, and Fabiano?
We have one more move after Queen A3. No,
Okay.
rook's on C1.
Rook is on coming to C1, and we talked
As
about
expected, yeah.
White's advantage is these static pawns. So what White wants to do is trade some of the potential attacking pieces that Black has, the rooks, the queens, get into some kind of minor ending, a minor piece ending, as Peter pointed out, and to try to torture the opponent. It may take
4 or 5 hours.
White a while, but that's the plan, and there you go. Anish Giri, on the other hand, he has a current situation. You said, Peter, no problem, and Anish had more ways of prosecuting an advantage
Yeah,
here.
perhaps in very, very strict terms, G takes H4 wasn't winning anyway.
Right.
But the position we have on the screen right now is just so safe for Black that I'm curious as to why he's not doing particularly well in the tournament. He lost that painful game yesterday.
True.
You would think he'd be interested in the idea of, you know,
Playing.
making this as complicated as possible and
Right.
giving himself the biggest chance possible to create problems for Prague. And instead, yeah, you play rook e1 here. Even knight takes b4 is completely fine, but you can also do this.
Knight d4 looked
You can
more
also do this. And,
challenging.
yeah, let's say knight f3. I mean, knight takes f3 probably equalizes, but going for this position and after king f1, just returning to d4, knight d4, e d4, rook c7, bishop f5.
Draw agree.
Instant draw, pretty much.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'm curious as to what he didn't like. If we get a chance to ask him in an interview, I'd be curious to listen to him explain why he didn't take with the pawn, because he took time. It's not like this was not a decision made lightly.
Right.
He clearly understood that this is a very, very binary choice, a very safe endgame which he probably doesn't win, and a much sharper endgame where he definitely has winning chances, but maybe could become a 3-result game if he is not accurate. And he went for this, which I assume should now end peacefully. As I said, both knight takes b4 and knight d4 are fine moves. The computer even suggests a move, not this move, but a move rook b2 is also equalizing with the intention of meeting takes with e5, e4 for now. This is not a great knight.
No, it's not.
This is not a great knight, giving Black all the compensation he might want here.
Somehow, we in this round in particular, we're looking at some of the games, and no moves have been made between Gukesh and Alireza.
Yes.
Very, very slow indeed. And it was like, in this position, I thought we had already determined King E8 a long while ago as being, the most accurate. And still, Alireza is at the board, and are clocks becoming a factor?
Not really. He still has 42 minutes, while Gukesh has 57.
An hour versus 42. And
Yeah.
again, what we've been looking at is King E8, Rook back to D1. Yes, the knight is going to E6, but you might want to prevent the white knight from going to D4. Another reason for playing this move C5 is very, very often you do see this rook lifting, and it's not inconceivable that the rook would slide.
That is a very good plan if you can get it, yeah.
Yeah, across the board. And of course, if you're driven back, whether it be by bishop C1 or by the rook coming, then it's fine. You bring your knight back, and again, I've seen so many of these Berlin endings. Hikaru Nakamura, amongst many, Wesley So, also. It seems like every top player in the world, including Magnus Carlsen, has this endgame. Well, not on as a poster, but they know what they're doing when they get here.
Yeah. Very interesting to see Alireza seemingly, the choice
Frozen.
The choice between King f8 and knight e6 isn't even that critical, frankly. So just pick one.
And let's go.
Yeah. The more he thinks, the more I begin to wonder if he actually wants to gamble with 95. But I mean, he's doing well in the tournament, and it looks wrong.
Right.
That would be a shocking decision if he went for it. I just don't know why he would.
Okay, well, let's see why he would
Knight d5
consider
e6.
it to begin with.
e6. I think maybe the only move here is king e8. At least that was maybe what my engine was suggesting.
And then we rip
Bishop
upon.
g7 and rook
g8.
somewhere.
Well, rook g8 we can take on up. Maybe h7 is better.
Rook h7. So the idea is we're going to ensnare this rook at the cost, likely, of a pawn in something else. I don't know.
But
why are we doing
There's
this
always
again,
knight
Peter?
e5, right? So
yeah, it's not even going to be easy to win that rook. Let's say
bishop back to b2.
Yeah, we could go. Let's say bishop b2 back.
Rook
for some reason
takes.
For some reason, this is a mistake, and it's much stronger to play bishop a1. Once again, I kind of refuse to.
Bishop a1.
Refuse to understand why. I don't know.
It's Karpovian. You want your pieces protected, Peter.
But the point all of us are trying to make. I don't know why. This is maybe even more illustrative. Like it looks like it's lost, but it's not.
It's not.
And in order to attack it again, you will have to give it squares along the g file, and then you've completely ruined your position because
truly
we traded the kind of a passive pawn on e5, which wasn't doing very much, for a very healthy pawn on g7. Our bishop, which was on b2 and very restricted by our own pawn, is now roaming free. This looks borderline winning for white. So, yeah, I'm really unsure as to what's going on. I mean, c7 really isn't hanging, so maybe he is considering, I don't know, playing something like rook h5, which, yes, is playable if you want to. Rook c7, I guess you just go king e8, and then you can't stop knight e6 or bishop d8, so this is fine. But this is just
impractical.
Extremely fancy play syndrome, Just
like
go king e8.
Nodirbek taking 25 minutes to play d takes c5.
Right.
I think the problem is that we're giving these players too much time.
They don't need all the time that they receive with these 2 hours, the classical time controls. Rook to d7, and we'll come back to this game when we see some play. Anish Giri, we've already mentioned. Ding Liren.
A couple of moves.
A couple of the rooks have been traded off, and we do have a knight going
Black has a
back.
fortress, pretty much.
Yeah, and well, Peter was suggesting, look, you go knight to e1.
Knight e1.
You go bishop to f1, and then you start bringing your pieces to good squares. Knight f4, and you start doing your best to target this pawn.
But that
on
knight on
d5.
e6 probably actually goes to e6. On e4 probably goes to e6 to prevent one of our knights to landing on f4.
So just to put some moves on the board, as Peter would say, let me just put some moves on the board for a moment. We put in one knight goes to e6. What happens next, Peter?
I guess we chill now. Maybe we can even go queen c7 because it does feel like the amount of attackers and defenders on the d5 pawn will be
are even, Steven?
Will be even, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, okay. Let's say I play f3. I transgress. I don't.
I suspect if you give me this option, I am interested in playing g6, g5.
Okay.
Just to improve my structure a little bit, yeah. G5, H6, maybe swing the bishop from B7 to E6, where at least it does something, or F5 even, as
exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
But mainly, I'm just asking you, how exactly are you trying to beat me here?
I guess in this particular case, you've given me a little bit of a smidge of a target, whatever that means.
Yeah, but imagine the bishop is already on E6. Yeah, this is why I want to play bishop C8, bishop E6. Yeah.
Yep, you put the bishop on e6, and I put my knight on g3.
You never push in e4, or you will eventually?
I've got all the time in the world, yeah. And, well,
moves.
It's going to be a long struggle. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing from Darius that engines are saying black should not trade queens.
Oh, that's interesting. That
maybe in the end game, white has better chance.
Well, we're not.
That actually kind of stands to reason, even in very common sense way, because in order for white to make progress here, you probably need to start pushing pawns on the king side.
Right.
And you just feel much freer doing that with the queens off the board.
Because I'm not pushing pawns on the queen side, right, Peter? No.
We've done all the pushing we're going to be doing in this game on the queen side. That is very true. Right. And in terms of king safety, obviously once the queens come off, you have absolute free reign on the king side to do whatever you please.
Agreed.
With the queen still on the board, you have to at least pay some attention so
Right.
that black doesn't develop some kind of counterplay. So yeah, that I think very much stands to reason.
There. I just see the accuracy, by the way, in 99 to 97. That's
Very solid. Yeah.
Extraordinary
Very solid.
accuracy
But
of the players.
as all the right-thinking people of the world know, those numbers aren't really.
I don't know. I'm always impressed by those types of accuracies. Knight d4, as you predicted, Peter, in the
Sometimes
Praggnanandhaa.
you have 98.5 and you lose your game.
That's
seen
just
that.
so wrong.
Yeah, it is absolutely wrong.
I mean-
remember I was at the smart board. It was one of the Rapid or Bleeds. And Magnus lost the game with 98.5% accuracy.
Dang.
Yeah.
We were at dinner last night and we were talking about Randy Johnson, a pitcher for the Seattle Mariners, and he once lost a game to Jose Martinez, where he pitched two hits for the whole game, and the opposing pitcher had one hit for the whole game. A week later, they played, and Randy Johnson pitched a one-hitter, and the same opponent pitched a no-hitter. It was like stop it, nearly 100% and still lost. I mean, that's pretty brutal. Knight d4, and once again, Peter, if I'm white and I'm trying to mix things up here, am I playing king f1?
You can, but then after c7, c6, the question why you suspect you're better kind of starts becoming very...
An issue? I was going e3?
e3, knight b3, rook c3, rook b2, you're worse.
Knight c3.
Rook c3, rook b2, and now I threaten knight d2 check, and the opponent b4 is very much a target now.
Yeah, I think I'm
Bring the
influenced
knight
by the games of Michael
Bishop G4?
Bodvinnik, where he would play for these endings, and
But I think you've kind of overpressed
We have
it
a
here a
move.
little bit.
and the
Knight
move.
f3.
But Peter,
Knight of 3 we
previously-
covered previously.
Yeah.
Knight of 3 is going to just get everything off the board. We take with the rook.
Rook takes
You have to
e2.
go rook takes c2. There is no other choice. King f1, knight d4. You have rook takes c7 here, but I probably go bishop f5 anyway. I don't think it makes any difference whether you include the knight trade or not.
We did include the knight trade.
Yeah, and if you do include the
earlier
knight
in
trade, rook c7, bishop f5, you have to give up on d3, and you're not winning this position.
Exactly. We're going to play bishop e4. and
Yeah, I think that's very likely.
Probably. Or you somehow bail out here. Okay, so that game looks to be heading towards a draw. Ding Liren, we know it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair.
And
Which leaves
Alireza is still
Alireza.
thinking.
No, I was hoping Alireza
Still
was going
thinking.
to...
Do we have an actual timestamp for this? It feels like half an hour. How do you
King
spend-
e8
Thank you.
on
Thank you.
schedule. And wow, Peter, I must say,
Really
that took
curious.
that.
We don't have timestamps.
Yeah,
Not
we-
at least not easily accessible ones. But if maybe somebody from the production team could
That
tell us
took a
exactly
long-
how much time he spent on making the most obvious move in the position.
a long time, you said it, to make the most obvious move in the position. We're dropping the rook back. Rook takes is just a one-way ouvou. You just trap your
40 minutes.
4-0,
Yeah.
40
Yeah.
minutes. Sometimes you think these guys don't need their 2 hours.
Yeah.
Because that
I'm
move,
sure of that.
could have been made a long
I will
time
not
ago.
attempt to retell my Pitigorsky story, but I'm very tempted here. I will.
Rook back to d1, c5. Give me an evaluation by the computer, and you've kind of hinting that black's not bad, and I'm saying black's not bad at all.
0.30. No, it likes white. I think when the light square
Why?
bishop comes off, well, the h4 pawn could potentially become a target. I think that's the
Okay.
biggest issue. And sometimes, like if you imagine the position after bishop c1, knight e6,
Okay.
sometimes you actually manage to do something like king h2 and then let's make some random moves. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Like something like this, and then I go king g2, I go h4, g4, king g3, h5, and so on.
I've seen MVL squeeze something.
And the counter argument is, without the light square bishop, generating anything on the queen side versus these a to b3, c2 pawns is going to be very, very difficult. But you can actually, if we are looking for ways to create counterplay on the queen side, something like b5, rook b6, rook a6 could be considered. I don't know if it's
Right.
great, but it could be considered. But mainly, I think it's just that we're still in the same equation here. It's good that the pawn is on h4. It does make it much harder for white to organize any kind of a pawn march on the king side. But we do have a slightly more meaningful majority on the king side here. So it would be weird if white had absolutely nothing. But it should be okay.
Okay, so once again, if you don't mind me playing the devil's advocate just for a moment, I'm looking at after king e8, rook d1. And then after rook d1, c5, bishop c1 as you proposed, knight to e6, king h2 as you proposed. Now I think rook h5 is basically
nothing,
asking
yeah,
for
you should.
trouble. b5, I'll go with your b5.
b5, it goes rook e4 for now to make it harder to play c4 or a5, a4.
Exactly, and I'll play rook to b6.
Yeah, we probably, we could consider throwing in a4 here.
Okay.
Just to make rook a6 less of a...
Less egregious. Okay. C7, C6, trying to use my majority. Maybe on a good day I get to play rook a6 and c4. I don't know. I'm just throwing curveballs.
Yeah, it's interesting that king h2 appears to be such a horrible move. The engine now says, please take this back. You really shouldn't have done that. So, like, maybe my completely pointless move should be something else. Maybe we should be playing like rook e4 and then king f1, king e2, judging by what the engine is telling me. Like, it really hates my king h2 move. Hates it with a passion.
Stuff.
I understand what you're saying, and honestly, I'm not in love with the idea of playing b5 when it doesn't immediately lead to you getting c4 or a4 as kind of counterplay, or if you cannot immediately go rook a6. But even there, I couldn't see anything that would convince me that white has any kind of a breakthrough. And sort of more to the point, I think these positions are just kind of level.
Also,
we take one rook off. We start bringing a king closer to the...
King c6 is a very useful...
Bishop d2, king c6. It might eventually spook you into playing c2, c4, and then I will have some openings on the queen side.
Exactly. Nazi, we have another social media, Stump the Masters. We really enjoy it when you do throw some curveball questions at us. What do you have for us this time? From Austin.
What chess icons inspired you to start playing the game?
You're from Georgia, you get first crack.
Well, it's an easy answer. It was Nana Gaprindashvili. She was 5-time women's world champion.
Yeah.
And I was lucky enough to meet her when I was 5 years old.
5 years old.
And that was it.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
She gave a simul at my chess school. At my, not chess school, regular school.
Right.
And yeah, that was so inspiring. I never stopped playing since then.
And you got to play her then
I got to
in the
play
side.
her, and well, my dad taught me, so I knew how to play.
Right.
And because I didn't lose in the opening, I developed my pieces well. She offered me a draw.
Nice.
Ooh, what a boost.
Yeah.
Wow. For me, it was clear. I got caught up in the whole Bobby Fischer, Boris Spassky. It was just, it's an unbelievable time. Even today, when I try to recreate that moment, I mean, literally, there was Walter Cronkite doing the nightly business report, and he would start the news. Today, there was a big crash on Wall Street. But before we get to our main story, Bobby Fischer drew King 12, and it was like, what? They'd interrupt the beep, beep, boop, 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 news report to tell you what Bobby Fischer did. And it was just great. It was front page news, and I got caught up in that whole hoopla, and I thought grandmasters were going to be the super athletes of tomorrow. Peter, you're
for me, it's a bit different, because I cannot claim that any one person made me take up the game. My dad taught me how the pieces moved, and I was instantly hooked without really any need for any further external stimuli.
Right.
But my earliest icon was Gary.
Gary Kasparov.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up. I began playing chess in around 1983, so the matches were just around the corner. And for me, this was absolutely the formative event of my childhood as a budding chess player. And basically, the entire country was cleaved in half. There were people who were supporting Karpov and people who were supporting Kasparov. And for me, there was never a question.
Yeah, Gary.
There was never a question. I knew who I liked of those two.
Right.
And people have over the years asked me why I knew so clearly, and I think the answer is maybe even at that early age, I understood very clearly I can never aspire to be the kind of a chess player Karpov is. He is just like the positional purity and clarity of positional play. I think I kind of understood this is not mine. Yeah, I'm never going to be good at this.
Right.
But I might be okay at dynamics.
Right, but
and Gary was dynamics personified.
Squared.
So
yeah.
for me, it was a very, very easy choice. And like I tried to model my opening repertoire and my approach to. I mean, a 12-year-old kid cannot really model his game on Kasparov, but
right.
you could dream.
Right.
And I did start playing the Grunfeld because Kasparov was playing the Grunfeld, for instance. So.
Well, then you had a really big problem. Then I can see what your problem was. If your icon was Garry Kasparov and then you played him and beat him, I'm thinking of the Dutch Tilburg.
Yeah.
The Interpol.
I beat him in the first ever tournament Blitz game we ever played, and then I beat him in the first ever classical game we played. I ended up with a reasonably serious minus score in both disciplines, but yeah, my first experiences were quite positive. Yeah.
So you're beating your King Kong right out of the box. I mean,
that was a memorable day.
Too much. Before we go on a break, we just want to do a quick roundup. We did have the move C6, C5 by Alireza. I mean, he's kind of intimating that he's ready to maybe swing across, maybe playing B5. And it's up to Gukesh now he's got the ball. Okay, go ahead and run with it. What are you going to do? We think Anish Giri is heading for a draw. That game is very, very balanced with Prague.
Is pausing here, or maybe he's not at the board, because really you should be playing 94. Other moves are possible, but they're not great.
They're not good. So we do expect that game to come down to a draw, and that leaves us only with Ding Liren, who is nursing. Well, we do have one more trade, this time of a pair of knights. So a pair of knights got traded, F2, F3. I think that this is an advantage that can
last forever.
And yet, at the same time, how are you ever going to win this game? There's just one weakness, D5, not so easy to touch.
Right. Fab is holding this very
As we go to break, do you have?
We have something special for you. Anastasiya asked the players, what was your best comeback? So take a look, and we'll be right back.
Best comeback.
Do you have a memorable comeback victory? And if so, what happened?
Half of my games is, half of my games are like this, yeah, so I don't think I can choose.
I remember, I think in 2019, in the HD Bank Vietnam tournament, I played against Demchenko. I don't remember the round, and I was losing throughout the game. And then there was like a crazy position at the end where we both had like 2 queens, and I had to sacrifice 1 queen for a mating attack. So yeah, and then in time trouble he missed this idea and won the game. So when you have 2 queens, you don't usually sacrifice 1 queen. So that is quite memorable.
Yes, I can remember a few. I think one of the most recent ones was 3 years ago in the US Championship playoffs against Fabiano. So I was completely losing the first game, but it wasn't so easy. So then I managed to turn around. It's on YouTube actually. We each only had a few seconds left on the clock. And that game was really important because the playoffs was only 2 games. I think another one was online against Jeffrey Chong for the Global Chess Championship, and we were playing Armageddon, and if I lost that, I would have been kicked out of the tournament. But I managed to win, and then I won 200 grand, so that's very nice.
I had this win against Arjun in World Cup. Yeah, I had to win with black pieces in quarterfinal in a must-win game, and I managed to win that and make it to semis. Yeah, after a marathon tie-break, I managed to make it. Yeah, I didn't really expect to go into the tie-break before my second game.
I guess it would happen in the online tournament 2 years ago when I lost to Espinko in the first white game, and then I come back with 2 wins and I eliminated him. It was sweet memory.
I have a memorable one, which was a comeback, but I didn't win. I was playing in the candidates, I think it was 6th round, but I could be mistaken. Maybe it was 7th round. Anish Giri in the 2016 candidates. So it was my first time playing candidates. It was also Anish's first time. And I'd made all draws. And then I prepared something very dubious for Anish, which didn't work out. So it was like a double pawn sacrifice, but then I went a bit too far during the game and it became a quadruple pawn sacrifice. So I was down 4 pawns, and then potentially I was also going to sacrifice a rook, which wasn't correct, of course. But he didn't go for it, he went for like a safer path. But I remember this game like very distinctly, remember it lasting a very long time, and I was basically losing the entire game. And only after a huge amount of suffering and defense, I finally managed to draw. Yet the position was so bad that even after I regained 3 pawns that I had sacrificed, I was still losing. So you can imagine how bad it was. But eventually I made a draw, and then after that I started to win a few games and almost came close to qualifying for the World Championship in 2016, but didn't manage exactly. But yeah, that game I remember very closely. It's still like etched in my memory. 4 pawns down, but somehow still managed to hold the game.
What springs to mind is my game with Morozevich in Build 2009. The opening went wildly wrong. Alexander was very well prepared and put me under tremendous pressure. And then I found one resource after another, but basically because I had no other choice. And somehow I think the turning point was when I already had secured the draw a bit by miracle, but then suddenly I thought maybe I want more, and with a few turnarounds and twists, especially some geometric matters, because I was a rook up in an endgame, but his pawn was handling toward promotion and only my rook could control it, so it went back and forth, but it was a great victory for me.
Yeah, I do have some couple of, comeback victories in Champions Tour matches in online tournaments. Yeah, I can recall one of my matches against Wesley So. I think I was down a point and I was playing black with black pieces in the decisive game, and I managed to beat him. And we went to Armageddon, which, I convincingly beat him with white pieces, and yeah, that was it. But it's very tough to find those matches in classical because you don't have many chances to play in a knockout classical tournaments. It only happens in the World Cup. But yeah, it sometimes happens.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 4, but we do have some results already, so let's take a look at our current standings. Well, this game just ended in a draw between Anish, Giri, and Pragg, so that's 3 results so far today.
And I must say, not impressed, except Wesley did get a victory, unexpectedly, I would say.
Currently, he's in clear first, not only, but Alireza and a few players could catch him.
Well put. Well said. But we do have 3 results. 2 draws. 1 win for Wesley So. Wesley, as you were saying, leading by himself at the moment.
But actually, as I was saying, that Alireza made a questionable move.
Did he? I was about to say, Alireza and Gukesh are the only remaining... Well, no, pardon me, Ding Liren. What am I... Pardon me. I'm catching up with you. King? Whoa.
I think maybe Gukesh...
That's ambitious.
Maybe Gukesh knew his clientele there a little bit, because
King?
He went 92, a move I did not like one bit.
Right.
But it did provoke King D7, so maybe it was a masterstroke.
Wow. Very, very peculiar decision.
And now, after Knight C4 check, if you go King C6,
which
you
was
have
the
to...
intention?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because you kind of lost after E5, E6. The only move to continue is F6, and this is never a good news. Yeah, like Rook E4, G5, Knight E3, get this knight over to F5. This is not great. So he will have to play King E6. It's still playable, though. This is not horrible. It's just it feels a bit unnecessary to be doing this. I thought the reaction that drew my attention was to do this, and if you play Knight E4, as seems to have been telegraphed,
right?
I wanted to take, and the engine even goes C5, C4, but the plan that you were highlighting very much is playable specifically here, because Bishop C1 we can meet with Knight E2 check. Mm-hmm. It's a very specific set of conditions that has to be met, because you mentioned this rook lift. And I thought to myself, fantastic plan, I will agree with you wholeheartedly, and then I will point out you are never getting it,
right?
Because there is always Bishop C1, or you have already played Knight E6, and then your own piece is in front.
Right.
But in this particular scenario, you get to play Rook A6, and these are the kinds of positions where suddenly it becomes maybe a bit of a double-edged game, because Black suddenly starts putting pressure on the White Queen side.
3 results.
So I thought Rook D8 is a very, very logical thing to do here. And instead, this came onto the board, and you pretty much never can play King C6. After Knight F3, you're going back. If you play King E6 here, you are generally not very happy about not having the knight on the best square on the board. This might still be okay, but this is a whole different conversation, because now the pawn on H4 is sometimes vulnerable, and in general, bishop against knight endings are promising. And another topic to mention here is, if this was on F5, I think would be completely fine, but the only way to get it to good squares from G6 really lies via E7, and these rook endings are not always safe. They're generally quite safe, but they're not always safe, and it's a whole other conversation to be had, because I can play, I mean, here it's a blunder, but if I can get this structure without blundering the pawn on H3, all kinds of new questions arise, which you don't particularly want to face with Black. So yeah, a very peculiar decision there by Alireza, considering that his position did not seem, in particular after 92, like he was under any pressure whatsoever.
Peter, a deeper question for me is, what was the purpose of 92? Instead, and not, as you say, knowing your client is going to play king to e8. Let me just do this again, just a second. King e8 to d7. Suppose I had played b5. Just what's the purpose?
94.
I guess he just felt that it's not really doing anything at all on f3. Why not put it on a slightly more active square? Okay, now you're really asking me to go knight f6 check again, right? I've done this once. I can do it twice, right? In
Knight
the same.
f6 check again. Yes.
Don't have king f8 anymore.
After
So
having
this is-
just
Yeah.
well, I guess that is true. All right. Well, it does mean that in response, I do have to play knight
And perhaps
e6.
Gukesh thought, okay, now I will play something like bishop c1. I will try to play f4. If you play g6, maybe I try to play right on rook f1 and f4, f5.
Okay.
History
just-
teaches us you don't actually get to play f4, f5 in these structures. Black will be rook h5 or g6, whatever.
Yeah, right. I want to avoid playing g6.
To not have to think about knight f6 check.
Yeah,
I understand. No, honestly, it's difficult for me to explain knight g2. I don't think the knight on e4 is such a great piece, and I think it gives black a lot of leeway.
And conversely, the position currently with the king on d7, you've just kind of, for a moment there, I didn't think black was under any duress, and suddenly you've got to decide whether your king belongs on c6, where it's in trouble, or e6.
And in particular,
what?
He's gone knight c4 check. Obviously, as we mentioned, king c6 is completely unplayable. He will have to play king e6. This just loses. So you have to play. Well, he's clearly not going back to e8. That would be completely ridiculous.
Could we try rook d6? But we do have an interview. Christian is with Pragg.
Pragg, before we get into today's game, I have to ask you about yesterday. Sometimes draws are even more painful than defeats. Yesterday, it felt like you were quite disappointed after that draw against Gukesh. How did you recover from that?
No, I definitely didn't recover after seeing today's game. This is like third time I'm missing. I spoiled a winning position against him this year. So, which is a lot. He's good at defense, but still I should convert these chances, and it was quite disappointing. I missed something similar in Bucharest when we both were down to seconds. It happens, and I just wanted to play a normal game and to fight if possible.
And you certainly did rock solid in this one against Anish. Did you at any point feel any pressure coming from him?
No, I mean, I don't know, maybe comp says it's still fine, but I just blended with rook e8 here. I can play any move literally, then rook e8. I wanted to play a4 first, and then I didn't like queen e7. Oh, sorry.
No worries. Queen e7, bishop takes.
Does this work?
Yes.
Okay, this is much better.
If you want to use that, you can use
it. And then I didn't... I started to see some ghost here. I knew this should be okay, but, can get some slight edge at some point. You can go knight c4, somewhere some double bishop with knight takes d6.
And this rook is a bit out of play, right?
But it can come to b6 at some point and target b2. But with this bishop on c3, it really doesn't do much. It's true. And then I started to... improvise and came up with this move rook e8. The point is now queen e7, bishop c3. I can just go bishop f8, and then knight d2. I can just play a4, and my knight is safe on. My bishop is safe on f8. I don't have to worry about knight takes d6.
Much more harmonious.
Yes. And then I missed b4, and when I went rook e8, Anish started to make these weird faces. Then I understood
This must have been a bit of a panic moment.
I thought I should probably resign at this point until I spotted some tricks for me, and then I was okay. At least I can fight for now.
The engine still says that you're perfectly fine, even at this point.
But which is surprising actually. Even says knight b4 is fine for me. I was
I was thinking about this position. If bishop b4, queen c2 or queen b5. I wasn't sure. Maybe this was a better thing. Queen b4 takes e4. What I did was also fine, I think.
Yes, and I think perhaps this is the final moment.
This is the critical move, and we were discussing about it. I didn't want to play e4 because this was bothering me. Takes and rook c7.
Yeah.
This is suffering, I think.
This is a very dangerous structure.
Yeah. So I wanted to do this, rook c6. I was also considering bc, bishop b4, e4. But these positions, I didn't like my double pawns. My final conclusion was I'll go rook c2 here and hope that I'm fine.
We saw you speaking with him. Did he say why he rejected g takes h4?
Yeah, because he thought e4 is strong here. But there is knight d4, rook g6, h5, rook g5, bishop d2, which is strong, which he missed.
Yes.
The point is
forcing the rook off the g file.
Forcing the rook off the g file, and then he takes on e4.
Take, and actually the rook.
And if rook d5, it gets into pin, so I can't really move. Oh, sorry. So bad with this.
Rook d5.
Bishop e3, and then it's bad.
No more. And if he goes f5, can he defend it like this?
But just...
this is just going to be a very unpleasant position. Take rook c1. Cool. And after knight takes h4, felt like everything.
And then here off. It's not possible. This e4.
Probably
good that I didn't play.
Not advisable.
The line I saw was this, and then I assume this is fine. Because I don't have a good square for my rook. Rook e8, bishop c6, rook e6, bishop d5.
Well, Prague, solid draw in this one. Congratulations. We'll let you go, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back.
And what kind of...
Thank you, Christian. Well, at a moment there when Prague was being interviewed, he said, at this moment I felt like I wanted to resign before, and, his heart must have popped out of his chest. But he maintained his calm, and it wasn't any real danger, but...
Well, as it turns out, it's one of those as it turns out situations. Because honestly, if you blunder before, I think your first reaction, as soon as you realize just in how much trouble you're in there, you just think, what have I done?
Right.
3 ply ago, we were completely fine, and now we're losing material in a position where we really shouldn't be losing any material.
Right.
But he recovered well, and I think they both, as a pair of them, they saw pretty much everything they needed to see about that position with g takes h4. I think the Fabi game will continue for quite a while, so let's stick with this, because just as we were switching to the interview, Nazi did mention a very, very cute idea, which is playable. It doesn't seem to win, but it is very critical. King f5, knight e3 check, king g5, rook d7 is just straight up bad. You cannot do this.
You're right.
So you absolutely have to accept
the rook.
And now you absolutely have to go forward. Everything else loses.
Okay.
But this appears to hold, because if g takes e7, we're just in time to play f7, f6, massively important move, stopping bishop takes g7, stopping bishop e5, stopping all kinds of things that absolutely need to be stopped. And in fact, white now needs to prove that he is not worse, because you want to just play rook h8, knight g6, just go after the e7 pawn. White does have immediate draw with rook d1 check, because you have to go back actually. King c6, knight e5 check followed by d7 is better for white. So it is a kind of a strange draw with rook d6 check, as it turns out. And I'm pretty sure Alireza will play king d5 here, because working out that everything else is bad is not particularly difficult. There's just no stopping knight d6 check. You kind of don't need to calculate much further.
Right.
It's not a hard calculation. You just need to be able to control the square on d6. The king on d5 does that job because nobody else will. You don't have other people to do it in your position, so you do it with the king. So
that's remarkable.
That's the calculation that he has to make. He can play king e8. If he's somehow worried about king e6, he can play king e8.
Knight d6.
Knight d6 check, king f8. Losing all this time. But you just feel so silly. if you play king d7 and then you go back, you just feel so incredibly silly that...
It came from f8, right?
Yeah.
So all the way back.
It was on f8 3 moves ago, yeah. And then just to bring it all the way back for no particular reason will be quite painful. So I'm expecting him to burn through some more time and then play king e6, because the other options, king e8, you just kind of die of shame, and king 6 loses. So his options are not very varied here.
Right. Okay, one more look. King e6. You're saying rook d6 check is a
So if we take
repetition.
And king b7, rook e7, I'm guessing, king d8, and we just pick up the pawns and we're better?
Yeah, that looks good. First of all, we've
95 probably wins on the spot, right?
Oh yeah, 95.
We've already got one.
Yeah, but
Bishop g7 is 2. And
95 knight takes f7 is also pretty. Bishop 7 probably also wins, but yeah, this ends.
So we have to go forwards, and now rook takes. Well, I guess we can just play rook e8 if.
If rook e7 there,
f7?
we go.
Take f7.
F6 is okay, b5 is
Yeah, I think
okay.
we
There
have
are
to play
choices
F6.
now. The best two moves are f6 and
Oh,
b5.
b5. Yeah,
Yeah.
give me this pawn. That's a
Yeah.
good move.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. b5.
b5 immediately going after the d6, but you will lose some of your king side, maybe even all of your king side. But we are now up on exchange, so we can take some losses.
Take some loss. But one thing there. Is there a rook e5 check? King
King6.
Now rook takes.
Still b5?
Or knight d5 first, maybe, if we wanted to stop rook
King
c7
d5
from
back.
happening. We have additional options, or that, yeah.
Right. Knight d5.
Yeah, but one thing I want to
d6.
kind of segue neatly to is
Yes.
you've just burned 40 minutes on king e8, you're down to 17, and there's now concrete variations to calculate. He would have been just so much happier having 50 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah.
Just play king e8.
And having traded one pair of rooks, as you suggested too, that wouldn't have been bad work either.
92 rook d8 just seemed like such a logical thing to do for my eyes, yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's a self-inflicted wound, and for those of you joining us late, we saw one self-inflicted wound, one Nepo, a tournament leader, going down to Wesley So in what we thought was a drawn rook ending, but Nepo misplayed it, and Wesley as the victor of the day. Knight c4 check, and hard for me to see Alireza's profile at the board. Do you think he's you think he's getting nervous as he's burning through his clock?
He doesn't look nervous, but...
He doesn't look nervous.
No. And while we're waiting for him to decide something, Ding, as he has done sort of consistently in this tournament, just offered a draw pretty much.
Did he?
Instead of continuing to push. Because
my
let's
gosh,
bring this
he
up on the
invited-
large screen.
He invited a trade of...
I quite like how Fabi actually was treating this. I think Fabi's play was very logical. A pair of knights just came off on the g2 square, and Fabi very instantly, basically, chose to take away some squares from the white pieces. And also, interestingly, just went for this knight h7, f5, a more or less instantaneous decision to freeze everything in place here on the king side. And here Ding went knight e2, knight f6, did not play knight f4 here. Honestly, very mystifying decision to me. At least provoke g5. Maybe black will be able at some point to play g5 without losing anything, but at least provoke g5, it creates some more things for you to play against.
Yeah.
So he began by playing queen c1, I played knight h5, and once again, you can shuffle forever. There's no risk. Maybe you're not going to win, but you can shuffle forever. And he goes knight f4 here, which is more or less a draw for, because now you don't have pieces to attack the g5 pawn with.
Exactly.
You can maybe still pretend you can play bishop b1, bishop a2, but that black will just make king moves.
Yeah.
Queen on e7, bishop on b7, make king moves. King g7, king h7, king h7, king h7 in perpetuity.
Do you think he can play g4 at some point? And
Well, yes, but...
still nothing, right? Opening up h5.
Yeah.
Well, I think
It's the way to play now, but I don't think it's
But
anything.
queen
really.
h1 and g4 again? If you,
Well,
let's say you
but
let
then-
me do
but
everything.
If
Let's
I completely remove myself
Right.
from the equation, this becomes a bit dangerous. Even though it probably holds, but it becomes a
Still
bit
fine,
dangerous.
yeah.
But obviously, the moment the black queen has squares, I will start attacking the pawn on d4 and giving you checks, and it becomes very difficult to organize the move g3, g4. And yeah, this is a bit
perplexing.
This is a bit perplexing, yeah, because also, just from a purely like practical standpoint, Black is never going to deny you this trade.
Right. Yeah.
Shuffle for a bit.
H5.
I don't know. Go king e1, king d2. Try to play, I don't know, queen e1, play g3, trade something on this side. Honestly, I don't know how to read the evaluation on my screen because it says plus 120, but it could just be the static advantages, which are not insignificant here.
Right.
This is a very, very dead piece. There are weaknesses in the center. Black also, in order to stop any thoughts of e3, e4, yeah, and our production team keeps on saying knight g1 is very strong with the idea of f4, knight f3, which, yeah, now that I look at it, this might draw. Like if we make a couple of moves just to illustrate what the threat is, I get here, I want to play, I don't know, king, queen e1, and then king somewhere, just take on h4.
Yeah, right.
And it might start collapsing. So the decision to just more or less wrap it up with knight f4, I'm expecting. Well, I mean, he will maybe continue for a while, but he minimized his advantage as much as he could minimize it in one move, basically.
Yeah, well, Roman would have tortured him with bishop b1, bishop a2, moved and moved and moved and moved.
A very striking decision, and I think a bit indicative of the way Ding is playing here. Up until this point, he played a very, very nice game, but he seems like he is sort of content to play half a game well, and then if something does no longer completely feels to his taste, he kind of wraps it up.
Confounding to be sure, as the advantages all disappeared across the board in this round 4. And, you know, considering what we experienced yesterday, that was quite the feast, a bountiful feast,
right?
of moves.
Fabi is offering a queen trade,
inviting a bishop ending.
Yeah, which will be completely level, of course. You just put the bishop on e6 and you... It's one of those where you start thinking, is it lost if I just give you my bishop? Right. It is in this particular case, but sometimes it isn't. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing myself a favor by this exchange. Do you think this is completely drawn?
Yeah.
Because...
Why wouldn't it be?
I get to play g4 and pretend, don't I?
g4 and then?
But pretend what, yeah?
I don't know.
g4, bishop d7, like what exactly
you have to take, otherwise there's nothing, right?
Yeah. G takes a 5.
I'm gonna try. No.
Bishop f7.
Okay.
Yeah, eventually you go g takes a 5, king g3, you give a check from c2, but you are not going to be able to...
Get in the f5
Yeah, I don't think you... Like, I go king f6, bishop b6, and knight chill, and you never get to play f5, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. A draw is inevitable, and let's see what happened in the other
King
game.
is on e6.
King went to e6. Ooh.
So
okay, so maybe we see some action.
Maybe.
Let me see where is Alireza's
Gukesh.
game.
It's on the bottom.
It's on the bottom. Good. King e6. I tell you, I think I would have swallowed my pride, shame, and everything else and played king e8. I would have seen the move rook d6 captures.
I don't think so.
I could have seen all of those variations where you show me why I'm losing, and I go, okay.
King d5 is good enough, though.
Right, but wow.
There's also an option to...
I mean, frankly, I would be very, very nervous that I might have missed something in this position. Like, seriously, like, I wouldn't trust that I'm completely okay, even in this one.
Yeah, this is...
These players trust themselves. All they do is calculate.
Wow, they calculate so well. I've got a rook on the 7th. I've got a pawn for my troubles.
Knight d6, I suppose. No, I absolutely think this is playable for white, and I suspect Gukesh will go for it, because other options are less inspiring.
So, just a second, hold on. Can I knight e6, knight f5 check.
King c6, let's say.
And I slurp a pawn. You gotta play rook a8.
Yeah, let's go rook a8, yeah.
Okay, I go here.
Rook h e8.
Rook h e8. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting three. I'm trying to count.
But
pawns
if I land rook e2 in the end there, I don't think I lose. With the king on g1, okay, knight takes h4, I did blunder, but
well,
rook a8. You have a3. You have a3, yeah.
3.
You have a3.
I'm just trying to get some position where I might have a. You'll have an exchange.
Yeah, and there we go. Rook d6 on the board. So we will. At least we will have to.
Yeah, I'd be worried as black that, you know, you're getting a lot of pawns for the exchange, and I'd be worried like, wait a minute, am I sure I'm getting the rooks off the board? But if I am, a draw still is a likely result.
Yeah, I feel like even in that final position, which I may have misplayed, with you having 3 for the exchange, the moment the rooks come off, I rate my drawing chances
very highly. Yeah. But we did go with b5, and maybe there were other moves.
F6 is also playable. Yeah, the engine suggests F6 is also playable.
To not give up all those kingside pawns.
Yeah, and also limit the exposure a little bit. Like it limits your knight, it limits your bishop on g2. Rook g7. Then I guess we choose between either b5 or maybe even rook g8.
Because now the knight is actually doing a good job.
Let me check. F6, bishop, rook takes g7, it does go rook h g8 and says we're completely fine.
Okay. And suddenly the knight on f4 is actually splendid when the g file is open. And clock times, because we were mentioning that...
Alireza has been spending a lot of time.
Burned a lot of his clock.
He's down to 14 minutes, while Gukesh has 37.
37. Okay, so that's a kind of a little bit significant.
Yes, especially with the king on d5.
I know, right?
In trouble, it's easy to blunder something.
Would you be completely, well, here we go.
Would I be completely...
happy, confident that after king d5?
If I was Alireza, yes. If I'm myself, no. Because I can very easily blunder.
And here we go.
King goes to d5.
f5 is losing.
Yes.
So
it's d7.
Yeah.
d7 was the easiest one. That was just snap, crackle,
yeah,
pop.
that looked horrible.
So
horrifying.
Gukesh has an immediate draw if he wants with rook d1, rook e1.
I'm assigning about a 0% probability to that.
You're probably right.
0%? I mean, not even 1/10 of 1%?
No, he is not like everything.
You don't go rook d6 check to
No, he might do it once, but he's never taking the entire draw. He might repeat one. But even repeating once against somebody in 14 minutes just makes no sense, right?
That's a good point.
Why are you giving Alireza a minute?
Well, because
false hope of a draw.
Well, you're testing your opponent, right? The idea is that you put questions to your opponent. In this position, king e6 is the only move. King c6 loses, so you might ask him, are you ready to play a blunder? And you have to play king e6, and you think, okay, great. You passed that test, well done. No?
As I said, I'm not even very sold on doing it once, but Gukesh never takes a draw here, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, that's clear.
Gukesh is just an incredibly ambitious player. And
you don't play
he's not worse, he's ahead on the clock, and he is Gukesh. He is just not taking a draw here.
That's great. I am Gukesh.
Exactly.
It sounds like a good novel, yes. You know? I am Gukesh.
So
and I am the challenger to the world champion. So you've got to think from the perspective of, you need some confidence to go into these world championship matches, and a victory over Alireza would certainly qualify as a confidence builder. King d5, by the way, I'm seeing an exclamation mark. Because it's a forced move, it gets an exclamation mark. Nazi,
yeah,
what's
because
up with
every
that?
other move was losing.
So the computer awards itself for good play. By the way, Ding, Liren, and Fabi are in that bishop ending where we think that even after getting in g4, well, you got a dead end. There's no further.
Yeah, you can actually force g takes f5, g takes f5, and get the king to h6, but that does nothing anyway.
Sorry, Ding.
Oh, okay,
They are repeating. Well, I do expect king h4. I do expect
he will
g4.
play g4, yeah.
Okay.
So he'll play g4, and then Fabi can play. I think maybe the way to do this is to not even play bishop e6, just to play bishop e8, so that the king never even crosses to h5 and h6.
Yeah, I like that best of all. I just like this idea of keeping the king
I'm guessing you can get the king to h6 anyway, but it doesn't progress further.
How?
Bishop e8, I go bishop c2.
So, and then...
Bishop f7, I go bishop b3.
Gotcha.
And after, let's say, bishop e6, g takes f5, or bishop g8, g takes f5, I honestly think the cleanest is just to take with the pawn.
And just allow me to get my
Yeah,
king.
you get to h7, h8, but you never get further. Yeah, I stay on f7, e6 squares.
That's
And-
a peculiar one, isn't it? That, I mean, look at how the light square bishop can't get...
It can't even get to h5.
Right.
Maybe if it could get to h5, we would maybe even win. Yeah, but it can't.
Because then the
Through
king
some
could go to
zugzwangs.
G8.
Yeah, they would start to some zugzwang would start becoming a problem.
Right. Not anymore. So we do expect that this one, and this, are clocks a factor? I wouldn't think so. It's too early.
No, these players never enter time trouble. 40 minutes for Ding, 35 for Fabi.
No.
And this was, so out of 4 rounds, this was Ding's third white game.
Right.
In all 3, he had decent winning chances.
He did. He got good positions out of the opening or in the middle game.
Especially against Wesley So yesterday. Had he played knight takes f3 against Wesley, who's currently one of our tournament leaders, you know, we talked about the butterfly effect, right? What would it have meant if Ding Liren had won that round 3?
And Fabi's claiming third move repetition.
Yeah, and Ding is not going to contest it. He is done for today.
Chris is asking questions.
Right.
And that's a draw.
So we are
with one game
2.5 hours into the broadcast, and we only have maybe 3.5. I've lost count.
3.5.
Yep.
We have one game left. It's between Gukesh and Alireza.
And this is the moment where Gukesh has to decide, number one, does he want to make a repetition? Our own Peter Svidler says, no way, we're not going to make a repetition.
I've been known to be wrong, but if I'm wrong about this, I will honestly be
we have a hat?
Very shocked. Yeah.
Well, let's just do the updated standings with this game remaining.
Right, we have 4 results. Wesley So won a game against the Nepomniachtchi and is currently leading the tournament with 2.5 points. And the other games have been drawn. Only game left is Gukesh against Alireza Firouzja.
If it finishes the way the engine suggests it should finish, there will be a tie for first between Wesley and Alireza.
Right.
Then half the field on 50% and
2 players at -1.
Gukesh were to win.
He would replace Alireza at the top, being tied for first with Wesley.
With Wesley and
the Alireza victory does not seem to be in play, but who knows how this progresses? We've seen things.
Seen crazier things.
Yeah, absolutely. And these two played 2 decisive games in Toronto. Very famously, this is the one game that Gukesh lost in Toronto. He was much better out of the opening against Alireza, and then somehow started burning time. It became much closer to equality than I think completely equal. And then on about a minute, he made 2 bad blunders in a row and resigned.
Time trouble.
Yeah, and then he won that very long game with the white pieces where Alireza continued pushing way past the point where he should have been pushing and kind of really started playing for a loss at some point and succeeded.
Right.
And succeeded.
We say through dint of effort. He successfully lost. Yes. King d5. And again, let's just look at these lines a little bit further. Rook takes. Do you prefer, Nazi, f6, or do you prefer b5?
f6. I want to keep the king side pawns alive.
f6. Okay, that makes a lot of sense
for the
to
time
me as
being.
well.
Yeah. It's interesting because you can collect the entire king side more or less by force, it seems like, after rook g7. If you take rook g7, I go rook h8, you take on g8, you go bishop takes f6.
Or start with bishop f6.
I think you probably want to create the threat of d7.
Okay. Sorry. Bishop takes f6, rook takes... Oh, you wanted to play rook takes g8.
Yeah, I wanted to take rook g8. I think both are very symmetrical, but this position.
So now you said you wanted to create the threat of d7.
Rook takes g8, bishop takes f6, and I just go king e6, and then you take on h4. But now it gets to be my turn, right? I take on g2 with the rook. you have to choose whether you allow king f1, rook h2, or you play king h1, which doesn't allow me to play rook h2, but...
Rook h2, bishop g... Oh, checkmate.
Yep. King h1, and let's say we put it all the way back on g8.
All the way back on g8, I'm assuming.
And honestly, you start thinking, can I be better with black here, right? The answer is probably no, but if anyone is better here, I suspect it could be black. No?
Well, I'm undecided on that point still.
Well, knight takes h3 for now.
That was
or
the
rook
question.
h8 first. I don't know which one I prefer.
Okay, rook h8 first. Let's say knight h3, Peter?
Actually, yeah, if I can't play rook h3, knight e2, which I can't really, I would prefer to take on h3 and keep your king cut off. Yeah, let's take on h3 previous move.
Okay, exactly. And with my king so stupid.
Yeah, you kind of have to play bishop g3 and then king g2, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, my king, look, if I'm playing for the win, I mean, I need to have more than just a pawn on d6. I mean, I need
I think black is completely safe, but I'm revising my opinion about playing for a win. I'm probably not playing for a win there with black, but I'm very, very safe.
Okay, so one more time. Rook takes e7, f6. Let's just pause here. I can't do anything. I need to be like a trickster.
There's knight e3.
You can start with knight e3, king d6, rook g7.
Okay, but before we get too deep into our analysis, we have a special guest in studio.
We do. Christian is with Fabiano Caruana.
Fabi, a peaceful result today, but a very tense middle game against Ding. Last time you played against him, you took some risks out of the opening with the black pieces. What was the strategy this time around?
Yeah, I didn't take big risks. I still went for a fighting line, but a rather solid one. But I think he just played it very well. I was actually thinking he might go for g4. But okay, this is a bit too adventurous. Like rook e8, long castle.
Was this still part of the preparation? Was this
I didn't remember anything. I remember that there was some kind of a5, g5, knight e4. And if you take, there's knight b4, as far as I remember. But yeah, he went for something more solid. This is supposed to be a decent plan for black. But yeah, this is an important move because if b5, c5, I equalize very comfortably. Now I can take with the knight. And I get a very nice.
Despite the weakness on d5, you still have some play on the
if I get like
side.
knight a5, b5, knight c4 eventually. I mean, I have good pieces. Yeah, I do have a bit of a weakness on the d5, but yeah, he played an excellent move. I didn't really want to play a5, but I figured I should. Maybe here, yeah. Knight df6. My knight is actually poorly placed there, which I didn't realize, and I missed this rook a2 move that he had.
Yes, which was
like
a tremendous
here,
move.
And now queen e7, is that the... Oh, no, now there's c5. Yeah, it's very concrete. Because if I stop him from bishop a3, then I'm doing all right.
So rook c8 was necessary.
Yeah, it seems like this is I overlooked rook a2. Because he needs to, of course, avoid this stuff, which is winning. But I thought he would do it with like knight d1, and then, this is a bit passive, and I have some... maybe
g5.
This doesn't look as good. So rook a2 is an excellent move. He played it quickly, and then I realized I'm in an unpleasant situation because there's no way to stop the trade of bishops.
Yes. And you had to get creative.
Yeah, actually, I think this was quite subtle because I was looking at this, and this was I wasn't sure if I would go for it. Like knight g5, queen h2, king f1, queen h1, king e2, queen g2. At g6, I didn't realize that. I was looking at this position. I couldn't wrap my head around it. But it is difficult to sack a piece like this. So.
Yes.
Anyway, he went for something quite good. And yeah, it's just very unpleasant because I can probably hold it, but very passively.
Yes.
And then we got this sad position. But yeah, he could have played knight e1.
Though knight e2 is probably fine as well to keep the advantage.
I was worried that he would keep all the knights, and my knights are a little bit, both want to compete for the same square, so trading knights I was at least reasonably happy, but it's still very unpleasant. I was very surprised by his knight f4.
Yes. That was the big
Okay, he could do knight f4 here, that was good. But I actually, well, I wasn't sure what he would do, but I was kind of worried about knight g1 followed by f4 and knight f3 and knight goes to g5. I was very worried about the position. And this is just a draw.
Yes, after knight f4, just a
strange decision. I wasn't sure how bad it was, but it does look, now that I see the evaluation, it looks pretty bad.
Okay, king e1 and then put the king on d2 seems to be the path forward, but the engine doesn't give very precise valuations. Fabi, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. And well, it's an easy day, but it shouldn't have been that easy for Fabi. We think that Ding Liren, well, he left the torture too soon.
A little bit, yeah.
He took his foot off the gas. In our one remaining game, we have Gukesh, challenger Gukesh versus Alireza, and we think it could be a 3-result game. I mean, but the likelihood...
The longer he thinks, the more it feels that either he goes for... I'm revising my 0% to maybe 5%.
0-0, yeah, right.
But also he could go for something very, very speculative as he keeps on trying and finding a refutation for like this position or the rook e7, f6 position, and nothing really springs to mind.
Mm-hmm.
And the desire to win, we have seen him overplay his hand.
Who hasn't?
Historically, yeah, and it's a very natural thing to do. You think you've played a nice game, your position looks attractive, and the calculations somehow don't support that assertion.
Right.
So the calculations must be wrong.
Right.
You know, it's a very familiar situation to all of us. But it does feel like this is holding. In fact, d7, f6. White really needs to start playing very precisely. It currently seems like bishop c1, specifically followed by f2, f4, is maybe the only way to continue here. Because you need to create threats, otherwise black will be in time to consolidate, play some rook to e8 and start collecting. So I guess the way to continue that is less fraught with risk is not rook e4.
No.
It's rook takes e7. And then, yeah, you pass the move to black. Black has options. b5, f6 are playable. Knight e6 is playable, but not as strong as the other two. White isn't really running any particular risks in any of those. You pretty much always collect more or less the entire king side. In the case of b7, b5, you often also collect the pawn on a7. You do a lot of collecting there, but the black pieces get very active. In particular, I think common wisdom suggests that if somehow the pair of rooks comes off the board, you do run some risks.
Agreed.
If we imagine, actually, bishop takes g7 by far the best and the only move, I wonder why. We were playing rook takes f7. We were missing rook hf8 here, which I think is missable, but it's extremely painful for white. The engine already suggests this is a lot of trouble. Because all of us, I think, assumed that the threat to the knight on the 4, some ideas of knight e7, check and so on, force you to play something like knight e6 or knight d5. We were making those moves here, where rook hf8 is just very, very good. So you have to play bishop takes g7, let's say rook he8, we take on a7, and
here you start to pause, right?
Yeah, like if both rooks land on the first, and you don't have knight takes h4 somehow, you just get mated and so on.
Right.
So it does become a bit of a conversation where black could suddenly, start to dream.
Yeah, excuse me.
Objectively speaking, everything on my screen here is zeros. White is still completely fine. There's no real worry to be had. But this is not a very comfortable position to discuss among yourself when you think here. So yeah, I think I need to, as usual, you shouldn't assign 0% to anything that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Perhaps it might actually come onto the board.
Yeah, by definition, I tend to avoid making blanket statements as well. Like, this is 100% thump,
Yeah, Gukesh is catching up on the clock. 21 minutes per game and 14.5 for Alireza.
Yeah.
Not such a huge advantage anymore.
That is also incredibly relevant, yeah. Because when you had a half an hour advantage on the clock and you thought your position was promising, it was one situation.
Right.
Now that you realize your position probably isn't anywhere near as promising as you'd hoped, and you're also only up 6 minutes. And just to remind our viewers, this is for the end of the game.
Right.
There will be no more time added.
Yeah, it'll be...
All of these things do tend to suggest you might decide to kind of cut your losses there a little bit.
And just to update our schedule, let's just take a look.
Tomorrow will be round 5, the last round before the rest day. After that, players will have 4 more rounds, and then after round 9, what are the chances we're going to see playoffs?
Well, we're going to wait
Things
until we
change
see.
every day,
Yeah,
Honestly, quite decent, I would think.
Yes.
Nobody's running away with it.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
+1 is
currently the lead. Yes.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
I think quite decent. I will say you also see on that screen there's a whole separate day dedicated to the playoffs for the GCT
Tour.
But the GCT standings, because of so many ties for first in previous events, they're all so fractal by this point that it's very unlikely people actually end on the same score. It would require an absolute miracle of math to get 2 players to the same score, considering like somebody has 0.54 on our standings or something like that.
And by the way, for those GCT playoffs, it's not just also about first place. The top 3 finishers do get invited back to the tour.
And there's also prizes for the top 3 finishers in the tour, which we keep on not mentioning for some reason.
100,000 to the GC
Sorry
Tour
to
winner.
interrupt, Gukesh doesn't go for the draw. He goes
Rookie
Rookie
5 check.
Rookie
a move we have
check.
not considered at all, I think.
Well, I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest King C6.
Yes, that is a good move. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rook takes E7, right?
Right.
Yeah, you have to assume it's rook takes. Yeah.
Somehow I feel like the king is a little bit more comfy.
So Peter, after all, you were right to say there's a 0% chance.
Now we can say, because it actually failed to materialize the repetition. But it's not a particularly great choice, it would seem, because it should still be within the drawing margins, but the move for black to play for something here would be b7, b5. And as usual, our best 2 moves are b5 and f6. It's just that they became slightly stronger, I think, compared to the previous position. Yeah.
I would have said the king is actually safer and better on c6 than it is on d5.
Yes. So after f6, I think a very logical draw could occur, which I could show here. Although this transposes back to what we could have had previously. Yeah. The draw I was talking about is rook takes g7, knight d5. And in this position, I do want to play b7, b5, so you can play a4. And now I can chase your rook forever, and you're never trading. Because if you trade, you might actually be worse with white. But as long as the rook is on the 7th, black has no winning chances. And the move that the engine currently seems to suggest is the strongest here is the move b7, b5. And we get some versions of the positions we were discussing earlier. For instance, rook c7 check, king d5, knight e3 check, king takes d6. And you can take either on a7 or on f7. They lead to similar positions anyway. If you take on f7, I go rook hf8. Now rook takes a7. We go rook a8. And as mentioned, the moment the specter of the rook trade becomes real, you have to start worrying a little bit. The engine goes bishop takes g7, rook a7, bishop takes f8, king e6, king c6, sorry. And really, pulls the brakes here, trying to get as many pawns off the board on the queen side as possible. You still have to be kind of worried about not losing the c2 pawn, and the evaluation is not very optimistic, but it feels like this should be a draw eventually. But the conversation very much switches to, can Alireza be seriously better?
Right.
The answer is probably not yet, but
wait till knight d5 gets played, and then that knight, the pawn on c2.
Exactly. And after b5, you have other options as well, but none of them seem to be particularly exciting. If you start with knight e3, knight e6 becomes quite decent, keeping things under control, removing some of the checks. And if rook takes f7, rook hf8, it really starts hating things for white. Could become a 3-result game very easily from here.
Supposing that Alireza was in a must-win situation, which he is not, of course. Imagine when you start with knight d5. You take a pawn. Peter. I go rook h f8. You take a pawn, and I go rook e8. And I'm dreaming of check and rook takes f2.
Doesn't quite work out because king f1. Just sort of very prosaically, you're absolutely right, this should be stopped, but the issue is it can be stopped. And knight e3 check doesn't really do anything, because that trade, now you're not really threatening to invade, and also,
That
Rook
was
e7.
funny, though.
What did I do?
King
I did
F1.
something very stupid, as usual. In this position, Rook e7 wins on the spot. There are other strong moves, but this is just very simple because we force this trade,
Right.
and then we also pick up the pawn on h4. And we have 4, and the rook is on e8. So this is completely
No. In my mind, the king was going to h2, and
no,
no,
it's not.
No, it's not. So that's why f6. Is
f6 or
often-
b5, yeah.
Or b5.
Both should be equal, but currently, and once again, this is not a very strong engine. It prefers b5 ever so slightly. Everything else, white is doing fine.
But it's 20 minutes against 10, which
And,
is very important.
For me, I'm looking at this position, and for me, the move b5 is the most forcing. So let's have a look-see at the most forcing. Are we going knight e5 check? Or
it starts with rook
Rook
c7.
c7, because he included this rook e5 check for a reason.
okay, so rook
King
check.
d5.
That's a
Knight
good move.
e3 check.
Knight e3, and then
And
we
I
take
took
on
a pawn.
f7.
Then which pawn do I take? f7? Yes, f7.
I think it's probably f7.
Okay,
Let's have an extra tempo.
just pause for a moment because there is knight e2 check, knight d4.
Yeah, rook a7 is also playable, but it likes rook f7 a bit more, yeah.
And there is
We have f6 move, no b5.
Okay.
f6. That was also the computer's. Which was the first choice of the
b5 was slightly stronger.
Okay.
This is not bad, but b5 was slightly stronger. Now it suggests, which is a bit mystifying to me, it suggests doing exactly the same. Rook c7, knight e3, rook g7. Rook c7, you have to play king d5. And somehow this works out a bit better for white. I'm not entirely sure I understand why. I guess because the other rook still protects b7, and b7 is a far more important pawn than a7. So having this one on b5 actually benefits black a great deal. And if you play rook hg8, yeah, it goes rook h7. And you can take on h3, but interestingly, the engine suggests, now that I've removed the pawn on h4, f6 is still hanging, you don't have full control. It's of course equal, black is an exchange up, but because of how discoordinated the black pieces are, it says if anyone is pushing here, it's white. f6 is very weak. We want to play rook h6, king f2, g4, and so on. It is, of course, a draw. You don't really win this with white very often, but white is completely out of risk. And if after rook h7 you play rook h8, they do now take the trade because you kind of have to, but you collect the entire king side. And black hasn't started any kind of a king's counterplay against the other side of the board, so you end up with some position like this.
Two pawns.
Where...
Two connected pass pawns.
Yeah. It probably, I mean, not probably, extremely likely is still going to end in as a draw, but white is out of danger entirely. And in practical terms, maybe it's slightly less pleasant to play with black.
Right.
And Gukesh has played rook takes g7.
Instantly, without the check, yeah?
Right, without the check.
Okay, now the only move that is a clean draw is knight d5.
Knight d5.
But it seems very logical. You stop rook c7, your pawn on f6 is hanging, you prevent it from being taken.
You defend
it. Looks like that draw that we were discussing.
I can play a4 after that, right?
Yeah, you absolutely can, and maybe you even should.
a4, a6. Do you want to play a5? The reason...
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
And now I start chasing the rook, yeah?
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Because that pawn on a5...
You can even start chasing that rook with rook hg8 immediately, because if we go back to before a6 and a5, the way the machine does it, it just goes rook g8, hg8. And after knight a5 check, which I thought might be the reason not to do it, it goes king b6, not king takes, not king d6, not giving up the pawn on b7.
Right.
Whoa, Alireza did not play knight d5. Alireza plays rook hg8 very, very quickly. And now, after rook c7 and bishop takes f6, the engine suggests white is better.
Wow.
Okay, once again, rook c7 check.
King d5. Bishop takes f6.
Bishop takes g2 and king f1.
Rook takes? Or knight? Rook takes, right?
Rook takes, yeah. King f1, rook h2, king e1. And we actually run away, and d7 is a massive, massive threat.
What about instead of rook h2, rook g8? Double?
Knight e3, knight takes g2 exists.
Sorry, which
King
moment?
d6?
Yeah, knight g2 with the knight.
f4 is hanging.
f4 is hanging, yeah, so it doesn't quite work out.
I was thinking after rook g2, king f1.
Okay.
The line I'm talking about is rook g8, double the rooks.
Threatening mate.
Knight e3,
I suspect
king
king
d6.
e1 is also not bad, but knight e3 is very strong, yeah.
93, king d6.
And then at the end, knight is hanging on f4.
Yeah, you have to take on g2, but then you're worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I don't want to play.
So you have to play rook h2. After king f1, you play rook h2. I do have to play king e1. But now my king is entirely out of danger, and d7, rook c8 is a massive, massive threat, meaning that black probably has to play knight e6.
If I give rook e8 check, you cover with the bishop? Or the rook?
Rook e7 might even be very strong, right? Because you cannot take...
You have rook c7 check on the board, king d5. Clock times,
18 minutes for Gukesh, 10 for Alireza.
Beginning to get that nervy feeling.
Not yet, but in 5 minutes, Alireza will be there.
Yeah.
But I mean, we saw how well he played in time trouble against Fabi.
Yeah, that was unbelievably impressive.
Very impressive. So.
Very, very impressive, yeah. But he will have to play well here, because he is in danger now. Bishop f6 is a very strong move.
Bishop f6. Just that variation once... Oh, sorry. Bishop takes f6. That variation once again. Rook takes g2, check, king here. Because I was attracted to this moment where I can play for b5, right? Or is it
B5?
is it too late?
Maybe I can play d7.
d7, yes.
Should be good enough.
Checkmates. Just a second. Holding in there.
Well, I have knight e3 check, which covers knight. Oh, knight f1 doesn't help, does it?
Computers are annoyingly strong at chess.
G4.
I've come to the revolutionary conclusion that computers are good at chess. And the reason I'm saying this is for a second there.
Yes, please.
So we keep on talking about this position, rook, all the way up to rook h2. We can show how we get there again. All of this is already on the board. Bishop f6 we expect to be played. Takes king f1. Rook h2 is by far the most forcey move. King e1. Knight e6, rook h7 it plays here.
Okay.
And I was just trying to figure out why am I even supposed to be worried about anything after b7, b5. I was still very mystified, so I took on
Bishop
e6.
e5 check?
No. This I would have understood. It's a two-move trick like bishop b5, knight 6, knight takes b8. I would see that. But after rook takes h3, if anyone is better, it's maybe black. Yeah.
King d5?
Bishop e7, if you go forward, you actually lose a full rook. Somehow, because maybe not a full rook, but a full piece somewhere, because rook e5 takes e6 is coming.
What?
And even bishop
This is like a ring study or something.
Yeah.
You know? Like with all of these, white has a knight on a5, a rook on h7, and then you also kind of interrupt your own connections between pieces by playing bishop e7, and then you dominate this king in the center somehow with your completely disjointed pieces. +2 here. We've won the game pretty much.
It's very unnatural play.
Truly.
I don't know if it's possible to find any of this. Also, I think in human terms, what you play here is knight e5 with the hope of doing this, which will not happen, but you can hope. And then it says probably knight f8, let's say rook h5, king takes e6, bishop takes h4, but this ends up being very close to equality. But knight a5 followed by bishop e7 check, I just wanted to show to our audience, because this kind of coordination, I think you just, like your brain refuses to even start calculating knight a5. It doesn't look right.
Right.
Peter,
but it's
could
very
you please
strong.
check the lines we were looking at? So it was after king f1, rook h2, king e1, b5 immediately. We're looking at d7.
Yes.
And then
rook g8.
Rook g8 was what?
Just to put
No,
this one.
it wasn't rook g8.
This is just not mate. This is a couple of checks, but it runs away to b2.
We had mate somehow.
Oh no, it gets mated on b2 actually. Let's show this.
Yeah,
this
that
is
was
very
that was it. Yeah, that was
The mate somewhere.
But it
I
goes,
did see that mate.
e3.
But it goes here, and it doesn't get mated here actually, because it suddenly starts attacking most of its interlocutors. Yeah.
You walked into my attack. That was pretty funny.
And this is actually kind of cute, because rook e2, king takes f4, rook f1. We go king g4. We go king h4, rook f4, king h5, rook f5, and then, no, we hide there. Oh my god.
Wait, rook d7, knight e3.
No.
No, this is the whole thing is just completely unreal.
Okay, that was
the whole thing is very, very, very absurd.
Study like
and
you finally take away the DC.
It was all forced in moves too. That's absolutely
the entire line is completely forced, starting from somewhere here. You cannot avoid But you will make all of those moves because everything else is just an immediate perpetual.
By the way, Gukesh has played king f1.
Okay.
Didn't take on f6 yet. Maybe that's smarter, actually.
No, the engine doesn't like it as much because now we get to play b5, knight e3, king takes d6.
I was about to say, can't we get rid of the d pawn suddenly? b5.
Yeah, you have to. You have to do it now. Everything else is
On the other hand, he's not giving any counterplay with the rook g2, rook h2 checkmates, right?
Fair.
But you also don't have a passer on d6.
But that d6 pawn is so huge.
So we go b5, knight e3, king takes d6, and rook h7 is slightly stronger than rook takes a7, but yeah, this feels like we're back in draw-ish territory.
Gotcha. Wow.
Let's wait for them to decide what they want to do.
But by the way, on that previous line with knight e3, can you guys give me authorship rights to that one? That was a pretty nice.
That was pretty good, yeah.
I mean, I know it was a joint effort, but really I'd like to take full credit.
Yes, you can. You earned it.
Yeah, b5 played. We expected this to happen. It kind of needs to be done.
And I apologize again, Nasi. I feel like I keep asking you these questions, but the time situation does change, and it just puts everything in jeopardy.
15 against 9. No, 15 against 10, actually. Yeah, with the 30 seconds just gained.
3-2 advantage in favor of Gukesh. Okay, king takes d6. This is turned into quite the game, but I must say...
Also, in a practical game, how easy it is to see that you should not be taking on a7?
No, they're all virtually impossible.
Honestly,
I can understand rook h7, rook h8,
I don't think it's impossible, though, because I think understanding that you don't want to give black counterplay against your a2 pawn is maybe something you can actually land on quite naturally.
But the thing here, Peter, is I'm thinking I would like to distract the rook from g2. So for me, I would find the move rook h7, rook h8 as almost the start of my analysis, if you will. And like, because I'm putting this, like, for example, this would be a dream come true, right?
But I still play rook hf8 here. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. This is why I would want to lure the rook to the h8 square. Genius me, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. But that's why I would find rook h7 first, but I find rook a7.
Yeah, he's gone rook h7. This is a good
impossible
start.
to.
This is a good start, but
every fiber of me being.
A very nice tactical shot we can show on your board after rook h7.
Rook h8, let's say, or not.
No. Yeah, rook h8. The point is we take on h8, actually. We don't take on a7 anymore.
Okay.
We take on f6 and we take on h4 next move, because there is a fork.
Nice.
Yes.
And interestingly, the engine suggests this is still pretty much a draw.
We have
Even though
pawns.
it goes, I think, rook h5 and king e6 for some reason. But
rook h5, bishop takes h4.
King e6, I suppose bishop g3, right?
There is a fork to deal with.
So king e6, I'm guessing bishop g3, and I'm guessing knight d5. But
king d2?
I don't really know. It feels like maybe there is enough immediate counterplay on the queen side somehow after the trade. Like rook takes d5, you probably have to play king e2.
Okay.
Maybe I play c4, c3, and this is somehow enough.
Wow, my first instinct would be that I've got three.
Exactly. I know the engine suggests this line and says it's not very much, but from a purely human perspective, the counterplay has more or less run out.
Right.
And I'm about to start pushing all three.
I don't think Alireza will go for this.
No.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult.
Okay, but that does beg the question.
Maybe he can keep f6 pawn alive. Give up h4 and keep f6.
If you're going to win all three of my pawns, maybe I should start with knight d5?
Yeah, but then you're not guaranteed to get the rooks off the board. Like, I will take on f6 with the bishop, I guess. You don't have rook h8 for the time being.
Okay.
The same position with the rooks on, I know, is lost for black. Like, every fiber of my being tells me that the same position with the rooks on is just going to be bad. Right?
Well, the reason that I'm suggesting this is because I'm desperately trying to get a passer.
Yeah, that's a very good move. Yeah, with rook a6 to come.
If I can, I understand that it's in my interest to get the rooks off the board as black as soon as I possibly can.
Rook h5 check.
And that's a good move, of course. Where am I running with my king?
c6?
c6 or e6?
Probably c6 to not have the pawn on c5 hang, right? But after that, you have to calculate bishop e7 even.
Yeah, but once again, sorry.
Take on h4. But I take on c5 there, yes, sir.
I know. It's just terrible.
It takes a2, g4 or something. This looks very dangerous to my eyes.
Yeah, I need like rook b8 and
like you
a5,
need to already be playing a7, a4 here. Maybe.
Exactly. I'm just so far behind in this race. I'm not happy. Rook h7, and by the way, give us a computer evaluation score, if you will.
It's still very close to a draw. It says 0-20. Once again, I would like maybe if Daro could tell us what a good computer is talking about here.
How do you get 0-20? Because
and Rook h8 is strictly the only move here that gets close to complete equality. Everything else is much weaker.
So once again, Rook h8, Rook h8, Rook h8, Bishop f6, Rook h5.
We have a move. It's Rook a to f8.
Yeah, that's less good.
Well, you went from strictly only move to less good?
Yeah. Rook takes h4, he probably wants to play knight d5, and the engine goes takes, and then it chooses between
Rook h4?
Rook f4, h4, or it also sometimes throws in c4 check to break up the pawns on the queen side a little bit. Yeah, we take on h4, you go knight d5, I assume. Other moves make much less sense, right?
Right.
Takes.
Do we have to take?
We don't really have a very
Could
comfortable...
play knight f5 and
king e6 and...
g4, but my rook's
I don't want to
happy.
allow rook h8. I want to preserve the rooks on the board. I very much...
Rook was already on h7, that'd be great.
Yeah. That would be a very different story.
Yeah.
And here you can go rook f4, a5, let's say g3, h4, and so on, or you could play c4 check, maybe. c4 check, then rook takes c4, and my dream is to put the bishop on e3 and combine pushing my kingside passers with play against both a7 and c5.
There's no risk
This is
for
a
white
very
whatsoever.
pleasant free roll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you put your pawn on h6 as quickly as you can. You put your bishop on e3.
This is just a very pleasant free roll.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Rook h4 played.
Gukesh. Reminding chess world that he's a very worthy challenger. Rook takes h4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Knight d5 strictly only move because knight g6, rook h5 is bad, and knight e6 apparently fails to tactics, like knight f5 check, rook h7 check. It drives the king all the way to b6, and then we start collecting.
Yeah,
That's because of all the forks.
Definitely only move.
Yeah, has to be knight d5. Absolutely has to be knight d5.
Knight to d5. And I really do like the suggestion of Peter here. This bring the rook to c4. That puts pay to any queenside initiative. Put the bishop on an anchored square.
And then start
tie
black down to the c5 pawn and push your pawn.
If
to
all
h6.
of that happens, I suspect it's just lost to such
It's
a degree
lost.
that after c4, bc4, rook c4, I have a
start
feeling
to
you're
get
kind of
desperate.
supposed to play rook e8, rook e4, giving up the pawn on f6,
Right.
just to shift it away from those perfect squares.
Okay.
Let me ask my
Black
my
play
oracle.
quickly f5, f4 very quickly?
Well, let's have a
After
look.
rook
Rook
c4.
takes c4.
The engine, actually the engine does it better. It goes f5, bishop c1, rook b8, a move that I think is very missable.
Rook b4?
Rook b8, bishop e3, rook gc8, and tries as quickly as possible to play rook b4 and c4. And this you can start thinking maybe you will hold.
Just a second, Peter, because I still like. I'm in no rush to play bishop e3.
Here maybe we go rook g6, a6 or something. Like I will suddenly I have some counterplay at least against your queen side, right? h4 and then rook c2. I understand. I'm still very much team white is.
Yeah.
Of course to be preferred, but it's not as clean as.
How do you get it? How do you get it again?
And let's say I go, I don't know, rook c6 here, and start suggesting I play c5, c4 next move.
Fair.
You have to calculate h4, but without the king, they don't really queen, right? I think I can afford after h4 to play c4 and get my king away from the passer, and then I will run with my king back to f7. But once the rooks come off, I think all of these positions become very holdable.
We do have knight d5 on the board.
And we do have again, just this position. I still feel like white is definitely. I mean, I'm gonna not allow a rook trade. I'm gonna go bishop. You're gonna go rook b7. I'm gonna play rook I guess I'm going to play h4, and you're going to go c4, and I'm going to take, and you're going to take.
How are we
Or
reaching
I'm going to get
this?
checking. Hold on. Here's
Check
where I go
first,
check.
yes.
And let's say you go back, and then I get some position like this.
And get pawn to h6 as soon as
Actually,
possible.
the engine is much smarter than I am, which is not a surprise. And it goes, if we switch to my board for
Please,
a second.
please.
I, with my puny human mind, was playing rook c6 here with the idea of c5, c4. Much stronger is to start with this rook, so that a2 is already so that a2 is already hanging when the rooks get traded.
Right.
And it does appear to more or less instantly equalize, because also the point being that very often c4, cb, and ba will be a threat as well, because the bishop maybe sometimes does not connect to the a1 square.
Gotcha.
And here, yeah, we're down to 0-20, and it appears to be just fine.
Gotcha. But knight d5 was played. Knight takes d5. King takes d5, and we're...
As mentioned, c4 check is not the only way to play here. You can play rook f4, like make the diagonal for the bishop on b2 longer, and then just start pushing. This is also quite annoying, because black is very, very far away from generating any counterplay on the queen side. Sort of like king e6. Unfortunately for us, we probably do not want to be playing h4, rook g4, so the push on the king side still needs to be prepared. You have to make some maybe slightly awkward moves like rook f3, and black does start at least offering some hope for the future. White is still in control. I suspect...
He's played c4. It's hard to resist.
Yeah, it's
c4.
very hard to resist.
Yeah.
It's very hard to resist, yeah. You have to take. King c6 is much weaker. King e6 is unthinkable. Giving up on b5. I don't think anybody gives up on b5. It's just not a thing.
And also, when in your mind's eye, when you do get to this position and you do see this idea of bishop c1 to e3, you got to go for it, because you just know that you have everything under control, and it's, as you like to say, a free roll. I mean, a two-result game is
And Alireza is down to 6.5 minutes.
Against 12.
2-1.
In practical terms, I think this is very, very
Pushing
difficult
f5.
to hold.
Yes.
Best move.
f5.
Bishop c1 will be played.
Probably will be played quite quickly, allowing... Or you can include h4. The engine is not very afraid of allowing f4, because you can play bishop c1 anyway.
h4, rook g4, Peter?
I think you take and push h5. Oh no,
You
we lose
start
the
with
pawn.
h5,
Start
actually.
with
You
h5,
start
yeah.
with h5, because you cannot take
Yeah.
on c4 twice. It actually quins.
Oh, I was about to play rook to f5 to h5, rook belongs behind.
No, not allowed. The only way not to lose immediately is to play f5, f4 here, which kind of nullifies the point of playing rook g4 in the previous move. So,
Why did I play rook g4? Nice.
But I still think bishop c1 is a massive favorite here, because why would you even want to calculate those lines? You want the bishop on e3, and then you think. This is kind of a human way of playing these types of positions.
All right, so f5.
Can you play g3, or will black still go f4?
Yeah, top 3 move.
Rook b8 still?
Yeah, now that the
or rook g6, a6. Yeah, black has to.
You gotta drum up some counterplay somewhere, and once you've cleared the pawn, it makes sense to your rook is free, right? Rook b8, rook e8, wherever it is you want to go. But rook g6, I like that move too.
Yeah, 5 is a very good
This
move.
really is becoming maybe the major source of counterplay, that rook lift to a6 to
Yeah.
immediately, as early as possible, start at least asking some questions of the white setup.
You know, it's kind of funny, but I mean, since the opening, I've been suggesting rook h6 to a6. You know,
you're probably about to get your wish.
Yeah, about 30 moves late, I might add. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm a favorite to get in rook g6 and rook a6. But again, if I was white and I was playing a blitz game, a classical game, and a rapid game, bishop c1.
Without g3.
Without g3. Because I would be thinking in my mind's eye that every tempo is crucial. And for me, the move g2, g3 is one of those luxury moves.
Right.
You know, when I have a moment and I want to tidy things up, I'll play g3. But I'm kind of thinking that I need my pawn on h6 as soon as possible. And therefore, you know, playing bishop to e3, tying my opponent to c5, playing h4, I would think takes precedent. But then again, Gukesh is thinking how much of his time he's using?
He's down to 9 minutes.
A third of his time or something like that. How do you feel about this one? Is it a critical decision, Peter, that he's making that he's facing right now?
Feels like it is, yeah. And he's going to, whoa, okay. Very concrete player.
H4.
Very concrete player, because you do not make this move if you don't see rook g4, h5.
H4.
I'm
Well,
sure
here
he
you
saw-
go.
Oh, he saw that.
Yeah.
What should black do now? F4?
Rook f7 is a suggestion, trying to at least stop it on h5 and play rook h7 and like.
But then can I continue to bishop c1 and same positions?
Yes.
So that's a better version for white.
Yeah.
And getting, but the drawback, we've a lot. There is this move, rook here, right?
You have to play f4.
And then the whole trick is that, oops, doink.
Yeah, this costs you a bishop, unfortunately. I mean, a rook, unfortunately, and bishop g7 here.
Yikes. So there you go. So that's why we can't do that. And after h5, I then
You
have
have to play f4 to have rook h4, but then we go h6, rook h4, bishop g7, and yeah, this becomes very, very dangerous.
Pause, because
just f3, I guess, right?
You're not afraid of checkmate?
Well, f4 is so horribly weak.
After g3?
G3 maybe just winning
How
on
am
the
I
spot,
checkmated?
yeah. G3 is
What
just
am I
winning.
missing?
F3. You took my rook.
I like Nazi's move a lot better than mine here. Yeah. That just ends the game.
You took my rook. What am I missing?
You were so confident.
I'm the
I
one
almost
who's
believed
missing
you.
I'm missing the checkmate. H4 on the
But
board.
here, maybe immediately f4, so then on h5. No, I can still get bishop on g7.
That's why we're actually starting with rook f7.
And h5, maybe
Rook
at
h7.
that point we can go rook h7, rook h4, rook g4.
Well, now we're talking. Now I kind of feel that we're getting everything we want as black.
Yeah, c5, c4 coming, and yes, the rook on h7 will look kind of
but
rook
it's
h3.
useful.
But it is very useful, yeah.
Let's say rook h3 here. And then I want h6, bishop g7.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I actually missed that altogether, yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure it's good though.
Bishop C1.
Bishop c1, yeah, I'm not sure it's
Maybe
great.
I can still.
Okay, but I was afraid of the bishop getting to g7 and then ensnaring my rook. If you play
But maybe
bishop
you shouldn't
C1,
be. Maybe actually those rook endings eventually might be okay.
Right.
No, I want to play f3. Okay, yeah, okay.
If you got here, well, you're still threatening bishop g7, aren't you?
Yes, which is why I think we should have been playing c4 here, yeah, instead of all of this. Play c4, h6, we take on b3, we go a5.
But
I would like the queen side to be gone, yeah, and then I will start taking on g7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eventually, I will just start taking on g7.
Good point, and
That's simple.
sometimes simple
But
is good.
Alireza down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow, the players are
time trouble.
really suffering over these decisions they're making, Nasi. These last few moves are really taking the toll on the clocks.
Maybe Alireza was playing rook g4 and missed immediate h5, so that's why he's thinking now.
But on the other hand, this move rook f7 is so suggestive.
He played rook
He's
g4.
going rook g4, yeah. Now after h5, as we've already established,
things are dangerous,
No, we
right?
don't take. We go
everything else
immediately.
just straight
sorry.
Immediately h5, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh darn it.
Everything else just straight up loses.
For
black, yeah. h5, if you don't play f4 here, you resign, more or less.
Because rook f7, h6, rook h7. This is
Probably
where
take
we...
on
No, but
G4
now we
and
take
then-
and go bishop g7, and
That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, and you don't have a passer on the queen side.
And eventually something bad happens to this position. I
Agreed.
create another passer on the f
So
file
sure.
or something. Yeah.
h5, f4.
h5,
Sure, Alireza will
f4.
find that move.
That's clear.
Yeah. We go h6, rook h4.
So, threat, maybe.
Oh, there's also rook c5 available.
Whoa. Where did...
Completely missed that.
Well, wow, that's huge, right? I mean...
We can...
How is that not winning?
We can do it pretty much on every move. Yeah, I wonder if it's stronger than bishop g7. The fact that our production crew is suggesting it to us, it's probably stronger than bishop g7. Then.
Right now it's not good because it's rook b4, right?
Yeah, no,
After f4.
you do it after h5 and h6. Yeah.
Okay.
You play h5,
So-
f4, h6, rook h4.
So this is where we start crying. This is the one where you say, why didn't I include h5? Right?
Yeah.
Oops.
No,
So
but
h5, include h5.
Yeah, h5, f4, h6, rook h4, and we go rook c5 there.
Rook c5 now. Do
I
we
think
even
we
need
probably
h6?
include h6. No, I would have thought we include h6.
Wow. So
And we
we're-
take on f8.
So we're here, we're not here, and we're g3 once again. Just
Maybe g3, yeah, and just
well,
start
we want to
pushing,
avoid
yeah.
rook a1 mate. Yeah.
Yeah. And we start pushing. This looks extremely dangerous for black. I wouldn't be confident saying it's completely lost, but it looks like it might be completely lost.
Well, is rook g4 a double question mark move in this case? Because rook f7, I was kind of convincing myself black was okay.
It seemed like you had things as under control as you can have them here with black. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
But rook g4, h5, I feel like
Yeah,
I've
h5 played.
lost the game.
h5 played.
Practically
Alireza
speaking, it looks
not
lost.
blitzing out f5, f4, which is not a good sign. He needs to play faster, and yeah, he needs to.
So if he goes rook f to g8, h6, rook g2, it's
Rook
just
f to
lost.
g8.
There's no
We can-
perpetual or anything.
Yeah. No, this doesn't work. Yeah, h6,
Yeah.
h7, it does win. Yeah.
Sorry, help me out. What are you guys
I was
discussing?
talking about rook f to g8,
In this exact moment,
Yes.
after h5.
h6 and rook g2, but
No.
h6, rook h4 first. No,
No, rook h4, rook
no,
takes h4 is
Yeah.
not a thing. Yeah. h7. Yeah, it's just a couple of checks. It doesn't work.
Yeah. King runs.
Wow. Well, one of those what-if moments. In case Gukesh were to win this game, whoop, suddenly we
Joins
all the way up
Wesley.
completely from the bottom, from the lowliest to the holiest,
Yeah, he'll be joining Wesley and Sharon first.
from dead last at the moment. Wow, quite the moment. H5, and as Peter was saying, a bad sign that Alireza wasn't ready with f5, f4s. He's
Actually, the line that Nazi was suggesting is a bit tricky. Let's go further down that road. Rook fg8.
rook fg8. Yep.
h6, rook takes g2.
Okay.
If you go h7 here, and he's
Yep.
gone f4, so that's good. h7, I give a check, and I give a check from e8, and I have rook h1 in the end. That might be a draw.
Right.
That might be a draw. I missed rook h1 at first. But instead of h7, if we go back 3 moves, instead of h7, after rook takes g2, rook h4 appears to be winning. Because once again, this is only just a few checks. And then eventually I will play h7 and I will collect a full piece. There's no stopping h7 anymore.
But we do have f4 on the board, and now after h6 and then bishop g7, this looks
Or
very
rook c5.
unpleasant.
Well,
Or rook
but we're
c5.
looking at rook
too,
c5.
right,
Yeah, you do absolutely have to start with h6. Nothing else makes any sense because that pawn needs to be preserved. But after
it-
h6, rook h4, you
Is
will
it
have
not
choices.
preserved after, if I do it right now? Rook
What?
c5,
Rook
bishop
c5?
a3? How do I lose the pawn?
Because the machine is very strong. It goes rook g8, drops the bishop away from the h pawn, and then it will collect it. So it actually costs you the h5 pawn. You will still make a draw, but you will have to even ask for it a little bit.
So, critical moment. You've got to include h6 at this moment after f5, f4. Rook takes c5. I must say, a very seductive looking move. I mean,
You
you're
gotta
winning
say
a
rook
pawn with
g8,
jack,
yeah.
but if you miss rook g8, you're crying. But h6.
6 minutes for
And
Gukesh.
should he find h6,
He played
Peter?
h6.
And he's done it. What's the eval?
About +1 on my screen, maybe Daro.
Only +1.
Maybe Daro has a
By
better
the way,
grip on
rook
things.
h4 instantly.
So now rook
instantly
c5
played, yeah.
works.
Rook c5.
And now
does
both of
work.
those moves are about +1. Rook c5 slightly stronger. And what
And
happens after rook
bishop
c5 is we take and then we immediately run with the king towards. We don't do any of the fancy trying to give mate on the back rank. We go king g5, king e6, trying to park the king, let's say, on f7, and then to attack the white queenside somehow. This is why I meant I'm not altogether sure this is winning just yet. It might still be holdable.
Gotcha.
In a position like this, +1 is the kind of an evaluation which...
It suggests it's not a...
Yeah.
It's not...
Maybe it's easier to keep the rooks on the board and just play bishop g7.
Yeah, I think...
In the current position.
In practical terms, it might be a better choice.
Bishop to g7 and the intention, Nazi?
g3. Okay, keep coming back to this.
No, they don't play rook e8. They play rook f5, I think, if you go bishop g7. Or, no, actually, the engine suggestion after bishop g7 is rook h1 check, followed by f3 check.
Oh.
To break up the structure a little bit. And then goes rook e8 check.
Okay.
And says, around +1 once again, king goes, I guess, to d2. Maybe rook h2 even. Yeah, you can start generating some counterplay here.
This should also be lost. No?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And also, I think it becomes a bit academic what the evaluation here is. It's going to be very, very hard to play this position perfectly on the amount of time they both have.
Exactly.
So let's just watch. I think
it's
we don't really need to quote the machine all that much on 3 minutes in a very, very sharp endgame like this.
One thing I've noticed, especially in Alireza's game, that he seems very calm in time trouble. I mean, his game with Fabi, where he moved his king, he went on a king walk, and then the situation flipped in his favor.
Yeah, he kind
and
of
he was very
outplayed
calm
Fabi while
the
he
whole
was low on time.
Right? So he seems particularly unaffected. Me, I was a poor player in time trouble, but I loved playing against my opponents' time trouble. Then I really felt I played.
But it can also be very frustrating when your opponent has 1 minute but keeps playing
all the good moves.
For 30 moves.
I've been in that situation too, as well. Of course. Yeah.
So big decision is here, and time is now about the same. 3 minutes and 40 seconds for Gukesh.
Both players, yeah. So this is because Gukesh has been enjoying almost a 2-1 or 3-2 time advantage.
Even more at some point.
And even more.
Yeah, and I keep on coming back to 40 minutes spent on king e8.
Yeah, that's still a bizarre moment to spend 40 minutes on. Yeah. I mean, if you had spent 40 minutes and found rook b8, which was a very strange move for my taste, but okay. Yeah, that was...
really, really curious what he was trying to make work instead of king e8, because clearly he wasn't just daydreaming.
I'm sure Gukesh is looking at rook c5 in the current position.
Rook c5, there's bishop g7, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to give up h6 pawn, of course.
And thinking, like I'm winning a pawn, I'm getting my bishop
You can
to g7.
actually play g3. Let's put this on the board for a second. It's kind of
And allow rook h6?
Bishop g7.
Come on. I thought I had... No, I don't have it.
No, you don't. But what you can do is instead of that, you can play rook h1 check. Previous move. And f takes g3.
Okay.
Okay, so g3.
We go rook h1 check, king g2, f takes g3. Unfortunately for black, it doesn't actually do very much because I just recapture with the pawn. You still cannot take on h6.
How about rook takes?
Still bishop g7, f3, king g1?
King g1,
yeah.
This still works,
Okay.
No, you go f takes g, and the engine actually kind of bravely goes rook f1. And he's gone g3.
Wow.
Aha.
Wow.
If Alireza finds this sequence, it seems like this is now enough for black to hold. At least that's the impression I get from looking at my screen.
Not at all. And why does this hold, by the way?
Because I started giving checks on the back rank. I mean, it looks like you would like to play h7, but then we go rook g1, rook f1, and so on. And I know that actually is much better, because you cannot go to g4. You will lose the pawn on h7.
Right, but what if instead of h7 I played bishop g7 and then I brought my king to g4?
You go bishop g7. I guess I give you a check with the f rook.
And Alireza did not find this move.
He's gone
he played
rook h2.
Which is double question mark, as we can see on the screen.
Yeah, now bishop g7 followed by g takes f4 appears to be
It's just
kind of winning.
easy suddenly.
Kind of winning. The only thing that does win, but it appears
Is
to
rook
be...
c5 not winning anymore?
Rook c5 is a draw.
Why?
I just take fg3 in the end, and I will get my king
okay.
over to g6 and just in time.
Bishop
and it
g7
folds,
played.
it folds.
But wait a minute, bishop g7, just can I take the pawn?
But I have rook h4 in the end. It's a lost rook ending. Bishop f8.
Ah, rook takes.
Yeah, bishop f8, and then I go rook h4, king g2, king takes g3. It's just a very trivially winning rook ending.
Of course, because your rook is actually behind the pass pawn. This is easy. Gotcha. At first blush, I was just, whoa, wait a minute. I can...
This is looking really good now, because if you play rook f7,
or rook f5, I just go g takes f4. And now I have 3. I've protected everything. There's no more counterplay, and I will choose the way I progress from here. I guess it involves running the king up to g6, but maybe other things as well.
This looks winning?
Yep, it does. It really does.
You also mentioned rook f5, Peter. After rook f5, I'm still taking on f4, not g4, g5? Because that looked very tempting.
G4 is also strong, but it prefers gf. It just likes having all the pawns in the world somehow.
Take the pawn. Feel the force, Nazi. Take the pawn. I would probably...
I guess we'll just watch from here, because I think we've established what the variation
f5,
is.
And I'm hoping king back to g8 and release my rooks.
I think I might win. Bring my king out and win a7 pawn and create another passer then.
Yes, yes. Yep, that's the way to do it.
By the way, I am now very, very confused. Oh, no, okay, maybe not that.
About?
Can we go back for a second, since he's thinking? The line we were showing, g3, we go back, we go rook h1 check.
After g3, rook f,
rook h1 check, king g2, f takes g. And it suddenly dawned on me that I can actually take on h1.
G takes f.
Rook c1.
But then I take rook f7.
Bishop g7. And the point is, I'm not actually threatening h7, right? Because my king is on g2. Can I go king h2? No, here I blundered rook f5. Yeah, we never
rook f5.
Allowing rook f5. Now let's go king g2, rook f7, bishop g7. But my point is, I will play king something like h3 next move. Or
maybe I should have still played rook f. No, I was still.
No, you have to play rook f7. You cannot allow h7.
King?
Or this, yeah.
If you want to imprison your rook.
Exactly, yeah. But this is still very, very tricky.
Wow.
Clearly the machine doesn't do it.
By the way, rook f7, g3.
G takes f, yes.
I liked your move g4, but
that
I
was
like
after
g3.
rook f5.
Yeah, for the tempo,
yeah.
right? But g3 takes f4. I like this one even more. I mean, again, white just got everything.
Right, we're going to play king g1, king g2 next. And
Exactly. And escort the pawn of the board.
Under a minute for Alireza. First time, I think, in this game. Rook f5 played.
Now rook f5. Is he hoping for rook h5 and rook h6?
It should be lost.
But those probably should all pretty much always be lost. They might even be lost with one f-pawn. With two f-pawns, I think white has plenty of leeway.
Yeah, f5 and rook f4 must be winning. Not necessarily king g1, but king e2, king f3. That looks very attractive.
And on the topic of the endgame we were discussing earlier, with the bishop on g7 and the h-pawn and 2 against 2 on the other side, something I've completely forgotten about. It's the wrong bishop, right? So if black trades
and takes on h6,
it's the wrong bishop.
A draw.
So the computer is holding the endgame very, very comfortably. Says
well, it goes to show that rook h2 was really a bad move. I mean, a dreadful move, in fact.
Yeah.
And Alireza's decision.
Now we want to try and play king f3, king g4, king g5, maybe even in some positions.
Exactly.
But we don't need to hurry. Like, everything is protected. Black cannot really attack anything at all in our position anymore, so we can take as much time as we like.
Exactly.
Finding a way to improve from here.
And Nazi also wanted to play rook a4 and grab another.
No, I guess rook f7 will be the reply, and you still have to find a finishing blow, because the king, I don't think ever runs all the way up to g6, because it gets stopped with a check from behind at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So I currently don't see what wins by force after, let's say,
Okay, I've got a setup though, Peter. I'll go, okay, in this position, I'll go king here, right? Oops, excuse me, what are we doing? It's black to move.
Let's put the rook back on f7, yeah.
Okay, so what I want is I want to go king here.
I really dislike a6. Because now you can't protect it. You can't protect it with rook f7 anymore.
Rook a4 right away.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I
don't think it mattered a great deal, but I don't like a6.
I was about to say here, let's, no. Rook back to f7. Where did I want to go?
Okay, let's say rook h1.
Yes, thank you. I wanted my king to be here. I wanted something like this. I want a bad move.
Rook h1, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I wanted rook here and bishop e5.
And give a checkmate to...
Yes, exactly.
That's very beautiful, yeah.
Okay, but rook a... But I don't like a6 either, because now how are we ever going to defend the a-pawn? You can't play rook
I'm not
f6.
sure, yeah. I guess he was kind of hoping that his counterplay against the f4 pawn will countermand that. But we can actually do what you were describing and go f3, king e3. Yeah, rook h3, just go f3 here. Put the king on e3. Then take on a6.
f3, king e3.
f3, rook h1.
Yeah, go king e3, king f2.
I'll give you one check. King f2.
King f2.
Rook h1.
King g2, king g3, and then I take on h6.
Right. Let's just chase the rook away.
Yeah. It really does not have enough good squares for this to be salvageable, I don't think.
Right. Wow. It's a strange day, Nazi, in the sense that we may be seeing 2 wins, but it wasn't the same at like yesterday, where there was like 5 potential winning games.
Today we expected 5 draws.
Yeah, and the predictions yesterday were all over the map. I mean, it could have very, very easily have been that Fabi lost yesterday. And exactly. And and we do have f3 on the board.
Yeah, Gukesh has been playing this endgame perfectly.
Very, very cleanly so far, yeah.
Agreed wholeheartedly.
Very, very cleanly.
Rook h1 on the
h1,
board.
yeah. And now we're just going to see this entire line onto the board, I think. King e3, king f2.
Yep.
You can start with king f2, right? There's no
you can,
downside.
yeah.
Yep, that's also
appears to really make no difference whatsoever, but yeah, you can.
This would change the standings completely.
Exactly. We have a new leaderboard, I would say.
And it gives Fabi some chances to still win the GCT Tour.
Well, he
Oh
needs,
yes, that actually is now very much in play.
He needs Alireza not to be anywhere close to the top 3.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
And this, a defeat.
And Gukesh winning is very relevant in terms of the fight for the top 3 who get automatically re-invited for next year. Although Gukesh with his rating probably would have gotten through by a rating spot.
Yeah.
But it's nice not to have to worry about that at all by finishing in the top 3 in the tour.
And don't forget, Arjun is coming too. There's another.
Does seem like, yeah, the Indian representation next year is going to be
considerable.
Considerable,
I think
yeah.
Arjun is currently world number 4.
Make room. King e3 on the board.
Yeah. The way not to lose material immediately would be to play rook 1, h4. Against which, yes, we can switch to king f2, king g3 if we want.
Yeah. I like that.
Because you can't take on f4 anyways, right?
Yeah. Exactly, exactly. I like that very much for white.
Yeah, both under a minute, but it's just so much easier to play with white.
Black king is not pretty. It's just standing beautifully on d5, but it can't help.
No.
Yeah, I think a6 really hastened the demise here, because with the pawn on a7 and the rook on f7, at least white would need to, you know, use their imagination a little bit.
By the way, it can't be that easy. Okay.
Rook e1, king f2 blitzed out. Yeah, you have to put it back on h1 or h7 just wins, and yeah, I like king g2. Yes. I like really driving it to poor squares.
Exactly.
Yeah, just absolutely driving the point home.
There's also rook e4, rook e5 idea.
I guess he will play rook fh5 actually, but this is not a perpetual. The problem is, whichever rook you start giving checks with, the king runs away quite comfortably.
The other side, yeah.
Yeah, if you go rook 1 check, I go forward. And now, if you go rook 5 check, I go g4, g5, g6, and I win. And if you go the bottom rook, I go king f2, king e3. And once again, the checks just completely run out.
It's funny you said the bottom rook, and I intuitively understood what you meant, but it is a strange. I'm going to get you genies read and write chess, so we won't go to the bottom rook.
Wasn't Jovi saying left and right? Is that
Yeah. You centralize. You put your rook on the left side.
And we understood what it was.
Right? I mean, you say. I mean, I think she had been doing the Norwegian television commentary.
Down to 13 seconds for some reason. I wonder what he dislikes about king g2.
Gukesh. Rook e4.
Just goes rook e4. Rook e4 is also pretty good, yeah. I didn't think it was necessary, but it doesn't spoil anything at all.
I think he's avoiding all those checks.
Also kind of suggests we're threatening rook e5 check.
I wanted to ask, are we, do we
think
have
we are,
that?
yeah.
Yeah,
I think we are.
In any case,
Alireza
king
also
d6.
agrees and says, yeah, I do not want to be allowing rook e5 check here, king d6 played.
I love the king g2, just kicking the rook away.
King g2, rook f h5.
Yeah, you still have to, weirdly, you still have to do the thing that we were discussing.
We can push f5, right?
We can or cannot?
Can, I think,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, that's what we want to do, I believe.
I can
King
play
g2, rook fh5.
Yeah, maybe it does work. Yeah,
f5.
f5 and if you... Yeah, he's going king e3.
Okay.
The thing about his position, though, is it's more or less impossible to throw it. Because nothing can be taken. None of your pieces will ever hang, more or less, which is a good situation to find yourself in. But he is kind of struggling to find the decisive blow here for now. But
Maybe he needs to gain a little bit of time on the clock before he finds the decisive win. He has 35 seconds at the moment.
I mean, I recognize I'm losing, but I will throw in a check and come back and.
Maybe he wants to go king d2, king c3. Why am I going on the other side?
What? that was Alireza was about to allow h7. He caught himself just in time. Yeah, that was
a nervy play there. If you move your rook away and allow h7, h8, you resign. But this had to come with a check.
I think he's going to the other side.
Yeah, king d2, rook h1, and then he still has to show to us what he intends to do.
So king d3, rook d1, king c4.
Oh,
that's pointless.
I kind of liked it on g3. I don't know why it's on the other side of the board.
Right, me too.
It was supporting our entire construction, you know, actually joining in the attack in many lines.
Maybe rook. He wants
back
to go
to a4?
Back to
A4. You can put it back on a4. Black will probably play king d5 anyway.
Then
actually,
bishop bishop e5, rook takes h6.
And honestly,
to play.
he gave Alireza a choice of maybe going king e7, king f7 to maybe free up the rooks a little bit. It's not going to help, strictly speaking, but it's something new in the position which wasn't available earlier.
By the way, that might be a very important point you're making, Peter. If you bring the king, he went king d5 right away.
Yeah.
If you put the king on f7, you do release.
Yeah, the rook on h1 would actually get some squares to operate. Yeah.
Exactly.
So the king still needs to go to g file. g3.
Yeah.
Bring it back. King.
Yeah, I mean we've had
rook
this.
takes a6.
Whoa. Okay.
That might be giving Alireza some hopes.
Alireza is now fine.
Not
fine, even.
Just fine.
Huge blunder.
Yeah, rook f7 and this really was completely unnecessary.
Oh my goodness.
There's now counterplay against the f3 pawn. Like rook 1 h3 is a massive threat now.
Oh my goodness.
That is very he
Shocking.
must have thought there's a perpetual after the king if the king goes to the g file, but there's just no perpetual.
Oh boy.
My. Alireza, if he saves this, is truly living a blessed life in this tournament. Yeah, he won a bad position against Fabi, and this will be a second in a row where he's basically completely busted.
Right. And I'm forcibly reminded, Nasi, one of the hardest things in chess is winning a winning position.
Always,
I mean,
yes.
And these guys, they do put up heroic resistance. So rook f7, is that the only move, Peter?
Rook f5 is fine also.
Rook f5 is fine. Oh my goodness.
So rook h3 is a threat, so we have to come back rook a4.
Yeah, rook
and
f7
f4?
seems cleaner because why not also keep the bishop on g7?
Because otherwise we're just losing our pawn, right? So rook a4 back to go to f4.
Okay.
Rook h3, rook f4, rook a7. And we just have so much counterplay we never had a moment.
So let's do that again. Rook f7, rook
a4, rook h3, rook f4, rook a7.
And now it's funny, we're not trading rooks anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Now...
But we're going after the queen side,
rook
and the
f5
h pawn
check.
is still really not being promoted at all, yeah?
And sorry?
Rook f5 check.
Exactly.
King.
I'm guessing king e6, Frank. I don't
If you
think
go king c6, rook c5 maybe is winning. And here,
yeah.
isn't this...
Take on a2.
But I've got 3 pawns.
You
Yeah,
would
I
think
don't
that
know.
you
They should be winning.
But wait a
They're all
minute.
separate passed pawns.
But is it the fact that your king is vulnerable? And again, I
think
apologize.
practically this is still
Clock
easy
times?
to lose. 12 seconds for Alireza.
You absolutely can still lose this, but the
12 seconds?
7,
Well,
6, yeah, and goes rook f7 in 5 seconds. Actually has to double press the clock because he missed the button the first time. Went down to 4 seconds.
4 seconds, wow. Okay. And again, kind of calmly played too, right? Like no real nerves about it. I mean, he was thinking about rook f7.
What
for a
about
long
rook
time.
g6, bishop f6?
I thought about that, but it ties up your own pieces quite a bit. Yeah.
The idea was to
Then
just
I
stop
wanted to
rook
bring the
h.
king over.
You can actually go king e6 in that position,
Oh,
which is
really?
very annoying, yeah.
So we're looking at rook to g6.
Rook h3, bishop f6.
Rook h3, bishop f6.
But it is.
Apparently
There's
king
nothing on the
e6.
dark square, so I can go king e6, allow you all of the discovered checks in the world, and feel quite okay about it.
It's very annoying.
It is pretty annoying, yeah. It is pretty annoying.
So then rook a4 is the best choice.
Both of them are down to under the amount of the increment.
I'm still investigating this one. How does it go after bishop h4?
King e5.
He's going
He's
for it.
gone.
He's
Rook
gone
g6.
for rook g6, yeah.
King f5. Rook
No, this is now down to
g7.
basically zeros. It no longer has even any kind of a cosmetic advantage for it.
Cosmetic advantage even.
Yeah.
has
King
gone.
e6 here, I guess, right?
Oh.
h7, rook h4.
You can take and go bishop g5. I wonder why that is. I guess king g6 and then rook a2 and take on b2.
Well.
Yeah, I have a feeling Alireza from here, Alireza should hold it because all of his moves will be very, very natural.
Well, sometimes when
Gonna
you're
turn
on a
around.
narrow path, like
It's easier, yeah.
it's so much easier. You just go only move, only move, only move. In case of bishop f6, king e6, only move. You don't even have.
I don't know if it's the only move, but it's the most forcing one. In fact, there's no threat. It says rook h2 is also a draw.
Which is the last move I would play.
But you do want to play king e6 just to shift
go.
this construction.
I would play king f6.
But
and
Played with 9
heartbeat.
seconds on the clock. Now Alireza is counting down from 40.
A heartbeat king
Yeah,
e6.
but Alireza was expecting bishop f6, so I'm pretty sure he plays king e6 quickly.
Which was the whole idea of rook g6.
Now, after rook h2, bishop g5, right? And I can still...
I guess we can take on...
So we're assuming that
can
king...
take on a2? Rook g7?
So.
King e6.
King
Yeah, king
e6,
e6 played
wow.
even quite quickly by his standards with like 20 seconds left on the clock.
Exactly, but I had expected that even faster, by the way. But king e6, because in my mind, I mean, if I'm white, I'm dreaming of king f4 to g4, so king e6 just to break up the team.
Just a draw now, yeah. There's nothing left.
Wow, what a turnaround. What a turnaround. You're right. I mean, Alireza is leading a charmed life.
Yeah, he will be on +1, having had 3
losing positions.
Extremely suspicious, so yeah, suspect positions. Maybe even stronger than that.
2 losing and 1 he shouldn't have won against Fabi.
Yeah,
If Fabi found
he
that
was at one
fight.
point, I think, close to losing, but that was on a minute, and the moves were very, very non-obvious.
Okay, so help me out. Bishop h4, discovered check. We
King f5.
assume king f5, rook g7. We're
Then
assuming
king e6 back.
E5 and f5 are very comfortable draw, and even king d5 is fine, apparently. Yeah. Just back to e6 here, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, king e6
He's
back.
going king d5.
Whoa, 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 whoa. And
Fine.
He did not release it, so yeah, okay, and he actually adjusts himself.
King f5.
And goes king f5.
We saw rook d1, rook e1 check. Remember when he... And now we just saw another... And for Gukesh, a little bit disturbing that his opponent is making these moves and taking them back.
Well, no rules were broken. Rook g5, here you go king e6, of course.
That's instant.
Then bishop.
That you don't even have to think about.
Bishop g3?
H6
I'll give you
is
h6,
saying
I'll take c5. Then I'll start pushing other pawns. That's still not easy to hold.
Okay, just
but rook h6, rook c5, it goes rook h3, and then rook g7, and says...
No, go rook g5 back after rook h3.
Ah, okay.
Why is he thinking about... I mean...
He's considering king f6, which... Yeah.
It's playable?
Why is king f6 playable?
Because our bishop's hanging. That way I can take on c5.
So okay, king f6 is a mistake. This is
Why
not
would you
as
play
clean.
king f6? I don't get it.
This is not as clean.
I'm confused.
Now you have to put it back on f5. He's played king e6. Okay, we might be witnessing
a turnaround yet again.
A new turn, because king e4 is quite strong here.
King e4.
Only move that does anything, but I think you play it. No? Okay.
Might repeat once or twice.
Rook g6 check.
King e4 draw would become actually quite problematic. The evaluation suggests it's a draw, but the way the machine plays that position, you probably lose in practical
I didn't
terms.
understand king f6 at all. That was just a crazed move. Time trouble induced, I'm sure. King f5.
Rook g7. Okay, now we absolutely have to play king e6, I think. No, even rook f8 is fine, but king e6 is of course the cleanest.
But how is king e6, rook f7, and bishop g5 that easy?
Rook h2. King g6 first.
King g6 first.
Yeah, king g6 first, and then rook h2, and you start losing your queenside pawns. Yeah.
Well, as soon as the
If
king...
king was on d3, then it'd be good.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, would be a different position.
As soon as the king gets to the h7 square, and you take all of the...
Gukesh got up to 2 minutes, but in getting up to 2 minutes, he missed an actual...
chance.
Real chess chance to be better again.
Right.
King e4 was very, very strong in the previous move.
For me, king e6 was absolutely forced. I know you're suggesting rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8 is a difficult to play move.
I mean, why would you spend...
And now you can no longer play rook g6 check, I don't think, because that would be a threefold. That would be a
repetition. And in fact, he's looking at the monitor to see if it's a threefold repetition. Is Gukesh?
This is an additional layer of trouble for Gukesh here, because he can no longer get back to those positions.
Potentials of king e4.
Yeah.
He's going to take on f7.
He's done it. King takes f7.
Yeah, and this you just don't lose anymore. Bishop g5, king g6, rook h2. Yeah, this is really no longer difficult.
What a save. I mean, I've always said to win these top-level events, you need a dose of luck. Sometimes you need 3, 4, 5 large doses of luck.
Yeah, and this is actually cleaner because it stops bishop f4. If you played king g6 and after bishop f4, you would not have had this
Rook
move.
h2, right.
Yeah, so starting with this is better.
And we are threatening rook takes a2 because h7...
Not only we're threatening it, we're getting it, because a4 rook b2 is...
h7, king g7 puts paid to all of that. So rook takes... Wow. Wow.
That is a massive, massive save there.
It truly is.
Fabi must be watching this thinking...
what does this movie before?
Like, I mean, some help, guys. You know, like, okay, I know, I lost to him, but can I, lend me a hand there?
Right.
And people are just refusing to.
Yeah.
Just straight up refusing to provide any succor in his time of need.
Yeah.
So if king d3, rook a2, bishop d2.
King d3, rook a2, bishop d2.
King g6 for now.
Yes, for sure. King.
How do I make progress? Yeah.
I just don't want to.
I don't think you do.
I don't want to blunder something like rook.
Yeah, let's put the king on g6. It's never going to be a mistake.
Exactly.
I think in order to win the pawn on c5, you will have to give up on h6. And then
And
I
it should be an
will
easy
find
draw.
a way to give up the rook for 2.
I'm thinking of Alireza, and he keeps coming back from the dead. It's like some zombie movie. You know, you're absolutely convinced the zombie is dead, and he comes back and
But wait,
not again.
he isn't dead. Shy as surprise.
And join us for part 2, the sequel.
Was he more lost yesterday than he was today, Alireza?
I think so. I think MVL 9 times out of 10 just scores a clean win. I think something was wrong with MVL. He was just not calculating, as he said. He had a bit of a dross going on there, but wow.
Gukesh under 10 seconds again, down to 5.
What?
H7.
I guess.
Inviting King G7?
You can. G7, A4, I guess, is what he wants, because then rook B2 will not be playable. This is actually kind of smart.
Clever,
Very
yeah.
tricky.
Yeah.
So rook takes, I guess, in that case.
Maybe King G6 now? Just to provoke bishop f4, and then I will take with the rook. Okay, he just thinks I don't need to. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, rook
I guess the
H2.
idea is King D3, but then...
Rook H2.
Yeah, rook
bishop
H2
A4?
or rook H3, honestly. It's just...
Rook H3, yeah.
Once again, reminding our viewers that as long as it's an A pawn and our king is in the corner, we can even give up the rook for 1 and not both of the pawns.
Right.
So yeah, the leeway here is tremendous for black.
Right. So just for our viewership, if King D3, rook here,
H3.
we get a situation where we get this pawn and we have A2.
Yeah, you don't actually even get it
D3.
comfortably because I have rook f5 check in the end there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like rook H3 here, for now we're winning this pawn for nothing.
Exactly. Rook H3.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a draw very, very shortly after
That
rook
does
H3.
that does feel like it. Yeah, Yep. There it goes. I guess you can go bishop b3, rook f3, king e4, and that does win the pawn on c5. But after that, like rook h3, then king e6, king d7, king c8, and I start threatening to take away the b pawn on every move.
Exactly. So what we were discussing was a situation where we get a position where once our king gets to the a8 square, we just get to...
We go rook takes b3, and then we don't take the bishop.
Exactly.
King takes b3, we go king b7.
And back to the corner.
To assert dominance.
Exactly. Bishop e3 on the board. Rook takes rook takes f3, pardon me. So I would call that a 100%er.
Yes.
Yeah. No reason not to.
King to e4.
Now, if it was the right color bishop, then is it still a draw?
Yeah.
Two don't win against the rook. You have to be like very, very far away. But yeah, pure 2 against the rook never win.
Is there a way that I can force rook takes b3?
I don't want to even calculate with the king on f7. I want to bring the king over to like d7 first before I do any of those.
Right, but I was looking at something of this nature. You know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Rook a1 and then a4, rook b1.
Yes. Precisely so.
But after b4, I don't want to calculate if somehow I lose after rook takes b4, bishop takes b4. Yeah.
e6, king d7 should be an easy draw,
No,
but
it's just
king e6, king here.
Yeah, we do this first and then we take on b4. Yeah. There's absolutely, we are not being threatened by anything, so there's no reason to hurry with this.
Gotcha.
Yeah. King d4, even rook h4 check.
And king d5,
yeah, push the king back a little bit. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Once again, asserting dominance is very important.
So a draw, and
what a
again,
save.
what a save. We're just... I heard frustration in Prag's voice when he was talking about his matches with Gukesh, where he's had 3 winning positions in the same year.
Yes.
And not scored anyone. I can imagine that Gukesh is going to have some similar sentiments about this one.
Yeah. That's definitely one that
got away.
And he also he played it in a very, very ambitious manner. He ran risks. He went for everything that
rook d6
he could see he could go for. Yeah, like he very clearly played it to win and came very, very close. But
once again, for our viewership, if you thought, well, b4's got to be a good move here, anchoring the bishop, rook takes b4, followed by king c6, and a direct b line to the a. That's what Alireza needs. He just actually, now that I'm thinking about it, can I go rook a2?
Absolutely.
Rook a3 and rook takes b3.
Yeah, well, Alireza, like he is. Okay.
Well,
yeah, we can take on a4 now. Yeah, we
yes.
can take on a4 now.
Yeah, and you breathe a big sigh of relief here as you take that pawn on b3.
So all Gukesh had to do was move king to g3 instead of e3, and
yes,
been a different result.
And the way the engine was, after he didn't do it the first time, the engine was suggesting to just go back because black is completely helpless. You do not have any way of stopping it. So.
And you can see that Gukesh is completely reconciled now to a draw.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
He's not gonna take
He's not gonna keep the bishop. Yeah, he's gonna a5, a6. Yeah.
And this game is a draw.
I mean, what can you say? Hearty congratulations. Sometimes, winning tournaments is about saving lost positions. And for Alireza, my pick, by the way,
and
he's
Alireza
charmed.
Had 3 blacks out of 4, and he saved them.
Right.
So this is huge. Starting from here on, he's going to have more white colors, and luck has been on his side so far. So.
Except his white color with MBL was awful. It was awful.
It's in the past.
And here you can just see that the players, out of inertia, just discussing where was the moments, where were those key moments. And I love being the fly on the wall in these moments and just listening in on the players. We gotta mic the room here. And refreshing our standings once again. Nasi, do the honors.
Well, we had 4 draws, and Wesley was the only winner of the round today, and he joins Alireza in the lead.
And it could easily be a whole different set of players. Jan is going to rue this day because he had been in first. He should be up there with Alireza. Alireza should not be up there.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
It's that time where we all worship at the shrine.
And Christian and I picked Gukesh, and
Nobody has Wesley.
I was close.
Nobody has Wesley who is tied for first.
Right? I'm ashamed of you lot. Christian, please, if you don't mind, sum up an eventful day with your final thoughts of this round from the playing hall.
Look, it's not always only about luck. Obviously, skill is extremely important, but so far it's very important that you have some luck as well. We've seen that with Alireza. For Gukesh, it kind of balances out. Yesterday, completely lost against Prague. Today, completely winning against Alireza. It's also about the time format, and we can see that once you go into those last couple of minutes, you're never getting out of that, and that's when the mistakes happen. So, unpredictable results so far, but it's not for the lack of fighting spirit. We've been having a lot of amazing games so far, and I'm looking forward to round 5 tomorrow. It's the day before the rest day, and I'm sure the players will leave everything on chessboard.
Thank you, Christian. Nasi, Peter, once again, my great pleasure to work with you both. Thank you all for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us tomorrow.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.